and every one of you for the second day of the 7th conference on computational thinking. As we gather here, we are reminded of the profound impact that computational thinking has on education. Over the past few years, we have seen significant shift towards integrating computational thinking into schools, into the curriculum, and it is exciting to see the progress that we have already made, and we are quite far yet. We have to do a lot in the schools. Yesterday, if all those who have been here, we had the pleasure of being inspired by Ms. Jane White. It's wonderful. It was a wonderful online presentation. She set the ball rolling by providing valuable insights into how AI can be leveraged as a powerful tool to teach any subject, opening up new possibilities of innovative learning experiences. We also had 5 other presentations which were simple but unique. These presentations showed us the power of experiential learning. This approach not only deepens understanding, but also fosters a love for learning that extends beyond the classroom. As we move forward, we can ponder over some points. First, computational thinking is essential for the future workforce. As technology continues to evolve, it's crucial that our students develop the skills to think computationally and solve complex problems. Interdisciplinary approach is the key to success. Computational thinking isn't just about coding, it's about applying the computational concepts to the real world problems in various subjects, from science to maths to languages to art to social studies, etc., etc. Equity and access is also very critical. We need to ensure that all students, regardless of their backgrounds or the socio-economic status, have access to computational thinking, education, and opportunities to develop these skills. As we explore the latest research, best practices, and innovative approaches in computational thinking education, let's keep in mind the ultimate goal is to empower our students with the skills, confidence, and creativity to succeed in this increasingly complex and technological world. Not taking much of your time, I would like to further invite our program committee co-chair over here, Ms. Lakshmi Gandhi. Please welcome Ms. Lakshmi Gandhi to further. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you all had a restful night and ready for another exciting day. So thank you, Mayuri, for simplifying my job. I think I'll straight away jump into what needs to be done today. So before I move into today's session, I would like to take a moment to highlight the incredible reach that this year's conference has. So we received, next slide, please. Yeah, we received an overwhelming 490 abstracts, of which 82 have made it to the conference in the form of presentations, demos, and poster displays. And they all come from 16 states of India. And a big thanks and a big round of applause for all those who have contributed towards these many papers and presentations. Next slide, please. So Let's quickly take a recap of the highlights from day one. So we had an inauguration and opening remarks by Vipul Shah and PC co-chair Chitra Babu yesterday. And we had marvelous teacher presentations on various topics, including the physical computing, CT, and coding. And we had an insightful keynote by Jane Waite, a senior research scientist at the Raspberry Pi Computing Education Research Center. And she touched upon basically three themes. Uh, how to enhance teacher productivity using AI, and how do we teach AI to the students, and how do we use AI in various subjects. These were the three sub themes that she had touched upon. And we had amazing and very innovative and engaging poster and demo sessions by the teachers on the first floor of this complex. Next slide, please. And then moving on to the today's highlights. So we have a very interesting day planned for you all. I hope you're ready for the excitement and insights that presenters and the panelists are going to present to us. And towards the end of the day, we are also going to have um some posters and presentations by the Vision Empower. And next slide, please. So we are forever grateful to all the sponsors and the regional conference partners for making this conference possible. Have a wonderful and an exciting day. Thank you. Now I call upon Manisha to go ahead with the proceedings.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Yeah. So teachers are ready with their best practices approach in their classroom. And I invite the first group. This session includes the city integration in coding, physical computing, and city for professional development of the teachers. So first group is from Meghe Group of Institutes. Uh, Geeta Zhalke and Shalini Sahare, they are presenting on if-else statement in Scratch coding.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thanks to everyone for giving this wonderful opportunity to present ourselves in front of you. So, my name is Ankita Jalke, and she is my colleague Shalini Sahare from Mahatma Gandhi English Medium High School, Nagpur. Today, we are going to present presentation over the topic if-else statement in Scratch using CT. Ma'am, next one. Next. Now let's go towards the implementation. To introduce if-else concept, teacher began with a real-life analogies, such as deciding whether to wear a raincoat based on the weather. And next one is, if students have school tomorrow, the sprite will say wake up at 6 a.m. Else the sprite will say enjoy your holiday. This helps students to relate conditional logic to everyday situation. Students were guided through creating a simple games where a character responds differently based on the player input. Next. Okay. This project has been created by our students in which create the simple calculator with the help of Scratch. Next. Create the game of rock, scissors, paper by using Scratch. Next. Next one now. The next project which has been created by our student is find the greatest number among three numbers with the help of Scratch, in which they have used nested if else statement. Now, CT skill which have been used for stone paper scissor games are: first one is algorithm design. A step-by-step process is created to handle the game flow. When the player click a choice, the input store in a variable. The computer generates a random choice between stone, paper, and scissor. Then choice are compared using if-else block. Decide the winner. Then result win, lose, or draw is shown the players by using say block. The next one is conditionals in where we use decision making blocks if and if else to control the flow based on user input or conditions. The next one is decomposition, in which the game is broken into smaller and manageable parts. The players gives an input by selecting the stone, paper, or scissor. Then the computer makes a random choice using a random number generator. Then the program compares the players and computer's choice. Based on the comparison, the game decide and display who won.
Now next, abstraction. No,
Previous one.
where only the main parts like choice and result are considered while coding. Each choice can be represented by a number of words like 1 is equal to stone. Extra visuals and animations are hidden during testing to keep the logic simple. Now next, pattern recognition. The game flows fixed result that repeat every round. Stone always beats scissors as per the rule. Scissors always beats paper in the pattern. Paper always beats stone according to the logic. The same comparison logic is reused in every round of the game. Next. Next week.
As you can see, these all are the live pictures of students. Now they are performing different practicals with the help of different logics.
We have faced all the challenges during the practical session. Students initially struggle with understanding the structure of conditional logic, especially when if statement. To overcome these, we use visual flowcharts alongside scratch blocks to simplify the concept. Another challenge was maintaining consistent participation, which was addressed by introducing collaborative group activities. Difficulty to grasp the concept of if else or cause effect logic. Trouble predicting how the sequence of block will affect the behavior of sprite. Spending too much time decorating or animating without completing the logical part of the project. Next.
Now those all are the impacts. As you can see, implementing if-else statement in Scratch significantly improves students' ability to think logically and develop interactive projects. Students reported a sense of accomplishment when they saw their ideas take shape in the form of working programs. Through regular assessment and peer reviews, teachers observed that students were able to break down the problems in logically and implemented solution efficiently. Additionally, classroom discussion reveals increased confidence in coding tasks, the students expressing enthusiasm for experimenting with more complex conditions.
Next. Conclusion. Teaching the if statement using Scratch proved beneficial in developing logical thinking skill among students. The use of visual programming made abstract concept easier to grasp and encourage creativity. Moving forward, incorporating more interactive scenarios will further enhance student computational abilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a wonderful presentation, and you have done gamification coding, and I know that Scratch is very engaging the software. So, are there any questions for the presenter?
How much time you required to complete this activity or project?
2 periods. Minimum 2 periods.
And what was the age group?
Age group means third and fourth standard.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Done?
Thank you. We will move to the next presenters. Uh, this is about the city in professional development of the teachers. Miss Kritika Krishnamurthy and uh, Dr. R. Ramanujam. So they are presenting city curriculum implementation in India, a sliding ladder.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank Tamil Nadu ACRT CTIS 2025 people behind for giving me this opportunity to. Are you able to hear me now? No? Are you able to hear me now? Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank Tamil Nadu SCRT, CTIS 2025 and the entire team behind for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. And also my co-author, Jam. So this is based on the experience from Tamil Nadu. So where we have integrated computational thinking in math curriculum. So yeah, next slide, please. So we have revamped the Tamil Nadu curricular framework in 2017, and then new syllabi was rolled out in 2018. Especially in math, we have replaced data handling chapter with information processing, where we had the opportunity to integrate computational thinking concepts. So the weightage of it is 20% of the weightage is for CT, means for the information processing unit. And the reach is 30,000 schools, 2 million students were using it, and these were taught by 80,000 teachers, government teachers, yeah. So the curriculum was framed based on the CSpathshala curriculum. Yeah, could you please move on to the next slide? Yeah, so these are the sample screenshots among, though we have in given lot of activities. I would like to show a couple of activities from that. One is the tetraminos. As you can see, we have asked them to compare with the children, compare with their peers, how they are doing and what is the difference, what are the similarities, arrangements, all these things. We have given the options in it. Next slide, please. And this is one more activity of giving instructions. So the teacher will give instructions on some geometrical figure and the students has to follow it and draw it. And yeah, could you please move on to the next one? Yeah. So having said that, we have set the curriculum and syllabi is ready and textbooks are ready and the activities are there in the hands of the teachers. Now, we'll talk about how the teacher's perception and beliefs and all these things are in the reality. So a teacher was asked, like she's from Attipalayam, which is a rural area in Tamil Nadu, and she teaches for classes 6 and 7. And what about the classroom scenario? Students are enjoying it very much. So this curriculum, I mean, like the CT activities are very much easy for the students. And the teacher herself is doing something different, so she's also enjoying it, which is also more important. So yeah. So when asked, do you teach computational thinking in your classroom? Then they said, no, ours is a rural school. We don't have computers. So we don't do any of these CT. So do you teach data organization? We do have data handling chapters, and we did have, and we taught pie charts, bar graphs, and all these things. Those were in the earlier thing, not now. So yeah, could you please move on to the next? So what's the difference now? So we have got all these in the textbook, activities are there, but the classroom scenario is this, and the teacher is feeling this. So what's the curriculum implementation then? So educationists have said that there is always a difference between the curricular objectives and the how it is getting implemented in the classroom textbooks and how it is going into the classroom. So there is a difference. So as over the years, this will get drift away from what is the objective. So yeah, the other thing is that sustaining the belief system of the teacher, that it is really useful and how it is related to the objective set in the curricular framework. So already we do know that there is a complexity in the existing curriculum. Now CT is the additional for it, right? So yeah, these are the things that is from the real practical situation. So yeah, could you please move on to the next one? So yeah, we had the opportunity to, means TNSCRT has organized the workshop for the teachers. So these are the experienced teachers who has nearly 10 plus years of experience in teaching. So we have conducted the workshop on CT, we had the opportunity for conducting activities for the teachers, though we didn't give the activities exactly in the textbooks, but similar to that, we have given some activities. Yeah, thanks. Next one. So the response of the teachers. So these were the observations made from the workshop. So they were positive about the lessons. Oh, lessons are so nice. We are enjoying it. It seems to be so interesting. But they couldn't see the computational thinking components. So because for them, computation is always related to computers. So then we didn't see any connection between earlier data handling chapters with the information processing where we have integrated computational. They couldn't see the connection between these two. And they couldn't see activities in our sessions as the extension of their textbook. For example, in earlier slide, we have shown that teacher giving the instructions, right, for the geometric thing. But the similar activities like drawing column we have used, but they couldn't connect this drawing column is related to following instructions. So these are the things that we could observe. So the thing is that they didn't see new lesson and activities as the possible assessment items. So yeah, next slide, please. So we were able to see, oh, yeah, new and interesting city activities to classroom. There is much greater potential and scope for doing this. And the teacher believes an understanding of curricular goals is something that we need to think about it. We don't see any impact or the little impact in it. So CT remains in the margin of mathematics education. So observations such as these need to be checked against the rigorous policy or rigorous research based on this. So all that we need is a lot of resources and research in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Kritika. It was really impressive presentation, and we can see how much efforts they have put up to get such a huge reach. So I think you have some questions for Kritika. Yes.
Could you please elaborate your question?
Understanding of why this curriculum has been designed, why data handling is replaced by information. So how did you fix the gap?
So the thing is that this is just the workshop. So the thing is, we took this opportunity to take it to the teachers because after the curricular revamp, we have got the pandemic. So because of the pandemic, we couldn't reach for the entire teacher level. So we thought that this will be the nice opportunity for us. So during the workshop itself, we used to connect what is the curricular framework and what is the objective and all these things. We have shared the curricular framework to the teachers who have attended the workshop and asked them to share their views on it. And also there and while conducting the workshop itself, we used to connect that these are mentioned. This is what the educational perspective is. This is what the CT's perspective is. So yeah, these are the things that we could do as much as we could in a couple of days of workshop. Yeah. Thank you.
Very clear. So thank you. Now the next presentation will be online, and it is from Mr. Jinu John from JBCN International School, Chembur. He is talking about the art of debugging. Can take one concept. One concept can integrate all the city element and it comes in the real life also. So it was wonderful presentation. Now the time for appreciation. I call upon stage Shalini ma'am and Ankita and Kritika ma'am for the certificates.
करेंगे सामने जाके ले लेना या पीछे नहीं कुछ नहीं बचा
Yesterday, you witnessed the innovative ideas in the form of poster presentations. I would like to call upon all the poster presenters here. Please come on the stage. Everybody enjoyed your hands-on approach and it was really wonderful. Please come. Okay. For posters, do you have any questions? Any question for the poster presenters? Because I know yesterday you would not be able to talk to them. If you have any query, you can ask. Yeah, this is the team of poster presenters. Please give them round of applause. Yeah, it's a wonderful work. Okay. Is there any experience sharing or about the poster presentation from presenter's point of view or audience point of view? Anything you want to say? Yeah.
Actually, the poster present. Good morning, everybody. I'm Swati Ranade, and I presented my poster for the first time in the conference. However, I had given presentations earlier, but this time it was completely new experience to present a poster, like a demo session. In the demo session, we could present our ideas and we could explain why we did what we did in the form of activity. So actually, when everybody came and they actually had the activity like children, the joy on their face was also like children. Like when they got the thing or they could solve it, the joy on their face was actually so. So the child in us is still alive, and we should keep it alive. Thank you.
Thank you all. You can collect your certificates from the registration desk. And thanks a lot. It was really wonderful to see all the posters and all. So congratulations to all of you. Yeah. Please give them round of applause. Now it is time for the panel discussion. Call. Yeah. I am handing over the mic to Professor Ramanujan.
Can we invite all the panelists? And then...
Yeah, they're all.
Request all panelists, please come to the stage. Ajinkya, sir. Anay, Arpita, can we please have you on stage? Manisha's away, should be here.
Semicircle, 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 C6. Yeah, between CJ. And also makeup CJ circles.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ramanujam, and it's a pleasure for me to you. Yeah, you have to hold it close. I know. It's like, yeah. Good morning. I'm Ramanujam, and it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all to this panel discussion in CTiS. This is a panel discussion on AI and CT curriculum implementation. Yesterday, the response to Ms. Jane Wade's talk saw, I think, and after that there were many discussions. We could see everybody is very much interested in what these opportunities with AI, and there are a lot of apprehensions. There is talk. So I think this panel is perhaps timely, looking at this, and especially in this conference on computational thinking in schools. Now with the promotion of AI in schools, how do these things relate? And very large number of people here are teachers, computing teachers in schools. And so whatever AI teaching means is going to come to the computing teachers. So how do we look at this? How do we respond to this? So there is a lot of question in these things. So this panel is intended to raise a few questions, probably not answer all of them, but at least try to provide a perspective that we all have on these, and perhaps raise questions for everybody to think about and acquire clarity in the years to come. So what we thought was that we would raise certain questions that the panel would address, and we had an email discussion on that. And so, for instance, the most fundamental question is, should AI be taught in school at all? And if yes, at what stage? And as a separate subject, or integrated into existing curriculum? And then integrated into what? How? Integration into curriculum is something that's easy to say, but what do we really mean? How do computational thinking and artificial intelligence relate to each other? Yesterday, we heard Jane Wade talk about CT 1.0 and CT 2.0, right? And she was trying to say that unplugged activities belong in CT 1.0, AI and data-driven activities belong in CT 2.0. Well, that's one perspective. So from the panel, we'd like to hear on how should CT curricula be reworked in light of AI? And if yes, how? Or should they not? How do we respond to the use of AI tools in school curriculum? AI tools for teachers to use, for children to use? What are the benefits? What are the red flags? What are the things that we need to watch out for, and what are the potential? And then about what does it mean for us as teachers? What kind of teacher preparation is needed for use of AI tools? And it's also true that almost anybody, and certainly true for gray haired people like me, but even for younger ones like you, that whatever computing that you learned as an undergraduate and what AI is bringing in, at things are changing. It's very, very dynamic. It's really fast. So as a teacher, how do I cope with all this stuff, right? And so what teacher preparation is needed, and while we are simply, we talk about, we are very proud of, Vipul was talking about this yesterday, that 9 years, and we are very proud of computational thinking in schools. 9 years is extremely young, right? Compared to whatever happens in school. We are just barely settling down to understanding computational thinking and its implementation. Now AI comes, right? And we, we and there is also this apprehension that before we even understand it, new stuff will come, and administrators, educators, organizers will come and tell us to do all sorts of things. How do we react? Yeah. So I think these are the kind of things that bother us in various ways. But we have a very distinguished panel here. We have Mr. Ajinkya Ambarkhane. So let's welcome Ajinkya. Then we have Arpita Karkare, Anay Kamath, and Manisha Yadav. So they bring in very different viewpoints and experiences and to this area, and it's going to be a pleasure to listen to them. So the way we have structured the panel is that each panelist will make a short presentation on their viewpoints related to these, and then we'll have another short round of the panelists responding to each other, and then we'll open it up for general discussion. So please note down any points that you have in mind so that you can raise it in the open discussion. So we'll start first with Ajinkya. He's the director of strategy and development in Mege Group of Schools. He has 16 years of experience and more than a decade of experience as a director in school operations. Um, He's his specialty is innovations in educational technologies, enhancing student outcomes, and spearheading strategic expansions. And especially something that's very important to this panel is that he has been thinking about integrating technology and AI integration in school education. And so we look forward to Ajinkya's viewpoints on these.
Thank you, Jam. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for giving us this chair. It reminds us of the very fundamental aspect that we are learning throughout life. So thank you so much for actually choosing these chairs for us. And Jam, before actually moving to AI, let's try to break some ice because AI has become the buzzword and it's a thick ice when we see from the lens of a teacher, and moreover when a teacher wants to teach it to students. So let's try to break this ice first. Let's set a context and then maybe we actually go to the panel. So when we say AI, let's go a layer down. We all have used autocorrect. We are all more or less representing a generation who got hands on mobile in early 2000. We got to learn how autocorrect works on mobile, which further when we started using Microsoft Word was a better version of autocorrect. Now what exactly is autocorrect? It's a sub domain of AI using ML and using very very large data set coming from whom? From us. It learns from what we type and it collects a database and it becomes a predictive. So it's a very, I would not say autocorrect is an AI, but it's a very very early version of a technology which started us transiting from where we were to AI today. Now what are the benefits? Increased our efficiency. We were making lesser mistakes. From students point of view, they could write better. Also it comes with some drawbacks. The drawbacks where we started forgetting spellings. Students just write keywords. They use word tools like Grammarly to create a sentence out of it. So comprehension became little. We were actually smarter when we were up till grade 5, I believe strongly. And the more we grow, we go down. So let's not go delve into that area. But so now see, in 20 years from autocorrect, Grammarly came in, Alexa came in, Siri came in. They listen to you based on the data they comprehend, they give you output. They are all predictive models. Again, a better version than autocorrect, a lower version than AI, which now followed by Amitabh Bachchan of technology in AI, which was ChatGPT. Now, ChatGPT is actually someone who is making AI more famous. But see, it is inevitable. It is not for us to decide whether we want to teach AI to students or not. We have to. More important question for us would be how do we actually take it? CS Pathshala has fundamentally done an excellent job helping us out with computational thinking, where we break down problems in smaller components, think logically, organize, which is the very fundamental also for the AI. So when we see it from the school's context, AI is going to be there as a special subject or not is a debatable question. For some school setups, there is a possibility of a special subject, but you all are teachers. I have seen how teachers work around, so carving out an additional period is another big time challenge. So what should be the approach is something we can always discuss. What my personal opinion on this front would be, computational thinking up till grade 5 has done excellent job. It can further topped up with the concepts of AI. Gamification is already there in computational thinking. Bias is something which is a very important aspect of AI, which I think first we have to have a rigorous training for teachers, and then via teachers to students, because it is something which is going to come big time. I mean, for fun we generally do this exercise. If you all have your iPhones and if the internet is on, if you search for a typical Indian road photograph on ChatGPT or Meta, can you guess what you will get? You can try right now. It's a 30-second activity. So if you see, it will give you a picture of a road which is paved properly, tarmac road. It has footpath on it. You will see some shops. You can try this now or in the break. But is that the fact in India? I mean, there are only 12% roads like that. 70% roads are rural. They are tarmac roads, but not that perfect. Now, see, this is a bias. Where this is coming from all the photos that were uploaded to the model. Similarly, the way we understand this, it is our responsibility as administrators and teachers that when we take teaching AI to students, we should act as guideline or lighthouse for them to teach where are the fences, so they can understand with the bias. Because while I was doing my MBA, I got to learn that there are 16 types of biases and they are still finding more, which was a surprise. So we are generally aware of only one or two. So I think our role as a teacher would be more on uh, creating a boundary wall and explaining the importance of the boundary wall for students in AI. I think that would be my honest opinion. So yes, we have to teach AI. Again, how do we go about it can be a contextual question based on region and at the level of students across.
Thanks very much, Ajinkya. There was a very brief but very clear presentation of the main problem. Um, we'll next have Dr. Arpita Karkare continuing the discussion. She's chief mentor and co-founder and active working director at Walnut School. She's also the co-founder of the Millennium National School. She has a PhD in education, and she has a certificate in school management and leadership from Harvard Business School, and she's been working in urban schools as well as rural schools. And something that I'm very intrigued by is the Wise Buddha project that I read about, and she's got the state government's Dattaji Didolkar Shikshan Seva Saman. So we have a distinguished panelist here telling us about um, what it means for teacher preparation for AI. How should teachers look at AI in this context?
Hi. So my view is a little different from what was just discussed, because if you actually look at what AI is, I mean, if you want, my thought about this is a very simple analogy. Like you have a guitar, and without tuning it, you can strum a few strings and say, "Maine guitar bajaya." and you can learn how the guitar works and learn how to read off sheet music and play it very well and still say कि मैंने guitar बजाया. You can be able to listen to music and play it on your own and still say that you have played the guitar. Everybody is still saying that they have played the guitar. And you can be composing excellent music or crappy music and still say you're playing the guitar. And if you can compose music and make hit songs and understand what people like and what will go together and visualize it and tweak it and keep making changes where people are ready to pay for you when you become rich and popular, you are still playing the guitar. So I think that is what AI is used very, very loosely when people say they're using AI or they're learning AI. That is one thing. Using AI and learning AI are also mixed up in many cases. When you teach somebody how to use AI, you may feel that you're teaching them about AI. It's like using any other app, and you can use it like that whole guitar spectrum that there is. But if you look at learning AI, it is so mathematical. And the mathematics that AI uses starts from 11th grade onwards forward. If you, I mean, the word is also a little misleading for the common man. I mean, I had to read up about it also. So I don't know if you know about this or not, but it seems like from the word and from the way you use it that it's learning from us as we go along, which is not the case. Teaching, giving a data set, feeding in all the data, like when the application recognizes that this is the picture of a dog, it is not all of us that are actually teaching it. There is a deliberate effort, like 20,000 pictures of different dogs are shown to the engine. And then it is explained that this is a dog, or when it's going through reviews to classify whether a certain review is a good review or a bad review. And most of the cases, that is like the minimum number. When it's recognizing handwriting, so many samples have been fed into it. It is checked what the results are, it is corrected, and then it comes to us. So when I give it an instruction and it gives me a response, and then I say, no, no, this is not what I want it like this, or can you tweak it like this, or this is, I like this, can we work on this further? I am not teaching it. I am just making my instruction more specific, and it is giving me an output based on the amazing programming that has already been done at the back end. So, in all of this context, we are all users of AI. Building the AI, the mathematics that goes into it, is fairly advanced. If you look at the school level part of it, in school, it's kind of like around 8th grade when they start with some linear algebra and stuff like that, which they're actually already doing. So then comes in the part that if we want to still teach some part of AI, what are we going to teach in the school? Are we going to teach them how to use AI? Even then, it should not be some lame exercise that is happening. So wherein the challenges come. So now what I'm going to say, I needed to set this kind of background before a little bit to make sure that what I'm saying is absolutely understood by everybody. Otherwise, it's a little vague. So one thing is when you want to teach kids anything, now let's first assume that you have a period once a week to teach the kids something about AI, and you really, really want to, because if you at least don't have that subject in your school timetable somewhere, parents are going to come and ask, आप AI नहीं सिखाते? You cannot sit and explain this to everybody that what AI is and everything. You're going to fall behind competition. So that school management is going to be on your case. Ki, nahi, nahi, we have to have AI. If you're not going to do it, we'll get somebody else who does. So, okay, fine. We have to teach AI. So what are we going to do that is also meaningful? So I would say one of the things is kind of an extension of what CS Pathshala has already done, is understand that computational thinking is different from learning actual programming with the syntax. They're two different things. So similarly, the logic that goes into how AI works is something that kids can experience through different problems. So if you give, for example, if you're thinking about middle school, which is where students are interested, parents are somewhat interested in what their kids are doing, and they are at an age where you can somewhat communicate. First and second graders are too young, and after eighth standard, we've lost most of the kids. to the teenage attitude and everything like that. And the board exam is pretty much all everybody's thinking about. So if you look at like the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth standard level where we have somewhat of an interest in what is happening, if we give them a paragraph of a lot of information that we are describing, a very simple example would be we are describing how different animals are. And then we ask them, okay, now create a table or a flow chart in which you can put this in, like AI would. And then when this description is given, tell me what animal it is. So you have to, now your kids have to sit and work out on a flow chart, work out a flow chart, and then you can put in different descriptions of the differently worded descriptions of the same things that you have given and check whether the output is coming out right. That is one of the things that, so examples like this are what would be great in a classroom. Now comes in the challenge that these kids are sitting through lectures day after day, listening to what the social studies teacher is saying, what the science teacher is saying. And if this class is like any other, why are they going to be engaged and why are they going to pay attention? And actually, if this is done right, you're going to see results across the board in all subjects because you're actually making connections in their brain happen. They're thinking and processing, which is not something they used to. Everywhere else, we have static information that is given. We are teaching them a concept in science and then asking them question answers related to that concept. So this is somewhere where you're saying, hey, I am giving you something, you figure out how you're even going to solve this. I'm not giving you any theory at all, which is what you're doing. So these classes have to be structured in a way that they are interested, they're eagerly waiting. When is the next AI class? I'm looking forward to it as the first thing, which is very difficult to get out of kids because they are getting their dopamine fixes literally everywhere they go right now. There's sugary junk food that they're having. There's all these video games that they're playing and stuff like so most of them are also sadly on social media as well. So it becomes very tricky that how are you going to keep them engaged in the classroom and interested, not zoning out. So if I'm assuming you all have like a 30-minute classroom period, now if you have 40 kids in a class, roughly, everybody, okay, so let's assume those constraints. In a class, if you want all 40 kids to take part, you would obviously have to have them work in groups. If you have to have them work in groups, if you have a group size of more than 4, 2 or 3 kids are going to carry everybody else. And a lot of the kids, if you have groups of 10, then 3 or 4 kids are going to work. The rest of them are going to chit chat and catch up on gossip and stuff like that. Right? What are the movies going on? What shows are you watching? What games did you play? So your optimum size would be roughly 4 in a group, where the way they are sitting, they can just. So you have groups of 4 and you give everybody a task. And if every group has to present at least for 1 minute, your last 10, 15 minutes of your class are presentations. So you're left with the first 15 minutes of your class. So 5 minutes to explain the problem and 10 minutes to actually work on the problem in groups where you're not wasting time in kids getting up and going somewhere. 2 kids can just turn around and they form groups of 4. So those are the kind of assignments that need to be designed in the AI class. And that is going to get you the most engagement, kids looking forward to your class, wanting to take part, and everybody knows that they have to present. And when one group is presenting, the others can come and find errors. So if you start with say 10 points for every group, and with every error that is found out you reduce 1, it also gets your gamification dopamine that they get in the classroom, which can then translate to the house points or whatever it is that you want. But when you bring something into the classroom and you want everybody to take part, just like using that guitar to have a whole hit concert, you have to think of so many things that are also not AI. Otherwise, you're not going to have a hit classroom period. And if it's not that, you're not actually getting across any educational value if the kids are not actively invested in that classroom period.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arpita. Yeah, I think it's, I mean, she's also moved to the how of the thing. And I think that's very important. And that's probably where all curricula get stuck in. And I'll bring one more thing later when we have our discussion. Um, let's now move to Anay. Anay Kamath is a software engineer with more than 18 years of experience. He's a co-founder of Present Software Technologies and also consultant for Equal Experts. Um, he's been part of a team designing and has been much involved in class 9, 10 computer science syllabus in Goa, and especially the use of open source tools, I think, in that. And he's been part of the CARES program for coding and robotics in schools in Goa. And so his, he says that all that work that we do is really to make high quality STEM education accessible to every child. And, working with the state government and state government machinery on this is, I think, very important in what Anai is talking about. So Anai is going to tell us a little bit about, not earlier we were talking about what ought to be done or not to be done. And Anai is more about actually doing a particular program and, to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Um, yeah, I was just listening to both the panelists, and there have been a lot of points that have been brought to our attention on what the AI is. I won't repeat most of those things, but uh, when we talk about bringing something in an education, right, we have to ask a basic question from the first principles, which is what is it that the child is going to learn and what is it that the teachers are going to teach. There are two different concepts, right? Teaching and learning are not the same things, right? So first thing is, what is it that the child is going to learn? Because when you are measuring students, you are going to measure it based on what they are learning. And what is it that the teacher is going to teach? That's a separate measurement altogether. Now, why is this critical is because there is a saying, or there is not a saying, it's actually a well observed fact that you get what you measure. I'll just quickly mention an incident. So there used to be a town where there used to be like a lot of snakes. There used to cause a trouble. So government started an initiative and they said, you know what? If you catch the snakes and get it to us, right, we'll pay you so much, right? Government thought, you know what, that is going to solve the problem, but it actually tripled the problem. Because what people saw was, you know what, if I get the snakes, I'm going to get paid. So they started breeding snakes, right? So the same thing when we look at the education and we say, you know, we are going to teach you these things, and we are going to create an exam like these things, and we are going to give you marks for that. And if that is what your measure is, the child is going to ask the next simplest question: tell me what I am supposed to buy heart and answer in the exam. I'm done with it, right? And that is exactly what has been happening. So when we were designing this curriculum for coding and robotics education in school scheme, we had the same thing in mind, right? You know, what do you do? And that was one of the reason we took the exams out from the subject. So there are no exams, and there is assessments. They're in just different forms, but there are no exams. So the other major thing was we wanted to just ask this why, like, you know, why are we teaching coding to kids? Are we trying to make all of them computer engineers? I mean, like, definitely no, right? That's not the case. But why? Well, we had an answer. That could be a different discussion altogether. The next point was we started with the philosophy. It is okay to teach less, but not wrong, which basically means you have to fine, you're teaching something, but you have to also be aware what the child is understanding out of it. I'll give an example of this, right? In science, there are science teachers, I guess, right here. So you might have taught that tides work because of the moon's attraction, and we draw a diagram. There is a circle which represents the Earth. Then there is an ellipse over it which represents an ocean, and moon is on one corner. Correct? Now, from your experience, just tell me how many times does a child raise a hand and ask, "Fine, you see, draw an ellipse over there showing how the water is getting pulled out. Well, on one end the moon is there, so water is being pulled over there. Who's pulling the water on the other end?" Did anyone ask that question? Where is the curiosity coming from? Right? Why is that happening? Because in the child's mind, I'm not blaming the teachers, I'm not blaming the student also. In the child's mind, his parents will see you have to score, huh? Right? And the child knows what is going to come. What is going to come is draw that diagram. Nobody is going to ask them, wow, who's the water pulling on the other end? Even the next big question, right? I have a glass of water. If moon can pull the whole, ocean up, why is my water in the glass not coming up? Right? So this is a curiosity part. And the same thing then goes with respect to AI also. And the next important point was we have to focus on awareness. At the school level, we have to focus on awareness. Speciality can come along with it. But if there is no awareness, and if you are not focusing on the awareness, the speciality can go wrong, right? That was some of the points that we discussed when we were designing the curriculum for coding and robotics. There were a few things that we did because of that came from WISE. Like for example, when we taught Scratch, one of the requirement that we asked specifically was the child should code without using variables, right? Why variables? Is because variables don't form part of computational thinking. They form part of certain type of programming languages like C and others, for example. Algebra has variables, but they are not the variables that we talk about in C, right? Otherwise, if you go by the variable in C, you will see a syntax like this: x is equal to x plus 1, right? If I go by mathematical thinking over it, I can cancel x and 1 becomes equal to 0. So just be careful on what we are trying to teach. Now, talking about AI, the field is absolutely new, right? I am definitely not going to say I understand where it is going to go in future. One thing that is definitely there is AI is here to stay. So it is not going away. It is becoming a part of the life. And in one way or the other, it is going to impact in a better or in a good way all of us and our students who are going to aim for their career life, maybe 20 years down the line. It's going to impact them one way or the other. So the question is where that impact is going to come from and what we should tell them about it, right? Now, just briefly, I'll mention this, right? There used to be a time, when we used to teach kids how do you solve a quadratic equation, right? Now, that matters. I'm not saying that doesn't matter. It talks a lot about what mathematics really is. It's about organizing the patterns, making it intuitive to human mind so that you can break down a complex thing into smaller steps that we can solve. But there is also an aspect of it where we make kids go so much over it that we'll spend 2 years learning only like the quadratic equations, right? For example, and there are other practical aspects of it. We'll talk about that later. Now, the question is, if we are saying AI is a separate subject, okay, I'm just giving an implication, okay? Then on one hand, the teacher is going to say, do this, do this, do this. Mathematics teacher is going to say, do this, do this, do this. And on the other hand, the teacher who is teaching the AI is going to say, student, start Google, take the photo, see it solves the question. And the child is going to ask, ma'am, why are we supposed to do this if the AI can do that, right? Doesn't it happen? Like it happens, that question happens. Right? Even if you put down the question, right, doesn't mean that it goes away from there. It happens with the calculators. It is definitely going to happen with the AI. So I don't have an answer. Should it be a separate subject? Should it be an integrated thing? My preference would be it should be integrated with the other things, right? Like for example, yes, you are doing this mathematics, right? Fine. You have now learned this. Can you find out what all complicated things you can do with it? Maybe you can't multiply a lot of big numbers. Maybe you can do it with this. Or you've drawn something, right? Good, you've drawn, right? You try to draw a horse as good as possible from a paper. Now, can you take a picture of this using an AI and ask AI to make some beautiful scenery out of it? Could be like a next step. It could be integrated in one way or the other. The way my son does it, or he started doing it, was, hey, Alexa, can you play national anthem? Right? And that's how he by-hearted national anthem for the first time. So maybe something having tools like this or devices like this, they're cheap, right? And the best thing is you don't even need to buy Alexa. It's there on your phone, right? You can say, hey, Google, hey, Alexa, Siri, whatever, and it is going to work with that. So there are these tools, get started with that. We can get this awareness going from the primary level, and we can then over the period develop our own understanding and learning and see how we can do it for higher education. Yeah, that's what I wanted to convey.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think, yeah, starting with tools and going on to is, I think, a fairly important observation. Of course, the problem is which tools, who decides. I mean, Alexa comes from the market. It doesn't come from education, right? So I think, there is always this worry that, we are always, there are tools coming to us all the time. And which ones do we pick as educationists? These questions keep popping up all the time. But I think the pathway that you're talking about, I think, is very important. We now have Ms. Manisha Yadav on the panel. She's the head of mathematics at SART Maharashtra, and she's has extensive experience in teaching in schools and in teacher education as well. And it's remarkable that she's a rank holder from, I think, in both B.Ed and M.Ed, right? And I think that's what you said. And she's been involved in several projects of the state government, like the International School Project, Model School Project, and so on. So extensive experience in the SCRT framework, and something that she didn't mention, which is also textbooks, I'm sure. I think, writing textbooks is an extremely difficult thing, and especially when books that reach lakhs and lakhs of children and affects the daily lives of thousands of teachers, and all you are given is a few pages that and print material, which is very, very rigid. So I think translating many of these things into systems, we'll have to really think about what it will mean in terms of actually what it'll mean as text, which after all rules our lives as teachers, right? Whatever you may say, finally, I think textbooks, assessments, grades, all these things rule our lives. So it's good to have Manisha with her experience talking about.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As a government officer, here I am. While making any policy decision, we should think about who will prepare and future ready citizen, who act ethically, who think critically, and who will ready for future इंडिया एंड पॉलिसी डिसीजन बनाते समय मैं आपसे हिंदी में बात करना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि जो भी गवर्नमेंट के पॉलिसी डिसीजन होते हैं उस समय मास लेवल पे डिसीजन लेना पड़ता है, not only for the limited students, not only for the limited schools, because various schools are from various regions and various difficulties they are facing. पॉलिसी एआई एंड सीटी, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की हम बात कर रहे हैं, कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन करिकुलम रिफॉर्म में जब हम करिकुलम रिफॉर्म करते हैं तब उसके बारे में हमें सोचना पड़ता है, क्योंकि एज अ गवर्नमेंट हर एक स्कूल में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है क्या नहीं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं, टीचर की कैपेसिटी है क्या नहीं, और ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम प्रोवाइड करते समय पीपी पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप कर सकते हैं क्या, उसके थ्रू हम टीचर तक जा सकते हैं, स्टूडेंट तक जा सकते हैं, क्योंकि एआई इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम माय ओपिनियन, एंड सिटी कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग इज आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट. कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग इज द फाउंडेशन ऑफ एआई. And because of this, as per NEP 2020 vision, various curricular goals, competencies, basic of computational thinking is already built in that competencies. Iteration, which is the prerequisite of computational thinking and artificial intelligence. बट सिलेबस बनाते समय हमें ये सोचना पड़ता है कि टीचर कैसे इसे पढ़ा सकेंगे. आइटरेशन पढ़ाना है, लेकिन आइटरेशन के लिए उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्ड हम कैसे करें. कोडिंग पढ़ाना है, अल्गोरिदम थिंकिंग पढ़ाना है, लेकिन क्या कर सकते हैं इसके लिए, और उसी हिसाब से वो सिलेबस फ्रेमवर्क हो जाता है. हमने फर्स्ट जो ट्राई किया, या फर्स्ट जादुई गणित मैथ्स के लिए एक बुक बनाई, और बेब्रास इंस्टीट्यूट ने उसमें हमें हेल्प की कि एक्चुअली कोडिंग हम कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग की जब बात करते हैं तो कॉम्पिटिशनल वर्ड इटसेल्फ बिल्ट की कंप्यूटर, लेकिन आपको पता चला होगा कि कल से, या आप इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में पार्टिसिपेट हो रहे हैं, तो कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग इज नॉट ओनली रिलेटेड विद द कंप्यूटर. तो हम कैसे लॉजिकली थिंक कर सकते हैं, हम बच्चों को कैसे पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन बता सकते हैं, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट थिंकिंग क्या है, हम अल्गोरिदम थिंकिंग कैसे कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि रियल लाइफ वर्ड्स में अगर डिसीजन लेते समय रियल वर्ल्ड लाइफ से अगर हम कनेक्ट नहीं करें तो एज अ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर हम फेल होगी, क्योंकि हमें वही सोचना पड़ता है. कोई भी डिसीजन, कोई भी डायरेक्शन, सर ने जैसे बताया अभी, जो भी पैनलिस्ट हमें बता रहे हैं कि कैसे एआई और सिटी स्कूल में वर्क करेंगे, टीचिंग और लर्निंग कैसे डिफरेंट है, टीचर कैसे टीच करते हैं और बच्चे कैसे लर्न करते हैं, क्योंकि टीचर की कैपेसिटी पर ऊपर वो डिपेंडेंट है। बच्चों तो क्या जाना चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट ने इसलिए एनईपी 2020 के बाद सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने भी NDEAR नेशनल डिजिटल एजुकेशन आर्किटेक्चर 2021 में गाइडलाइंस निकाली है। उस गाइडलाइंस के हिसाब से 5 स्टेक होल्डर्स जो भी रिलेटेड टू स्कूल है, टीचर्स है, पेरेंट्स है, स्टूडेंट्स है और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव और अदर एनजीओज, तो सबके लिए एक गाइडलाइंस बनाई हुई है। और उस जो स्टैंडर्ड्स है और जो नॉर्म्स है, ये नॉर्म्स के ऊपर काम करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि बच्चों के लिए अगर स्क्रीनिंग टाइम भी हो तो किस तरह से दिया जाए, और ये गाइडलाइन हमें फॉलो करनी पड़ती है। उसी हिसाब से वो करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क में, सिलेबस मेकिंग में, टेक्स्ट बुक डेवलपमेंट में वो बनानी पड़ती है। कौन से लेवल पे हमें AI इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए, तो माय पर्सनल ओपिनियन इज दैट देर आर 3 लेवल्स: अवेयरनेस लेवल, एक्सप्लोरेटरी लेवल एंड एप्लीकेशन लेवल। अवेयरनेस लेवल कब होनी चाहिए, तो फ्रॉम स्टैंडर्ड 6 फॉर AI के लिए। मैं नॉट सिटी के लिए नहीं बोल रही हूँ, सिटी तो फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड से स्टार्ट हो सकती है, लेकिन उसके डिफरेंट व्यू हो सकते हैं। अगर कोई भी एक आपको एग्जांपल देते हो कि कोई भी चीज है, उसे अलग अलग डायमेंशन से हम देख के, यहाँ पर ये बोर्ड है, हम फ्रंट व्यू से देख के, साइड व्यू से देख के, टॉप व्यू होता है और बैक व्यू होता है, लेकिन वो उसका पिक्चर अलग देखेगा। दिस इज द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ कॉम्पिटेशनल थिंकिंग। हमारा वो व्यू क्या है, बच्चों को हम मैपिंग सिखाते हैं, मेरे राइट साइड में कौन बैठा है, मेरे लेफ्ट साइड में कौन बैठा है। दिस इज द प्रोसेस ऑफ थिंकिंग कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग, दिस इज द बेस। कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग ए फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड से भी स्टार्ट हो सकता है, लेकिन वो टीचर के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है, ट्रेनिंग के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है। एज अ गवर्नमेंट हमें सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये थिंकिंग प्रोसेस टीचर में लाने के लिए हमें क्या करना चाहिए। सिर्फ कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग वो 6 स्टैंडर्ड से 9 स्टैंडर्ड से स्टार्ट हो सकती है, वो नहीं है, फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड से भी स्टार्ट हो सकते हैं। लेकिन AI अगर हमें इंट्रोड्यूस करना है, तो AI का यूज हमें 6 स्टैंडर्ड से करना चाहिए, ऐसा मैं सोच रही हूँ, ये मेरी धारणा है। 6 to 8 स्टैंडर्ड्स हम अगर उसे जैसे हम बोल रहे हैं कि अवेयरनेस लेवल पे उसे इंट्रोड्यूस करें, गेमिफिकेशन क्या है, गेमिंग क्या है, उसके इथिक्स क्या है, ऐसे अगर हम इंट्रोड्यूस करते जाए, और स्टूडेंट्स को व्हाई एंड हाउ, जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल ऑपरेशंस है वो हमें क्यों यूज, म्हणजे रैदर यूज कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग, यूज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस रैदर देन टेक्नोलॉजिकल ऑपरेशंस। जब बच्चे वो सोचे कि हम क्यों चाहते हैं ये टेक्नोलॉजी, हम क्यों यूज करें, हाउ एंड व्हाई, अगर इनका आंसर स्टूडेंट को मिल जाए, टीचर को मिल जाए, तभी उसका इफेक्ट हमें दिखेगा। नहीं तो टीचर का जो ग्रोथ माइंडसेट है, 2 तरह के माइंडसेट होते हैं, एक फिक्स्ड माइंडसेट और ग्रोथ माइंडसेट। अगर हम ग्रोथ माइंडसेट के बारे में ही ज्यादा डिस्कस करें तो अच्छा है, क्योंकि आज AI ड्राइवन वर्ल्ड है, AI बज वर्ल्ड है, कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग वर्ल्ड आ चुका है, और हमारे करिकुलम में, सिलेबस में ये वर्ड ऑलरेडी आ चुका है। 6 to 8 स्टैंडर्ड में हमें आइटरेशन, कोडिंग, ऐसे कॉम्पिटेंसीज दी गई है। उस हिसाब से सिलेबस तो बनाना ही पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो सोचने की ये जो थिंकिंग प्रोसेस है वो बदलनी पड़ेगी, और उस हिसाब से वो पॉलिसी में लाना पड़ेगा, सिलेबस बनाते समय, टेक्स्ट बुक बनाते समय। और इंटीग्रेटेड मैनर में जब सर ने पूछा कि AI और सिटी हम इंटीग्रेटेड एज अ सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा सकते हैं क्या, तो मेरा आंसर यही होगा कि AI एंड सिटी ये इंटीग्रेटेड मैनर में पढ़ानी चाहिए, क्योंकि दिस इज द ब्लेंडेड अप्रोच ऑफ NEP 2020 एंड मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी फ्लेक्सिबल मैनर। अगर इंटीग्रेटेड मैनर में हो तो वो अच्छा होगा, क्योंकि लॉजिकल उसका आंसर उसे मिलेगा। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्यों पढ़ाना है, उसका लॉजिकल आंसर उसे कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग से मिलेगा। इसलिए दिस 2 सब्जेक्ट्स AI एंड सिटी आर शुड बी इन एन इंटीग्रेटेड मैनर। और जो भी करिकुलम के ऑब्जेक्टिव होते हैं, जो जिसे हम लर्निंग स्टैंडर्ड बोलते हैं, क्योंकि लर्निंग स्टैंडर्ड है, करिकुलर गोल्स है, लर्निंग आउटकम्स है, कॉम्पिटेंसीज है, ये सब अचीव करने के लिए, और हम 21st सेंचुरी स्किल के बारे में बोलते हैं, डिजिटल सिटीजनशिप के बारे में बोलते हैं। व्हाट इज मीन बाय डिजिटल सिटीजनशिप? जो भी हमारा एआई और सिटी के बारे में हमने जो भी पढ़ा है, उसका यूटिलाइजेशन हम प्रॉपर करें। एक ह्यूटागोगी टर्म है, ह्यूटागोगी मीन्स टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज लेकिन इन प्रॉपर मैनर एंड इन प्रॉपर प्लेस, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज ह्यूटागोगी। बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी तो आ गई, टेक्नोलॉजी इन एजुकेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी ऑफ एजुकेशन, these are the two different terms. And as a government officer, we are thinking about these minute but very meant words and thinking about that. And our teachers will be the मेन सेंटर रोल, मेन रोल टीचर का ही है, क्योंकि हम कागज पर वो लाते हैं लेकिन एक्चुअली जो क्लासरूम में एग्जीक्यूट होता है वो टीचर के थ्रू ही होता है। इसलिए टीचर हमारे लिए मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि उनका ही माइंडसेट और उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्ड की जिम्मेदारी भी गवर्नमेंट की है। उस हिसाब से वो ट्रेनिंग स्किल वाइज अगर हम इम्प्लीमेंट करें तो इसका रिजल्ट अच्छा ही दिखेगा, ये मुझे विश्वास है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think this emphasis that Manisha brought in, that we have to think about scale. I think this is very, very important in this country. There is a lot that is possible in a single school, maybe in some small this thing, but the problems are big, and it's very difficult to do anything in a small scale here anyway, because whatever you have, there is a large system impacting you. And so I think the problem of scale is something really huge in this country to think about. Everything that we talk about, how does it really scale up? And also, I think here, large number of people present are from private schools, but in government schools and in the government system, the reality working with that, I think these are very important issues. And Manisha has brought up many of the issues that where even if there is conceptual clarity, implementation, the challenges of implementation and changing the system are something that she has underlined. Thank you very much. So we'll now have a short round of panelists responding to others. So let's start again with Ajinkya.
Thank you, Jam. I very well agree with what Arpita ji said, that a group of four is an ideal setup that we can pick it up. And what Anay rightly quoted is a complex problem that we are all going through in a simple code, that you will get what you measure. So I think the points which Arpita ji and Anay said and Manisha ma'am said, and what I feel can be an approach for all of us, which we can expand with your opinions and questions also down the line, is so CT can stay in primary level or grades as it is. And for teachers, we can have a module which has two approach. One approach is how to actually use AI, and another approach is how AI actually works. Knowing only one would not suffice. I agree with Arpita ji. And see, for students, self learning is a big time risk which is coming up. So if a student doesn't understand a concept, 10 years back he would come again to teacher or to go to parent and ask. But now they know what to do. They open up Gemini, Chat GPT, or even the WhatsApp Meta answers to them nowadays. So there can be something very extensively as a pedagogy training. We cannot definitely have a separate subject as a mandate for all the schools. It's not possible for all of us. But what we can look at, what I personally feel is, we can have a serious relook at IT curriculum, and maybe now it's a time that we shift from IT to AI and IT, or AI where IT becomes integral, and we start giving students exposure to what AI can do and how AI works little early from grade 6. I think this can be an approach with a two-prong method, wherein we have extensive training for teachers, as well as we we gamify for students so that the excitement is created, which then later translates into curiosity. And by the time they reaches grade 10, 12, they also have ability to understand the limitation biasness of AI, wherein we can have a balanced approach. That would what I feel.
I haven't really entirely disagreed with anyone, so I don't have anything to counter. Everybody, I mean, there's so much to talk about it that, and it's also kind of getting beaten to death in all the different conferences that happen. One thing that I do feel from all the general concerns that are coming up, and some of them that did come up here as well, is maybe you guys being the people who handle work with computers more than the other people in your organization. Maybe you can set up presentations for the rest of the teachers showing them how AI works and telling them that the kids are faster than them. You remember in COVID, when everybody went online, it was the students' playing ground. Teachers were struggling to figure it out. Kids could do all sorts of things and figure it out half the time. How the good intention students were helping the teachers, the other ones were pulling a fast one on right from attendance and everything. So this is something that the younger brains are better at using than our older ones. But maybe you can show teachers, the rest of the school teachers, as to how it works. And then the problem that did come up in the panel is the homework and all that stuff that the kids do, which they definitely very easily can just even take a picture and upload it and say, hey, ChatGPT or someone solve this for me. So maybe showing the teachers how easily it happens and asking them also to rethink their assignments a little, and then as a collaborative effort, maybe the integration, maybe even if it is not direct integration, at least uh, things that no longer make sense in homework can be eliminated and some different things can start coming in. There you can create room, and some of the assignments can be made in such a way that accept that they are going to use AI and then design the homework assignments. So using AI can come through your integrated approach somewhat, and teaching the logic and thought process and building something that in a way like AI would think is something that can happen in the computational thinking class is what I feel could work out as a gradual evolved thing across subjects.
Um, Again, not disagreeing with anyone. As I said, this is just a new field, right? We just have a lot of experiences, personal as well as what we are seeing around, and we are talking from that. There were two mentions that did come out, as what Dr. Arpita mentioned at the beginning, is AI at its core, even though it looks simple, it is driven by a huge amount of mathematics, right? Again, we can come down at a very level and say it is driven by something called as a linear algebra. So if you are teaching algebra in mathematics, you can say that, algebra doesn't tell you how to find x. If done quick enough, it can also write those letters for you. Right? So there is a relation which is going on between what we are teaching, the basic simple mathematics in school, to what is powering all these systems all together. Just that the computers can do a lot of those equations in a rapid amount of time. That's why it looks magical. Um, but when it does a lot of those things together, we don't have infinite memory, infinite capacity. It has to stop at some point. It has to base its responses on something else. And that is exactly where the biases come into picture, right? Which is what I am generally more concerned about when we are trying to do this. Um, the general example would be if you are trying to, if you, there are generative AIs, right, that can draw pictures, right? If you ask, if a child goes and is given a assignment, right, create a picture of a clock that shows 3:15 p.m. Right? The child tries to use a AI. Most probably, what is going to happen? Probably some of you can try this out as well. If you ask it to draw a clock at 3:15 p.m., there is a high chance that it will draw a clock at 10:10. Right? Again, why? Because most of the images online on the watch and the clock is having 10:10 on it. Right? So that is what just can't figure out what means what. Obviously, it will improve over the time, but this is how the biases are. Those biases get serious when we talk about various aspects like skin color, gender, and how those things are supposed to be, right? Obviously, a lot of people are trying to optimize their training things based on these biases, but systems are available, right? And all biases are not handled. Um, when we used to make it clear, right? Humans have something called as cognitive biases, and we have not. I don't think we are teaching that in schools to children, right? Now we have AI biases on top of that. So first we have to fix our own biases. For that, I need to know what biases I can have subconsciously, and then I also need to know, okay, what biases AI can create. The next big problem that can come into is hallucinations, right? If you are really trying to write something, official letter to someone, and AI hallucinates and gives some reference to a document which doesn't exist. So if you are creating some letter, right? If you are responding to a government office and you want to refer to some previous circular or something, just make sure that the letter you have got has the correct, reference number on it. But yes, the biggest topic is a scale. And I have experience of working with teachers. My wife is a teacher. My father used to be a teacher. And what they don't have is time, right? They are first of all trying to teach something in the class, whatever time is given. To a latest extent, now they have been told what they should cover, week by week. On top, yeah, lesson plans like week by week, and they are trying to make that possible in all challenging complications. On top of that, they have those additional, do this document, do that document, submit this data, and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that should not be done, but my general question is, where is the time, right? And on top of that, now we are saying, you know what? Now you need to learn AI. When none of the industry experts are themselves aware what the AI is going to do, right? So but the fact being AI is going to be there. It's just that, in all these challenging environments, how do we fix it? How do we find the time? That is also going to be part of the scalability issues that we discussed, right? So yes, maybe some of you, all of you, if you're doing some experiments from your own side, and if you can share them openly, we did this worked well. Somebody can say, you know what, we tried to do it in this way with the students, and students are responding to it very well. They were like in one of the remote villages, right? When people try to learn English, what is the problem with them is that there is nobody with them who can talk to them in English, right? Maybe ChatGPT can solve that problem. And this could be an interesting experiment, right? Which probably some of us can try. If it works well, yeah, we have a data point for it, right? And that's how we can get going about it while solving a real problem without really making it an issue. One interesting point before I just end, right, I'll mention is when we did the CARES curriculum in the sixth standard, we introduced something called as Discord or WhatsApp, like, something like those. Why? Because we wanted to introduce the idea of communities where students can then go and connect with experts and find a help on certain matter without having to disturb the teacher. That part of the curriculum got stripped off because this is the concern which came, right? That parents would complain that the students are chatting, right? And now we are talking about AI, which I believe is much, much more riskier and unknown field than having a WhatsApp or a Discord on your phone. But that has got integrated with the curriculum. Yeah, because everybody wants it. So somewhere down the line, right? Yeah, we are dealing with a lot of hype. We are dealing with a lot of things which parents believe. We are seeing a lot of things which people think, oh, you know what, this is important, right? So have that. We see Discord and ChatGPT as merely chatting tools, but AI is something which is more safer. Yeah, just a normal perception, but yes, those things exist. So deal with our own biases. We have to deal with our own biases. We have to deal with biases with AI and its own hallucinations, and also the perception of people.
थैंक यू एवरीवन आई ऑल्सो नॉट डिसएग्री विथ एनीवन बिकॉज जो भी रोल वो प्ले कर रहे हैं उनके हिसाब से जो भी एक्सपीरियंस है एग्जांपल है हर एक ने अपने एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बताया मैं इतना ही बताना चाहूंगी कि जो मैथ्स करिकुलम बन रहा है तो उसमें दो नए कंसेप्ट आ चुके हैं जैसे कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग रिलेटेड नजरी नक्शा नजरी नक्शा मीन्स क्या है? हम जो मेंटल मैपिंग करते हैं तो मेंटल मैपिंग के बारे में कैसे सोचते हैं? हर एक बच्चा अलग तरह से उसे कैसे सोचता है? अगर स्कूल से मुझे घर जाना है, घर से स्कूल जाना है, तो उसी समय जाते समय मैं क्या सोचूंगी? कहाँ से कहाँ जाना है, कहाँ जाना अच्छा होगा, कैसे जल्दी पहुंच सकती हूँ? ये जो थिंकिंग हो रहा है तो वो भी एक अल्गोरिदम थिंकिंग है। कोई भी रियल लाइफ में हमारा रियल लाइफ में कोई भी सिचुएशन हो तो हर एक, अगर पढ़े हुए हो या ना पढ़े हुए हो, हमारे पेरेंट्स के बारे में सोचिए, नाना नानी के बारे में सोचिए, किसी के बारे में आप सोचेंगे तो ज्यादा पढ़े हुए नहीं है। और एक रिसर्च सर्वे भी आया था कि जो बच्चा स्कूल में नहीं गया लेकिन मार्केट में बेच रहा है तो उसकी मैथमेटिकल कैपेसिटी अच्छी है। तो वो रिसर्च सर्वे क्या दिखाता है? स्कूल में जाना, स्कूल बंद करने चाहिए क्या? नहीं, स्कूल इज द एक सिस्टम है स्कूल में जो फॉर्मल एजुकेशन मिलेगी, लेकिन इसका मतलब क्या है? तो हमें उसके ऊपर थिंक करना पड़ेगा कि उसकी मैथमेटिकल कैपेसिटी क्यों बढ़ चुकी है। ये इसके नजरी नक्शा और एक फ्रैक्टल ज्योमेट्री। तो एआई रिलेटेड टू फ्रैक्टल ज्योमेट्री हमें पढ़ाने हैं। हम भी हमारा भी एमएससी जूलॉजी मेरा हो गया और अभी मैं मैथ्स डिपार्टमेंट हेड कर रही हूँ। लेकिन ये फ्रैक्टल ज्योमेट्री क्या है पता है, लेकिन उसकी कंसेप्ट जानने के लिए एआई का यूज हुआ कि क्या है एक्चुअली फ्रैक्टल ज्योमेट्री। जो भी हम वनस्पति में या जो प्लांट्स में दिखती है उसकी अलाइनमेंट कैसी होती है, जो भी हमारे एनिमल्स है उसमें उसकी अलाइनमेंट कैसी होती है, तो इस हिसाब से उसे देखना पड़ता है। और नए जो भी कंसेप्ट आ चुके हैं उस कंसेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी के लिए एआई भी जरूरी है और कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग भी जरूरी है। और लास्ट में एक मैं सेंटेंस कहना चाहूंगी कि टेक्नोलॉजी आर बैड स्लेवर्स बट, या टेक्नोलॉजी आर गुड स्लेवर्स बट बैड टास्क मास्टर्स। तो हमें ये सेंटेंस ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि टेक्नोलॉजी है किसके लिए? हम टास्क मास्टर बने या हम उसके स्लेवर्स बने। यही हर एक सिटीजन या हर एक नागरिक सोचेगा तो उसका इम्पैक्ट अच्छा ही होगा और इस एआई ड्राइवन वर्ल्ड में हम टिक सकेंगे। और इंडिया को हम फर्स्ट नंबर में ले जाना चाहते हैं तो हमारा वो इंटेंशन भी अचीव हो जाएगा। इतना ही, थैंक यू।
Thank you, Manisha. So let me thank all the panelists for very, very invigorating discussion. And before I open it up to this, I want to pose a couple of more questions to add to the thing. Firstly, since everybody said nobody can disagree with anything, I thought I should disagree with something so that some, come on, what kind of a panel is it if people are not fighting with each other, right? Okay, so I thought, I should pose throw a spanner into the works, right? So the thing is that, of course, the program chairs were very careful. They didn't want me to give a talk on this. That's why they made me, chair of the panel so that I shut up and let others speak. But let me not resist, so I'll add one point at least. See, there's been a tradition in education that what goes into school education is something on which there is social consensus, right? Um, it's unless it's a compulsory subject for everybody that everyone should this thing, we don't bring it into school. So for instance, computing, right? Computing started in the university and it started off as for some people. And at some point, university education, higher education, it was a consensus that everybody needs to learn computing. And computing was made compulsory for all students getting into higher education. And then it came to schools. And then it came to schools in a way that we said, oh my God, then it's not even doing that. And then we, all this computational thinking in schools we are doing. AI is not a compulsory subject in the university yet. It's not something that ISER Pune, Amit, is ISER Pune having AI as a core curriculum for all students? No. I don't know, so yesterday we heard all this presentation, but in the UK, no University of Cambridge does not have AI as core for all its undergraduate students. So what's the hurry to bring it into schools? So traditionally we have, I'm not saying we should only follow tradition, we can do new things, but we have not brought anything into school education until we have, it has become common in university education. That has been a practice, and I think there is a certain conservatism to that, so that, you know, we get, you know, children are something else, right? I mean, so why not start at the university, understand the whole thing? And with undergrad, I'm teaching undergraduate students, and many of these things that we talked about, I mean, grappling every day with designing assessments where you know that students are going to use AI. How do you do all that? The difficulties are immense, and universities are going through a churn dealing with AI tools and teaching AI. Computer science departments are having enormous trouble teaching AI to students and doing precisely the kind of difficulties that Arpita was pointing out. Use of AI is different from internals of AI. AI is changing a lot. By the way, even the thing that you said about 20,000 dogs and so on, the way of training has changed. Transformer architecture is changing all these things. So even what is neural networks, how they're done is changing. So universities are still grappling with it. What's the hurry for schools, right? So let me just pose that. So as I said, not only for the panel, but for everyone to also respond to. And yeah, so let's have questions. And if you want to address questions specifically for some particular panelist, that's fine, or to pose in general, that's fine as well. Comments, clarifications, questions, all are welcome.
Uh, so I guess I'm just going to agree with Jam, and that's all. But effectively, the in the following sense, uh, I do not think of AI as a subject yet. Is a tool. It's a tool that is very powerful. Uh, I get a lot of flack from a lot of colleagues for saying that AI is not a subject, because there are departments of AI in various universities and so on and so forth. So, you know, of course, their existential crisis comes to fore. Uh, but at least it's definitely a tool. That's one thing. Uh, that should be exposed to the students, because they simply cannot escape it, unfortunately. And that's the difference, for example, between AI currently and how many other subjects began. So I think I agree with Jam that we should wait for AI to become a subject as academics to as a sort of say well-studied academic subject. Until then, what needs to be done is to tell the students what the limitations and the uses of AI are, all aspects of it, powerful, ethical. There's a whole bunch of things that we can talk about. So the other aspect is that large, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know how it is, but compared to many other tools, this is one of the tool or one of the sort of the topics or subjects or whatever you want to call it that has been developed almost exclusively in commercial domain as opposed to academic domain. And that has its own really different implications than, for example, how computer science was developed in universities. AI is developed by companies. And I think that just throws off so the whole discussion into a direction that it should not really go into in terms of education. But and there's a lot to discuss about why that happens. But anyway, so I think those are the two main points.
Yeah, so yeah, I also disagree with the idea that teaching AI at schools. See, the thing is, it will be more like some of my concerns and some suggestions. So rather than see what is about, like if we think about, like Madam said, teaching AI, so it requires strong computational skills. I am not just talking about computational thinking, the proper computational skills we need, and yeah, some good level of mathematics. I don't think so students have very good idea about linear algebra, even if they have introduced in schools of those techniques. So rather than that, what we can do is just introduce AI with these, like a social science subject, like uh,
pros and cons and like what we should do, because using AI, I don't think so it's a very big deal. Okay, I have a problem, I will just type it and search. I mean, what's the big deal about it? So rather than that, we can, tell them, actually educate them about, like, okay, not to fall in love with an AI entity. And another and improve on the computational, computation based subject. Like, I don't know about these days, but at my time in my school, I was in Kendra Vidyalaya, there was no exam on computers and nothing we used to do in computer class. Just it was a like fun class. Okay, yeah, I will keep limited. And one more thing is, like, we should not, I think, remove the fact, like quadratic equation. So solving more problems is important because everyone has different level of, something God given intelligence factor. So yeah, we can do better. So that's why there are more problems. So we should not, I think, disturb that. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Good morning and namaste, sir and ma'am. My name is Namita Pradhan. I am from Odisha. I am an education officer in Odisha government. I want to share something about computational thinking in school. As I am working as a principal in school, uh, computational thinking is related to all the subjects. So in government of Odisha, school and mass education, in cooperation with SCRT Odisha, the computational thinking in different subjects has been divided into four categories. Computational thinking in literature subject. In Odisha, that is known as Sahitya Srujani, means innovation in literature. In mathematics, that is called as Kaushali, means skill path. And in science, computational thinking is called as innovation. Then in social science also, Kridangana, social science and games, that has been called as Kridangana. So as computational thinking was initially taken as part of co-curricular activities initially from 2020 to 23 after the acceptance of teachers from all the government school, that has been taken as integrated part in core curriculum along with the textbook. 20% syllabus of related to computational thinking has been taken, and combinedly that has been taken for ninth and 10th initially, and from board exam also 20% subject, 20% parts has been taken from computational thinking. And after this, that has been taken to class 6, 7, 8 level from this session. So I think this should not be taken as a separate subject, or not compulsorily, but that should be integrated along with the school subjects. Thank you.
Before we move on, I want to add to what Jam said. So I think Jam is finding more support in the audience. So I would like to add one concern. See, I completely agree with the statement that you made, that the subject knowledge should come at school level when it becomes absolute necessary and need at the larger level. But at the same time, AI is like a open field with no rules right now. And if we don't sensitize the students at right age, then we might get a generation who would have a thinking pattern developed which is slightly flawed. So just to put it in an example, when we got phones which can store numbers, we stopped memorizing the numbers. When we got GPS, we stopped remembering the roads. Now the thing is, even in cities where we have been living from 2 3 decades, we use GPS. Over dependency. So if we don't create right boundaries, we may get students with flawed thinking pattern, and I think that's a bigger concern to address rather than having AI in education. And with that two context, I think controlled exposure to AI, of course, the degree can vary, like ma'am said, the 20% here and there. Degree of exposure can vary, but I believe there is all definite need of having a controlled exposure and teaching on AI. Yeah.
Hi, good morning. I just I just have a question, and it's from a layman's perspective. That ma'am said that we have to be the task masters, not the slave. Okay, but they're children, okay? They don't know what is good for them, what is not, and how they will, they can be controlled and all. So if the AI is in their hand, the Google, the Chat GPT, everything, how they know that, what things they is ethical and, they should use or they should not, and how this will help them to, think creatively at a very early age. If they are exposed to this AI, they're not thinking or they are not doing anything by their own. They just want to refer everything, from they get everything from the AI. So in that case, in our generation, we are not exposed to these things. Now we have to think about this, and we, after thinking, we, do the thing. Then how can be this can be solved through this AI, and how this will help the children to think creatively.
Yeah, so I think kind of what Ajinkya was saying, that yeah, I understand that we need a kind of a control environment, and kind of we need to expose people to all of those, and there's a need of also a critical part of each of those. But why do you need a separate curriculum for this, right? Shouldn't you also kind of, I'm saying that, isn't it this control environment is required for the other subject domains as well, right? And shouldn't we kind of think about that? We start talking having an AI curriculum, we start having an teaching Excel and another IT curriculum one. There are n number of curriculums that can come on to the schools and that are coming in, right? Shouldn't I think of that? How do you kind of integrate those tools into our on those interventions in our across the subject domains or in our pedagogic interventions, right? Rather than, or else it's kind of the still the we having the AI sitting in those silos, right? Or those any of those tools sitting in silos, but we do not find those integrations across those domains, right? So yeah.
I have two perspectives. The first perspective is that NEP now says that ICT is no more a separate subject, right? As per NEP, it's part of the existing curriculum. So that clearly says from NEP's point of view that there are only now this set of 7 or 8 curricular areas, and there is nothing called as ICT anymore. It's integrated into the existing curriculum. And the second aspect that I want to say is that there is so much buzz, so much knowledge being created. Some evangelists will say now financial inclusion should be taught in schools. Somebody will say computational thinking has to be. There are so many topics that are getting added in this complex world, and everybody is advocating that it should be taught to the children. It's right. But if you see the perspective of the teacher who has a fixed amount of time, as Anai said, where does it get included into? Which subject do you decrease or do you add to the burden of the teachers? So these two perspectives I wanted to place before the committee.
Uh, I won't take much of time, sir. I have just two questions. Just as for now, as we see that AI tools that are developed as for now that we use like ChatGPT or Gemini, they are of Western developers and are set with a Western perspective. And we know that in our schooling system, we have it children from various traditions and various diverse backgrounds. So how can you make sure that they're with the biased nature of the AI system, that their non-Western culture will not be influenced by the answers or that we get from the new tools, AI tools that we used. And my second question is regarding the teachers, that with the pace that AI is growing, no doubt that AI has a potential to change the learning outcome of the student, but with the pace it is growing, don't you think that it is diminishing the authority of the teacher in the classroom? Or some way with the pace it is going, somewhere teachers are feeling less relevant, their credibility is somewhat questioned when it comes to the use of AI in such a pace. So I want that how what measures that we should have to take in order to strike the balance, that teachers should be seen as a not should be seen as a dispenser of information, but should be also seen as a facilitators of learning. So what measures should we take for those? So these two questions. Thank you.
Um, I feel AI, like the learning pattern or the teaching pattern of the teachers have evolved with time. Earlier it was like chalk and blackboard, now it has turned to smart boards. So I think we should look at AI as a tool for the teachers to enhance their teaching learning methodology. Earlier, like when we were in schools, there was no concept of teaching aids. Teaching aid was our textbook, and typically who all were auditory learners, they learned better. But now with the changing scenario, now we do know that there are 9 types of learners, and we need to have inclusive classrooms, and we should have everything for them. And this AI, with the help of AI, we are able to give all these things to the children. So instead of looking at AI as a threat, we should use AI as a tool. We can also have customized videos for the children who learn better seeing the videos, or watching some things, or listening to some things. So I feel rather than looking at AI as a threat, can uh, can that be replaceable? Of course teachers cannot be replaced in any scenario, because now the children know, they have the whole spectrum. But what to see, the teacher tells. Am I at this end of the spectrum or at that end? The child is not able to figure out. There the teacher is the facilitator for the AI. It's what I feel.
Hi, I and my colleague are from educational initiatives, and we found ourselves agreeing very strongly with the panelists because we feel there is an urgency to teach AI to kids now because it's democratized creating stuff. You can create, previously, you'd go to a website developer, but now you can do it yourself, creating images, creating videos, creating code without really knowing the programming language, planning stuff, creating a weekly schedule for yourself, custom to that child. And as a maybe 12, 13-year old, if you told me you wait till that senior of yours in undergrad uses it and tells you this is okay for you to use, I'll be a kyun bhai, why can't I do it now? And we've seen like definite pluses to it, even with the uncertainty. Like we are big fans of the PHET simulations that a teacher yesterday spoke about. That's fabulous. But there's so much more the teacher themselves and the students themselves can also simulate, right? Like you can simulate a small disease spread in a sample, or a predator prey relationship, or the 100 door puzzle like we were discussing. So these are things the child or the teacher can run. So there are definite pluses. Perhaps if you probably add that layer of, like you said, caution, or layer of education on it. My question simply was because we see the CS classroom kind of changing so quickly. We have a lot of empathy for teachers who teach CS, computer science, for grades 6 to 9. You guys are amazing. So, how do you maybe see the CS classroom bearing more of the burden, or bringing thinking back to the CS class in an era where CT and AI need to maybe be delved into deeper? Thank you.
I'm Umanath from Chennai. I work in IT for the past 20 years, but I write for children also, and also contributing for some educational aspects in Tamil Nadu. So first thing is about Jam's idea of not bringing AI into schools so early. So historically, when you see whichever technology or new thing that is coming, it is brought. It is once it is in the common people, only then it is acknowledged. For example, radio took around 25 years for a common people to access. TV took around 10 to 15 years. Computers took 10 years. Internet took 5 years. But this AI, generative AI, specifically, I think everybody are talking about generative AI. AI has been there for around 50 years, but generative AI had been just in, say, less than a year or two, you can say that way. So it is changing life. So the first point is it has to be
brought into the school in some other format. What I foresee is uh, this, like integrating ICT inside each and every subject, each and every subject syllabus, teaching, assessment will be relooked within few years with inclusion of AI into the system. The assessment will definitely change a lot. The textbook will be changing. In fact, the teaching methodology will go a rapid change. Uh, so it is like, again, it is not a technology. Like I see that many are still seeing AI as a extended search engine. It is definitely not an extended search engine. It is more than that. The students have started using effectively. The teachers are still reluctant or resistant towards using AI and the power of AI. One friend asked whether teachers' respect will be gone. Definitely, it will be a toss until and unless you don't understand the power of AI. And the most important thing is, during every era, the purpose of education, or it was a teacher-centric class. Now we have slowly shifted towards child-centric classrooms. In that case, definitely there will be more concentration on how the children are going to learn. Rather than what the children were going to learn was last last century's point. Now, how the children are going to learn. So in that sense, AI will definitely make a larger sense, uh, and also how it is going to impact each and every corner of this education is very, very important. I think it is going to impact a huge sense in teacher perspective, as well as every corner of the education what we are going to speak. Uh, there is also a perception like we are more technology dependent. Like when phone came, we lost memorizing the numbers, or GPS came, we lost the routes. Uh, the other question is, why should we remember everything? We have a lot other more things to where we can explore. So technology is always handy, and it doesn't mean we are going to become lazy. We explore the other areas where a human can make it life simplifying. We can concentrate on those areas. Thank you.
So, one second. Okay.
Good morning. Myself, Pritikona. I just want to say why the creator himself is scared of creation. Means AI is the creation of the human being only, na? Why we are scared of using AI as tool? Every coin have two aspects. Every coin have a good side and a bad side. Okay, why we are focusing on only the bad side of AI? If we are not going to give the access to AI, is it possible that it will work for us personally? If a doctor wants to operate a person, he can only dialyze, or he can only get the reports from the AI. The human touch will never discriminated, or the human touch will never be eliminated from that person, that position, na? That a doctor cannot operate without his own touch. A doctor cannot give the aspects of reports in the AI, and the AI will work for him. So similarly, why the creator? We are the creator of AI. We are not the slave of AI, isn't it? So if we are teaching AI to our school, if we are teaching AI to our students, so it is going to give us a helping hand only. It is like a aid to us. If for in general, if we say, recently we had a scenario of COVID. Okay, at that time we all got touch through AI only. All of a sudden the studies and everything was stopped. But again we all analyze how we can touch with each other. We can have a continue education. How we can go for with the flow without any interruption in between. So that was my point. Thank you.
Yeah. I know there are many, many hands up still. Okay. So last two, since Dr. Revati had also been waiting and here, um, very brief, please.
Yeah. I'm Dr. Avati. I'm a teacher educator in special education. I just wanted to say a few words about teacher educators' perspective. Okay. Uh, Students are using far better than teachers. I just wanted to bring the kind notice that how many teachers knew to use AI across India. So there are different levels of schools. Government schools are there, state boards, central boards. So many schools are there. How many teachers knew that? Most of the private school teachers are using my child's my daughter's teachers are using that, but how they are using it as a tool, but they are not seeing they are not critically analyzing the content what the thing is what the AI is giving. And the teacher education curriculum is still in the same level, that is that only address the ICT tools. Now only we have shifted to smart boards using smart boards and all, but we are not thinking about how we can use AI for our classrooms, for our non-teaching works, or any lesson planning and methodology and all. And so seeing AI content critically, that's what to be developed among teachers using AI and seeing the content critically. Thank you.
Yeah, learning something new is not. Yeah, it should be always right. When I remember our director Ajinkya sir has brought Google Classroom into the schools in 2013, and when there was a COVID, we did not face any difficulty to set up the classrooms, and we had a wonderful Google Classrooms set up that time. So my concern is that when we are using these tools, like there are many tools, Magic School AI. Now Google Classroom has come up with Gemini and ChatGPT. But when, as a teacher, we are exploring it, when we are going it and we are looking for the certain content, so it goes to the paid version. My request is that government has adopt certain tools and it should made it come free for the teachers. The first thing, and like in AI curriculum, I am teaching AI for standard 9th and 10th standard, and there are certain group of students. If someone is going to the in front of biometric, so how biometric is going to recognize the image, and they are very eager to know that. So there should be there are certain group. That's why government has not made it mandatory for all. It is a skill subject. So it should be there. It's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, sorry to conclude this discussion because I know that lots of people have lots of opinions. We would like to have a short response from the panelists once again, and then we'll wrap it up. But I want to, since I threw this panel in the works, I should also clarify that yesterday, if you saw, Jen White was talking about those three pancakes, right? One is about use of AI as tools, right? Another is AI for teaching, for teacher productivity. And the third is teaching about AI. I was only talking about teaching about AI. Of course, you cannot stop children using tools or tell them that, older people will use tools and then only, of course not. Children will use tools. And of course, teachers should use various kinds of tools for productivity. But we are talking about teaching about AI. That's what I was talking about. If teaching about AI is not something even in higher education, should we really think about that? And it's not a hypothetical question. CBSE has put out the curriculum for teaching AI, and it talks about neurons, and and it is teaching about AI for classes 6 to 10. CBSE has already put out a curriculum. Tamil Nadu has put out a curriculum. Karnataka is putting out a curriculum. I've seen that. So all these are already coming out, and right now they are curricula. Tomorrow it's going to come to your classroom. So this is not something abstract. So, and they are talking about teaching about AI. It is not about use of increasing teacher productivity, getting students to use tools in a healthy fashion. We are not talking about that at all. We're talking about teaching about AI as part of the thing. So it is in this context that should we hurry was the question posed. So let's take it on.
Yes. यस यस टीचिंग अबाउट एआई के बारे में मेरा इतना ही कहना है कि एआई ज़रूरी है, लेकिन विद सिलेबस गवर्नमेंट का जो भी सिलेबस है मैथ्स करिकुलम रिलेटेड है तो उससे मैपिंग करके एआई आना चाहिए। हम कोडिंग बोलते हैं लेकिन कोडिंग का अगर हम डेफिनेशन देखें तो कोडिंग इज द स्टेप बाय स्टेप इंस्ट्रक्शन टू कंप्लीट अ टास्क। वो कंप्यूटर हो या मैन ये ह्यूमन बीइंग हो, लेकिन हमें कोई भी टास्क कंप्लीट करने के लिए स्टेप बाय स्टेप इंस्ट्रक्शन देने पड़ते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग वी शुड कीप इन माइंड। एंड आई ओनली speak about you AI, teaching about AI. This is my sentence. Thank you.
I would opine on two, three questions put forth. So I would definitely agree when Sir said that we don't need it as a separate subject. So in so far, it is properly integrated with CT and across all the subject. Of course, in some context where we can get period, Sir's point was there. And with he beautifully brought up that NEP is asking no more ICT as a separate subject. And I am very hopeful and optimistic to having that slot, because having an IT period in school is something which most of the schools have judiciously planned and is already in place. So that slot still becomes available. And I'm hopeful that whoever wants to have a separate curriculum, that slot can be relooked at. And IT curriculum is something which we need to seriously relook at. uh, my personal opinion is we are teaching very, very basic and students are picking up very, very fast. So there's a big gap. Last point, when Sir said that with AI coming in, will teachers lose respect and they will simply be information providers? So I think that is not the case. See, students respect their teachers and the classroom setup because of the fundamental understanding that they have that my teachers know more than me, and that's where the respect is coming from and is anchored. Uh, this equation get disturbed when we look it in the context of AI, and that's why it is actually very important for teachers to get well acquainted with AI and try to have an edge over students so that the equation is maintained.
Yeah. So when we were talking about why AI in schools, right? So I'll go back to what I said in the beginning. We have to differentiate between the learning and the teaching, and then we can put this in the context. But there is a corollary, right? So robotics came first in our lives before AI in a good amount. Probably we don't realize that there is a robot, but ATM machine is a robot, right? ATM machine came in our lives much before, more than a decade ago, but we didn't include robotics in the school, did we? No, right? But now AI is coming up, and the only popular concept of AI that we know of is actually what is called as large language models, not the entire stream. And we are already talking about including it in the school, right? But there are two parts, as I was referring to. Should we teach it? This is a separate matter altogether. But can it be used to aid the education is an entirely different topic. And in that terms, it is important to know how it could be used for what purposes and how it can benefit students as well as teachers. Can it help? Obviously, it can be help. It can be of help for both of them. Exactly how, that is somewhere we need to get into details. Talking about the teacher's role, right? Whether the respect is going to be there or not, I'll just add one thing, right? If having this or having that is causing anybody's respect to degrade, I think we should collectively look at ourselves and think, did we teach the right understanding of respect? That's not what respect is, right? How do I respect my colleague? How do I respect my team member? How do I respect my fellow student? My parents is entirely separate from how competent they are with me or not, right? So there are two different things. I'll skip that part. Commercial background, yes, like everything, there is always a commercial background, but there are open source models also, which are largely driven by this. Those models are also pretty effective right now. There is Kimi 2 and all those things, which we can definitely try out. But one final thing I will end with is there was this question on quadratic equations, right? I was referring to. So I'm not saying we should take out mathematics, right? That is not what my point is. My point is students have more reason to come forward and ask the teachers, why do I need to learn this now when it can be very well done easily with AI? Right? Like for example, trigonometry used to have a very practical scale when people used to sail before GPS, right? Nowadays, it is not that case, but it is there because trigonometry has other purposes. So we should be ready as a teacher to tell the student why they should be learning this confidently and in a more practical way. That's what I was referring to. So yes, again, coming back, AI is going to be there. It's not going away. It's already there. People have seen the potential of it. Exactly how it is going to be there, what impact it is going to bring in is something we collectively need to decide about.
In private schools, whether we should teach AI or not becomes a case of FOMO. There are private agencies doing it. There are schools who subscribe to them and use it as a marketing thing. So if one school is doing it, all schools are going to do it. So I don't think any individual person is going to take that decision. It becomes an ecosystem, business driven marketing decision. The question is, what are you going to teach? It went very off track after the first one or two questions. It became a question of ethics and respect and stuff, which I think was completely beyond the scope of the panel. So, if you're going to teach how to use AI, I think the students are far better than any of us. They are using it more in quantity, they're using it more in quality. You can't teach a pupil who is better at it than you are. So, that is one thing. So basically, the logical thinking, precisely what CSpathshala CTiS does, better logical thinking, better analysis of information that comes in front of you, sorting things out, structuring data, and all of those things. Maybe level it up a little and help get them better skills that they can use in every aspect of life is, I think, what we can do and you are doing at school level. So leveling that up is one thing. The respect and everything, I mean, you have to, it's changing all kinds of jobs. So I don't think teachers are in some magical bubble or anything of the sort. So CBSE and state board mandates that X number of teachers have to be there for Y number of divisions. So everybody will still have a job. Respect is something you have to earn. You have to be better than what things all around you. Nobody else can do it for you. So you don't know what memes are going on about you even right now. The students have separate groups in which all of that is happening. AI is not going to change that. Students have opinions about people. You have opinions about others. Others are going to have opinions about you. So those are not really things that should come up in any debate, is what I feel.
Thank you. Um, well, let me conclude this discussion with first thanking everybody for you know opening up this very important topic and for us to think about. It's clear that there are many questions and for which we don't really have good answers, and it's okay to say we don't have good answers, right? But we need to explore. There are certain things that we cannot ignore, that's for sure, and therefore we are doing certain things. But we need to look at curricular objectives. We need to look at pedagogic imperatives, pedagogically what is right and what is wrong. Take a call. Assessment, have a very clear understanding of assessment, because the way AI tools can change assessment in school is also very important. And for the teaching community, I think this is something to take control on. I think take control of, and I think this is very important. So I would like to end with this saying that it's clear that AI tools are here and are going to be here, and we want to use it. In fact, we have lagged behind enormously in the use of, forget AI, in simply in the use of digital tools in teaching mathematics and science and social science and these. And when we talk about society looking at AI, our social science curricula do not have discussions on technology at all, attitude to technology and these at all. So we are way behind in many things. So AI and the sudden surge is pointing to certain lapses, but I think we need to go back and look at education overall, school education in these things. And AI is one big thing that I think I'd like to end with this thought that we should seriously think about is that purpose of school education has been to understand the world, right? To the world through the word. This is how we have understood purpose of school education. And it was always, when we said the world, we meant the physical world, the natural world, the local environment, the social world. That is how school curricula are structured. And then we realized that the direct physical world is not good enough. You need abstraction. You need to look beyond that. And higher education goes way beyond that. You look at quantum mechanics, but in school you talk about classical mechanics, right? So, but then today internet, social media, AI, all these things have brought virtual worlds into your hands, right? And into children's hands, into so our understanding of the physical world, the social world, all these are actually in a flux right now. And it's true for all of us. I mean, it's not just for children, for all of us. The cognitive laziness that you're talking about is for us. If all your education has not prevented you from becoming cognitively lazy because of GPS, then how do you think that you're going to teach suddenly and children will? No, it's not like that. So our own social worlds and our presence in the worlds is actually changing. And that's something that we are relating to with children. So we need to relate to children, their worlds and our worlds, and interact with that. And that's always been the purpose of education. There is no problem with all that. It's just that when AI suddenly walks into the thing, takes over, and like I said, AI curriculum is suddenly being, CBSE has put out this, and state boards are putting out these things. So we need to question, and it's going to come to computing education as the burden of taking this forward. So it's one thing to talk about it for our own teachers' own things and teacher preparation, and we do not have much experience in technology assessment. Let's be very clear about it. When tools come as teachers, one thing is about tools, but can we really assess them and see what is good pedagogically and what is not? We don't have that strength. Teacher education doesn't give us any of that. So how do we prepare ourselves for that? I think we need to ask, what are the ways in which we can prepare? What are the ways in which we can network, learn from each other, share experiences, share resources? And after all, CTiS is a community. And can we use this community building to look at these challenges that are coming up and form our own answers and get our own clarity? Thank you very much. And I think we have deserved our chai. So I think the organizers think that we deserve more than chai. So, okay.
I, yeah, I request Professor Ramanujam to give the mementos to all the panelists as a token of our appreciation. So that brings us to the end of this session. And we request all of you to assemble outside for a group photograph before you go for your chai. And when you return back from your tea break, those who are in the CT in social science education, school education, societal problems, they should come back to this hall. And those who are in have their abstracts in CT and mathematics, they should go to hall number 106. Hall 2, we would have mentioned it, but that is 106. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So please quickly assemble for a group photograph. Thank you.
Group photo outside on the steps, okay? And after that, chai is on the first floor. So don't go to the first floor now. First group photo, everybody. And also you can pick and choose where you want to go for the parallel session, hall 1 or hall 2. Okay. For participants, you can choose.
रेड बटन रेड बटन. तिकडे एक लॅपटॉप मेघाताईचा जाईल हा. पण इथे लावेल आपण पण जाऊया ग्रुप फोटो.
Yeah, so how much it's on the drive already.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. So it's already on the drive.
It is already on the drive.
Yeah.
Uploaded.
Yeah,
Uploaded. When
yeah.
I have uploaded it.
Huh?
When you uploaded it.
So I have uploaded on Sunday itself by the deadline, but I made some changes. Yeah.
So you have to give that original.
That is the next online one. I have to
Yeah, yeah. So
sure.
मैडम मेरा नाम वंश मोड पर कर दिया है वो वैसे मेरा नाम मोड पर पंकज कुमार है साइंस में
science.
नहीं साइंस ऑल वन में है
There are two sessions for lunch.
या नहीं हो गया चेंज हो गया पहले वंश मोड पर था पहले वंश मोड पर लिखा था तो हाँ इसलिए अभी चेंज हो गया वो दोनों
ये ग्रुप फोटो के नीचे में आपको वहाँ पे अरेंजमेंट करना है. आई विल टेक यू कहाँ पे है. ये लैपटॉप उधर लेके जाना पड़ेगा मेरा तरीका. हाँ मैं किधर रहने वाली हूँ उसके साथ.
हर्षदाला एक येते मी सोबत इथे.
रमेल ना सारिका म्हणजे आता हे झाले.
नाही सारिकाचं इथे लक्ष नव्हते. सारिका आली तरी चालेल. सारिका मग मी उद्या.
Sarika, you stay here only then. You and Harshada.
Connection.
One manage. चलो आने के बाद सेटअप करो.
ये निकालो.
हम जरा जाऊंगी. आज फोटो हो जाएगा. चलो ए आप लेकर आओ सबको शेयर. हाँ
आपको शेअर ठेवते थांब जरा एक मिनिट हे बोर्ड हम पटकन माझा मोबाईल आणि हे
मैंने दिया था वो कॉपी किया दूसरा ने. Ma'am, there is a problem. She will present. She's from teachers UP. Teacher UPS के teacher.
Tell me, you're in hall 1 or hall 2?
Maths.
Hall 2. So after tea break, you come and meet me.
Oh, okay, no problem.
हो जमेल का सारिकाला तिकडे पाठवू. कल्पिता बरोबर.
तिला मेघाला पाहिजे मी सपोर्ट म्हणून तिचं
प्रश्न नाही पण क्लिच नाही झालं पाहिजे. आता हे एक्सपर्ट झालेले आहेत. मी तेच म्हटलेलं. सारिका आणि दोघं कालपासून पाहून एक्सपर्ट झाले.
चालेल तुला ना चालेल.
आणि यू स्टे हिअर.
ठीक आहे.
अँड झूम अरेंज होईल. हिला नेटवर्कच नाही ना आता. हे पोर्ट नाहीये. माझ्या झूमला तिथे लॉग इन करावं लागेल ना.
मग हे अच्छा
चल पहिले फोटो केले. चलो चल कल्पिता.
मम्मी ते बॅनर आहे ना. डे 2 मध्ये जा मॅम.
नाही मिळालं मला.
जरा एक मिनिट हा बॅनर जो आहे ना.
मेरा कुछ भी नहीं है.
इकडेच
केल राईस.
CTiS 2020 ओपन करून बघा.
वगैरे केलं.
रिमेनिंग टाइम
त्याची झूम लिंक पहिले एक तर वेगळी असेल ती पहिले विचारून घ्यावी लागेल. झूम लिंक कोणती आहे ती नक्की
लग नहीं रहा. कोई भी रखा ना बैनर. Where is that? Where is that? मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूँ फिर मेगा.
चलो मैंने वो डाल दिया.
हमारा तुला हवंय हे तुझं घेऊन जा चल तिथे सध्या राहू दे म्हणतो तू जाना चल जल्दी ये. नाही जायचं पाहिजे फोटो माझा मोबाईल माझा आहे तो माझं तुझ्याकडे आहे ना
ये लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग का कैमरा ऑन है या कुछ है, कुछ ऑफ करना है, क्या करना है, मुझे कुछ भी नहीं पता.
लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हमको ये करना पड़ेगा फिर मीटिंग लेनी चाहिए ना चलो क्या प्रॉब्लम है गॉड
ये बोलायचं तुला समजून.
कि वो हॉल से बैटरी संजना के पास हाँ देंगे
हेलो.
ఊరికే ఫోటో ఎలాగ అక్కడ నిలబడతావు పోడియం దగ్గర ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు యాక్షన్ కి రియల్ యాక్షన్ లోకి వెళ్తాం కదా పోడియం దగ్గర అక్కడ ఓకే ఓకే
ఓకేనా మేడం ఇక్కడ ఇక్కడేనా ఇది మీది మాది ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ హాల్ 2 సార్
विचारलं म्हटलं तुला मी कसं चाललंय काय तुला काय बोलले नाहीत म्हटलं नाही हो मी टेन्शन मध्ये होते कसं करायचं ते म्हटलं तरी म्हटलं हा मॅम चाललंय व्यवस्थित चाललंय तरी जाऊन दे म्हटलं ते मला म्हटलं ठीक आहे चला. नाही पिलाय ना मी चहा एकदा पिला बसून
टॉपिक्स है सब इस सर
अपन सर है ना वो लेट आ रहे हैं तो पहले वो लिपिका मैम का दिखाना
एक शीट तो ना अपना डे 2 वाला
है ना। ये जो सर है ना वो लेट आ रहे
नहीं नहीं यहाँ उस रूम पर चाहिए मुझे डे हॉल 2 वाला आई टेक दिस ओके ये एक है यहाँ पे जा रही है लेकिन
हाँ ठीक है ना हॉल टू आई डोंट वांट
नो नो फोर्थ वन ना here it is.
हाँ नो आई हैव हर नेम यस यस
बट शी रिक्वायर्स सर्टिफिकेट वाली उसे लगेगा आपने कहा है और प्रिंट आउट कुछ तो काम करो मत अपना भी रख लीजिए आप। ठीक है हाँ। Harshala. Harsha, she is writing over there. Student will give it to you. Right? Sure, ma'am. I'm presenting alone.
Okay.
Harsha.
May I know your name? Rohan. Okay, so you will be at the last because you said that you will be coming late. Yeah.
I'll start.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing tea break. So, I'm Gauri Joshi, the session chair for this session. So, I welcome you all. The session focuses on the theme of computational thinking in school education and societal challenges. So, we have with us, we'll start the session with Lipika Sarkar from Resource Center Meghe Group of Schools. Mrs. Lipika Sarkar brings a data driven perspective through her quantitative analysis of Bebra's Challenge 2024 results, reflecting how computational thinking is shaping school education outcomes. So, we welcome you, Lipika ma'am.
Go there. Good morning, one and all present here, all the dignitaries. And I really want to thank CTiS team, Sonia ma'am. I want to thank my RC head, Geeta ma'am, and Sabita ma'am for giving me this opportunity on talking about this topic. So I will start with the topic, which is closing the gap, computational thinking gap, which is insights from Bebra's Challenge 2024 exam, which was conducted across all the Meghe group of schools. So maybe I don't know how many of you know, but we are the pilot batch which started integrating this curriculum of CSpathshala, and we have integrated in our math and computer curriculum. Ma'am, can we? Yeah. So CSpathshala and we make a group of school. We together work. We have integrated aims to foster mindset for logical thinking, abstraction, and creativity from an early age. So we have started on the ages of CSpathshala, which we started from 2018. We conduct Bibras challenge in our schools throughout. So I will take you through the background of what Bibras challenge is and how do we conduct that exam. Yes. So computational thinking, which we all know, just like numeracy and digital literacy, it's very important part nowadays where NEP also is stressing a lot on why CT is important. When we are talking about CT, we are not talking about computer. So that's what we tell all our students that what do you call calculator in Hindi? Sanganak, right? And we call the same computer also is called Sanganak. So it's nothing but a advanced calculator. So computational thinking and computer, we usually mess around these two words with what computational thinking it. It is not coding at all. It is thinking that way, creating critical thinking among the kids is what we focus on. Ma'am, next. So I thank Bebra's Challenge for that, where they have created this age group, and based on these age group, we conduct the exams. The age group are as Aryabhat, Brahmaputra, Bhaskara, Mahavira, and Ramanujan. So as you can see, the age group, the questions are made age appropriate, and when we talk about these questions, there are three parts in it: easy, moderate, and difficult. So when we talk about the difficult question, the negative marks are more. I mean, if they answer it and they get wrong answer, the negative mark will affect. So I am focusing on those questions, C category, whether the student they did a fluke or really it helped, whether they have actually answered it. So if we compare both the years result,
So around 270 participants who have participated in 2023. Out of that, 247 participated in the next year. Now, some of them have moved to other classes as well. So some numbers have moved here. So we see one thing is that the numbers down are increasing. That means those who have participated earlier, they want to participate more because they know about it, what Bibras challenge is, and we should participate. So if we compare the results, can we move, ma'am? Yes, so this is the result. So yellow showing the 2023-24 result, and the blue one is showing 2024-25 24-25 results. So as we can see, Aryabhat was 40 at 49.26. I'm just talking about the average score. I'm not going into detail about what was the percentage of abstraction, then problem solving that we will do for 2024-25. But if we compare, the percentage moved from 49 to 51 for Aryabhat. Then for Brahmagupta, 43 to 51. Then from Bhaskara, 43 to 55. So they have moved to 55, as you can see, the second one. Then Ramanujan, which is 11th and 12th, there, since they have participated in 2023, they did also in 2024, and you will not believe the result of how Ramanujan behaved. I mean, how they got the marks. I mean, what is the result? Ma'am, can we move? So if we compare, this is 2023-24 analysis. Now we move to the 2024 results. So I'm talking about now the first. So we all know that CT is divided into four parts: abstraction, problem solving, algorithmic thinking, and last is pattern recognition. So if we look up on abstraction, can you all see that everybody is having this as the pain area, right? They are not able to understand big problems and decompose and solve. If we move next, pattern recognition, they are doing well. I mean, we can say yes, fine. Next, again, 80, they are doing fine. Next, problem solving. So as you can all see, Ramanujan, can you all see how they scored? So this is where we thought that we should channelize, where these students can be the teachers for primary and middle aged school students, where they could help students solve problems. So this is what we have channelized. So now I am going to move to the comparison graph. Can we move to that next one? Yes, next. This. So all of you can see that pink one. I think it's not visible clearly, but that pink one is showing the problem solving skill. Abstraction, the most challenging area, and problem solving, older students are very good at, so they can be the peer teachers. So how are we going to find the solution to all these problems which we have seen? So the problems were, ma'am, can we? So these are the solutions. First is abstraction. So we all have introduced Scratch, Blockly games for that. But for younger kids, for pre-primary students also, now we are implementing CT as Brain Gym. It was our Geeta ma'am's baby. So she is creating that for pre-primary level as well, where she is focusing more on CT at pre-primary level. Then for pattern recognition, we have digital games like Sudoku, which we are doing on in the class, and pattern-based logic. Then 80, if we talk about, then we are doing random stories, how to brush teeth, oilless cooking, where the students will make, sandwiches, follow the steps, and they would understand how to follow that. More important is differentiated practice, where we have to focus on the pain area, where exactly a particular age group is lagging, and working on only those areas. Not taking up everything and working on all the aspects, but differentiated teaching is what we need now. And teacher training and professional. So there are so many schools where new teachers are coming and they do not know what CT is and how to implement it in the class. So this is what we feel is one of the thing where we need to work upon, where we have to work on teacher training first. Later student training we will go to. Next. Yes. So evolution and integration. Now this is the topic which everybody has taken. So it's very less to talk about. Now I was of the favor that CT should go with AI. But when we are talking about AI, it's not teaching AI in the class, but how to use AI to build better question sets. Like we talk about
which ma'am said yesterday, to check on fairness, transparency, privacy, safety of the kids, to make them understand what bias is. Do not make a question where Mohit's dad is a clerk in a bank and then make a question. So do not make such question because those are biased questions. So we have to teach teachers that not to frame, questions which are biased. So we have to teach everyone what bias is. We have to integrate STEM, and again Gen AI we all have to use to build, and it is on us to audit whether we are going in the right direction. So this is what my analysis is for CT in school education. Rest I think Jane, Ma'am Jane, and everybody in the panel talked about it. Thank you.
So any questions for her? Ma'am, for your analytical perspective on how data is. Next, I would like to call. Hello? Yeah. Next, we like to call upon Vamsi Krishna from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Gurukulam. Her topic is on how students can actively participate in addressing entrepreneurial challenges through computational thinking, fostering innovative and problem-solving mindsets.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vamsi Krishna, working as a teacher in AP Social Welfare Residential Schools in Andhra Pradesh. I am taking this project. It is a real life example. The role of students in new enterprise problem solving by using computational thinking. Lot of challenges we have. While starting the project, I have faced a lot of challenges. First of all, I am dealing with the students from very backward families with no literacy to their parents, and the town which I am working is very interior places near Nalamala forest. And the new entrepreneur, he is our old student. Once all these challenges, how I make this project. So first of all, I want to tell what is the problem. Mr. K. Venkateswarlu is a old student, came to my school with a problem. Sir, I started a business with 5 lakhs in 26/7/2020 in Ardaveedu, Prakasam district in Andhra Pradesh. We are getting so many issues with the local people. They don't have any awareness regarding ready-made dresses. I am in loss. I don't want to stop. That means I want to rise the business. So any help regarding the teachers. So principals are asking me, Mr. Vamsi, you are dealing computational thinking. How computational thinking may be helpful to him? Okay, bring this person to your class. 7th class A section. I am the class teacher. I place this issue in front of my children. Okay, next slide, please. We have so many techniques in CT: identification of problems, decomposition, abstraction, algorithm thinking, and implementation, testing, and evaluation. All these are looking very good, but they don't know the meaning. 7th class A section students. I want to explain this. Literally, I gave the notes and given so many examples. They don't get any single idea. So I took one example. Okay, our issue is to rise the business of Mr. Venkateswarlu. This is our issue. So what is the necessary steps we want to take? I will ask some students. So what we will do? We got different answers, and finally one conclusion is that, sir, we will go to their shop and see what is the main drawback. Okay. And second one, decomposition. We are breaking the problems. We are into different groups, and someone are allotted to some work, and all these are going to his shop. And finally, they got different notes. One student, sir, his shop is having very low ventilation. Okay. Second one, sir, his shop has very limited space. Even though a woman cannot, 3 or 4 members cannot like to sit. Okay. So lot of issues they are placed in front of me. And third one, so we will went to some other places nearby our some towns. What is the difference between their business and this business? Finally, students got some information. This is the practical thinking. I am not thinking any single subject in my class. Okay. After that, we asked him, what is the major drawback you have? He told me that, sir, only in the festivals only I got business. In the remaining other time, I don't have any business. Okay. Students asked him, Anna, do you have any WhatsApp group? He said, no. Then how can you communicate the same thing to the parents? Or how can you say, in my shop, we have new dresses are there and new models are there? Okay. And we asked him to create a WhatsApp group. And we asked him to give the models. We asked him to increase the number of advertisements. So finally, one thing I am very tell, this is nothing but the real examples of collaborative learning. There is no Vamsi Krishna, there is no principal, there is no one. All things are done by the students. Old student is the new entrepreneur, and I am the I am the spectator only. And so many observations. He lacks advertisement to promote his business. Low ventilation issues. That means he do not follow the new trends and new model dresses. He needs to attend the successful entrepreneurs nearby Khammam, Markapuram villages. He needs to create WhatsApp groups. All these points were written by the students only. He should reach the customers before online and offline. He is only available only offline between morning 8 to evening 8. There is no online. He don't know. And students, that means what? They suggested him to bring new varieties of cloths. What means already in social welfare schools, he thought that the students are very poor people. How can they? Only in birthdays time only they got. But even the birthday day also they need good varieties of clothes. Okay, students wants to apply their learning concept to any problem. This purpose. Not only it is not only for ready-made business. Next slide. It is can be applied to any sort of business. So in Indian students, learning is nothing but we are giving the student instruction to do any job oriented only. But my thinking is I want to promote every children is to be a new entrepreneur, not like a job holder. He should give a job to some other one. So the impact, the major impact, what is the major impact? That means I just so I am not giving 100% confidence to everyone. I'm not just I involved them into CT. I involved them into CT. So 80% of confidence are increased, and they are very interested. CT class is there, sir, we will come, sir, we will come. Just in the previous classes, CT means what? Teachers are giving so many lectures, so many topics which they do not understand. So finally, their participation was increased and collaboration also increased. And next one, parents' feedback also. Sir, what is CT? In our village, only nearly 1,000 people or 1,200 people only there. And next one. So finally, it is a real life example. So many conclusions and so many different types of answers getting from the. So little bit creativity also increased. Next one. And he is Mr. Venki. He is Mr. Venki, and and a lot of the things were captured in his shop. So finally, I want to conclude that CT is not only for a subject for marks. It should be it should be applicable, or it should be applicable to real life. Then only it will be fruitful. Then only it will give fruitful results. Otherwise, it becomes only subject. Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding
Any
this project?
questions? Okay, thank you. So we saw how Sir faced the problems, difficulties in imbibing the entrepreneurial skills, but later he overcame this with the help of computational thinking and also helped the students to become the change makers. So thank you, Sir. Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Next, I would like to call upon Chaitanya Lakshmi from B.R. Ambedkar Gurukulam. He will be presenting on a project on an automated patient monitoring system showcasing, okay, she will be presenting on the project on automated patient monitoring system showcasing how computational thinking can support effective solutions to societal healthcare challenges. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, K.S. Chaitanya Lakshmi, working as TGT Mass in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Gurukulam, Puttur, Tirupati District, Andhra Pradesh. My project is an automated patient monitoring system. And there are 6 students involved in this project from 6th, 7th, and 8th grades. Next slide, ma'am. Problem of this project is in healthcare facilities, continuous monitoring of patient vital signs is crucial. Timely detection of abnormalities like temperature monitoring and irregular heartbeats is essential for prompt medical intervention. However, constant manual monitoring is resource intensive and prone to human errors. Next slide. The aim of this project is to create a reliable and cost-effective patient monitoring system that integrates GSM technology for alert notifications, heartbeat sensing, and temperature monitoring. The system will consist of sensors for monitoring heartbeat and temperature, an Arduino microcontroller for data processing, a GSM module for sending SMS alerts, and display for real-time monitoring of patient vitals. Here, the Arduino will collect the data from the sensors, process it, and trigger SMS alerts to predefined contacts if any abnormal readings are detected. The system will also display the current vital signs on the LCD display for local monitoring. The advantages. It's a real-time monitoring system. It continuously monitor the vital signs of the patients. It's a remote alerts. It sends in immediate SMS notifications to healthcare uh, centers and provides uh, notifications to caregivers. It's a cost-effective and user-friendly. The applications of this project is an automated patient monitoring system can be used in home healthcare, monitoring patient at home, especially elderly or chronically ill individuals in hospitals, clinics, and remote areas for emergency services for early detection and alerting in emergency situations. CT skills, next. CT skills used in this project are decomposition and algorithmic thinking. In decomposition, the problem was broken into parts. First, measure vital signs. Second, collect and process sensor data. Thirdly, transmit data via GSM to alert caregivers. In algorithmic thinking, we know that it is a step-by-step process. Here, read the data from sensors first. Check if the values are normal. If the values are abnormal, send alert via GSM, else continue monitoring of patient vital signs. Challenges faced in this project are student faced difficulty in assembling sensors, microcontroller, GSM module, and power supply. Delay or loss of SMS due to poor signal strength. This project is not directly connected to the school syllabus or day-to-day life experiences. So students learn new terminologies and purposes of the tool through this project. Impact of this project. CT helps in developing new thoughts and ideas, problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, analytical thinking skills among the children. Understanding of healthcare technology helps the students to learn automation, how the automation and monitoring can save lives in the real hospitals. Students gains hands-on experience with the sensors and microcontrollers. It also helps in developing presentation and communication skills also by explaining their model to the class and help improve their ability to articulate ideas clearly. The learnings from this project can be connected with the concepts of physics and biology. Thank you for giving this great opportunity. Thank you.
Any questions for her?
You have used microcontroller or Arduino. So which programming language you have used in that?
Programming, it is a Atal tinkering lab.
Which programming you used to give commands from the controller to other sensors? What you have used?
Scratch. Scratch,
What?
sir.
Scratch is okay. Okay, understood.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay, now we call upon Mr. Rohan Aron from National Children's Academy, Vadgaon, Sheri. Sir will be presenting on integrating computational thinking in civics education, focusing on how it enhances students' understanding of fundamental rights under Indian Constitution. Welcome, sir.
Namaskar and a very good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I come from Vadgaon, Sheri. I used to teach in Vadgaon, Sheri 2022 to 2024. So I used to teach English, social science, and also maths to grade 5, 6, 7, and also 8 to maths. The Constitution is something which is very close to every citizen's heart. And very beautifully, the State Board of Maharashtra has ensured that grade 7 civics is completely focused on our constitution. So, how my specific study is related to how we can implement computational thinking concepts like decomposition, breaking down these difficult legal concepts of fundamental rights, fundamental duties, state directive principles of state policy in students. So the two curricular outcomes were how do we explain fundamental rights with suitable examples, and also how can the knowledge of these fundamental rights be applied by our students who are also citizens of this country. Not that they have to be 18 years of age to exercise their fundamental rights. Keeping that in mind, as a teacher, I had to plan, break down how these outcomes can be aligned with the curriculum. And next, please. We had small case studies. We also took legal cases which were very relevant to Maharashtra, specifically two. One under the right to liberty. Very beautifully courts have also said that under one fundamental right there might be many other rights. So under the right to liberty and life, you might have right to living in a beautiful environment, in a nourishing environment.
And in 1975, the Maharashtra state government implemented an act, a legislation with respect to protection of trees. But until 2009, there was no implementation of that act through rules. So we also went through specific judgments which came from the Mumbai High Court as well as the Supreme High Court. I'm sorry, the Supreme Court of India. The skills which we also consciously implemented were that, okay, in our constitution, these are the kinds of rights. Can we recognize patterns within our neighboring countries and also other countries from which we have adopted these rights? We have two countries just on on the east and the west, where their constitution is a religious constitution. However, there is also similarities between the fundamental rights that those citizens get. So helping students to identify those. Abstraction, as a teacher, I had to use abstraction because there's a lot of content, there's heavy curriculum. But at grade 7, how do I ensure that my students don't find it heavy? Or even if it is heavy, how do I contextualize it for them? So abstraction for me also was important before I passed it on to my students. Next slide, please. These were specific judgments. Now these go into 20 to 30 pages. A few judgments go more than that. So I had to abstract paragraphs from those to make connections to what we're learning. So were there very conscious use of saying that I want to focus on this, otherwise it'll become too heavy for the students. So as a teacher, planning accordingly is what was implemented. Next slide, please. Also, Pune city is happens to be the uh, center of 5 other districts. Now, Pune division is made up of Satara, Sangli, Kolhapur, Solapur, and Pune itself. So we in Pune have several government offices. I mean, the headquarters of several government offices is situated in Pune. So we ensured that, okay, if I'm teaching students the freedom of speech, under freedom of speech, you also have the right to information. I don't need to be 18 years to file an RTI application. So we had the opportunity to meet the Deputy Secretary of the State Information Commission of Pune bench, wherein she shared how students also can use the RTI to their benefit. We also had mock parliaments, the divisional commissioner's office over there, because again, what I felt is if we have it in Pune, why not leverage that? Leverage being in Pune. Next slide, please. Challenges now, civics as a subject is allotted very less time. But in grade 7, you also have Shivaji Raje, the whole curriculum on Shivaji Maharaj's history. So how did his concept of Swarajya also espouse fundamental rights in those times, although it was not written in a constitution format? So to overcome those time constraints, I tried to integrate those aspects of history to civics so that this is overcome. Also, another challenge was we have different levels of students with us. So how do we ensure there's differentiation in our approach and also the process? So sharing videos in Hindi, Marathi was one way of process differentiation for me. That was also a challenge which I faced. Next slide. Thank you very much. Visible impact, I want to share two. One of my student, now I had 42 students, but one student went ahead, said that there's a lot of problem of garbage collection in our society, in the whole area of Vadgaon Sheri. So how do we resolve it? The student first had it in mind that, okay, first I will file an RTI application to know what the existing standard operating procedure of the Municipal Corporation of Pune is. Before I even go and complain, let me first know what their SOP is and then compare it to what data I'm collecting on ground. So the child is still working on it, and they are going to collectively approach the local ward office of Pune Municipal Corporation. A student's brother, a student who knew about this, shared with his brother that you're having problems in getting your scholarship application. Why don't you file an RTI on the action taken till now? So that's something which was very unusual for me. That is impact, unintended impact on someone else because of what we're doing in class. That just emboldened my belief that if we really do very passionately do things for our students, probably that impact might come out in different ways. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, may I address.
I think, yeah, firstly, the work I think that you have done is kind of really interesting. One thing that how easy, because you mentioned that you have worked with students from grade 7, grade 8, how easy was for students to kind of comprehend legal judgments or something like so? Yeah.
Absolutely. So very consciously, I had to choose which judgments I'm going to choose. So again, I had to use abstraction over there and then break it down for them. Although it was an English medium school, I used that autonomy as a teacher to communicate in Hindi and Marathi with our students, and break it down for them. And that is why I did not share the whole judgment with them. I shared paragraphs of the judgments with them and discussed in class. And then it also went to debates, many debates, in religious debates also, for which one of the parents came and told me you might go to jail. But then I had the support of the principal who said that academic institutions are the places where such discussions need to happen so long as they are respectful. So it was difficult. There are many words like these legal jargons. So I made it very simple for them. Instead of saying ki qua this order, as per this order. These judges, I'm sorry, judges use such language which the common person does not understand, which I agree to. So that's why I think there the teacher mindset and belief of really planning before entering your class is very important. So that's how I approached it. Thank you very much for that question.
Hello.
Namaskar.
Your presentation was nice. Say on the same ground, we also want to do some project like this. But I just want to know the procedure. What is the procedure if I want to find the data? I want to collect the data from the government bodies.
Got it.
So what is the procedure for right to education, right to information is it's a thing which we can go with. But what is the procedure for that?
Yes, thank you so much for that question, ma'am. One, you have RTI portals, online portals for many of the local bodies as well as state departments. Procedure, if you want to file it offline, a 10 rupee in Maharashtra, 10 rupee court fee stamp or a 10 rupee money order addressed to the public information officer of that particular department, and writing whatever information you want. Over there also there are many complications if we do not specifically ask for something and it is something very sensitive. They might deny by saying you're asking too vague information, you're asking vistrut mahiti tumhi vichartayet. Vistrut mahiti is lots of information you're asking, so we don't know what to give you. So very simple application, 1 to 3 points of whatever you want. And also the Right to Information Act in Section 4 says that without me even filing an application, you must be publishing information on the website sumo motu, as much as information is provided. So that is something which I personally, as a citizen, am pushing my own municipal corporations. Very recently on 22nd July, we had the same student, the scholarship application student, had a hearing, first appeal hearing. That is after I ask for information. If I do not get information or if I get unsatisfactory information, I go and file the first appeal. Over there, our contention was information which we have asked has been received, but this is information which should ideally be available online. Therefore, I must not resort to the use of RTI for this. First appellate authority was gracious enough to accept, and he said, we will talk with our IT department and ensure this gets done. So I think this is a grassroots movement where every citizen in their own local area is going about it and doing it. So the Right to Information Act says that the public information officer should assist the citizens. They do not. It is clearly mentioned, जर मी निरक्षर असेल, if I do not know how to read and write, he will write the application or she will write the application. That is not done. So I think lot of pushing through letters, through speaking about it would get this done. And many of my own school is in violation of many disclosure norms. So I had to reach out to them also. I know I'm saying this on record, but this is the fact. Even Pune Municipal Corporation schools do not put the name of the public information officer in first appellate authority. When the government says the Darshani Bhagat Tumi Lava, put it in a conspicuous part of your office, they don't. So the, I think we'll have to read again. It needs to come from the whole civil society. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rohan, for that compelling insight into the role of computational thinking in civics education. I would like to invite all the presenters to take the certificates. Please be on the stage, sir.
Rohan Aaron, Lipika. Just give it to us. Okay.
Lipika, J. Vasmi, Vamsi, K. S. Chaitanya,
That's it. Thank you, Gauri. Thank you very much. Now we break for our lunch. Lunch is from 1 to 2:30. The demo and the posters request you all to complete your display before lunch or before 2 o'clock so that once we are done with our session directly, the participants can come and view your stalls. So you can go for lunch, and those who have your demo and posters coming up today at 4:30, request you all to kindly arrange your desk in the first floor like yesterday so that we are ready for the final thing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
दो बार लॉन्ग प्रेस करो
Good afternoon to all. My name Mehul Prajapati. मैं गोविंदपुरा प्राइमरी स्कूल स्टेट गुजरात डिस्ट्रिक्ट महसाना तहसील विजापुर से आ रहा हूँ. मेरी स्कूल एक गवर्नमेंट प्राइमरी स्कूल है और यूँ तो मैं कक्षा 6 से 8 में सोशल साइंस पढ़ाता हूँ, लेकिन मेरी स्कूल में जो NEP 2020 के तहत कक्षा 5+3+3+4 के अनुसंधान में ये नवाचार जो छात्र आते हैं बाल वाटिका और कक्षा 1 में, तो गांव में जो छात्र आते हैं वो सीधे ही बाल वाटिका और कक्षा 1 में आते हैं. वहाँ प्री नर्सरी स्कूल ऐसा होता नहीं है. तो जब बच्चे स्कूल में आते हैं तो सबसे पहली दिक्कत यही होती है कि बच्चे स्कूल में आके टिके. जब वो नियमित स्कूल में आएंगे तो उनकी पढ़ाई भी अच्छी तरह से स्टार्ट हो जाएगी. तो इसके लिए मैंने बाल वाटिका और कक्षा 1-2 के 45 स्टूडेंट पर ये नवाचार किया है. ओके, तो एक्टिविटी इम्प्लीमेंट की बात करूँ तो मैं जो NEP 2020 की तरह डिजिटल टॉय निर्माण के अंतर्गत मैंने ऐसे सोचा कि मेरी स्कूल में सभी जो संसाधन है जैसे स्मार्ट पैनल है, कंप्यूटर लैब है, तो ये सारी संसाधन उपलब्ध है. तो मैंने सोचा कि कक्षा बाल वाटिका और कक्षा 1 और 2 के छात्र भी इसका लाभ ले और वो भी घर पे मोबाइल और ये सब देखते ही है. तो मैंने जो उनका प्रारंभिक शिक्षा है उसका समन्वय इसके साथ किया और मैंने सबसे पहले ऐसे कार्ड निर्माण किए पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन की मदद से. उसकी मदद से वो कार्ड तैयार किए, उसका कटिंग कर कर बच्चे जुड़ते थे. फिर मैंने ऐसे सोचा कि इसकी जगह मैं बच्चों को स्मार्ट पैनल और टैबलेट और मोबाइल में भी ऐसी गेम खेल सके. इसके लिए मैंने jigsaw-planet.com की मदद से ऐसे क्वाड बनाए जिसमें वो मोबाइल टैबलेट और हमारे गुजरात में एक ज्ञान कुंज परियोजना है जिसकी तहत इंटरएक्टिव फ्लैट पैनल भी कक्षा में उपलब्ध है. तो इसका लाभ लेते हुए मैंने यह किया है जिससे छोटे बच्चे जो स्कूल में आते थे तो वह रोते थे और ऐसा करते थे, तो उन बच्चों को मैं अपनी क्लास में ले जाता था और उनको इसके साथ जुड़ा. तो वो बच्चे बहुत ही आनंद के साथ वो खेलने लगे, वो जुड़ने लगे और वो बहुत खुश भी हुए. तो वैसे वैसे वो जब भी होते थे तो वो सामने से मेरे पास आते थे, सर आज लास्ट पीरियड में हमें भी ये गेम के साथ जुड़ना. तो इस तरह इस सभी छात्रों को यह किया गया है. नेक्स्ट, जिसमें ऐसे जो कक्षा में आते हैं उनके बाल वाटिका और कक्षा 1 और 2 में, तो ऐसे चित्र मैंने पसंद किए जो उनके बुक में भी थे. तो वैसे चित्र और कुछ चित्र तो ऐसा था कि जैसे बफेलो, तो मैंने गांव में एक बच्चे के घर गया और उसी बफेलो का चित्र लिया और उसका ही मैंने जिक्सो निर्माण किया. तो उसने ऐसा बोला ये तो मेरी भैंस है. तो वैसे बच्चे भी वहाँ खूब खुश होते थे. तो इसमें ऐसा होता है कि जैसे इस चित्र के छोटे छोटे टुकड़े में उसका विभाजन हो जाता है और बच्चे ड्रैग और ड्रॉप की मदद से वो चित्र जोड़ते हैं. कई बार गलत भी जोड़ देते हैं और गलत जोड़ते जोड़ते कुछ बच्चे उसमें हंसने भी लगते हैं. कोई पैर ऊंचा कर देता है, कोई ऐसा कर देता है, पूंछ आगे लेके आता है. तो सब बच्चों को उसमें बहुत ही आनंद आता था. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. हाँ, तो इसमें मैंने सिटी का समन्वय ऐसे किया जैसे डिकम्पोजिशन, बड़ी जानकारी जैसे पशु पक्षी फल आदि को छोटे चित्र और पजल टुकड़ों में विभाजित किया गया मैंने सबसे पहले. उसके बाद पैटर्न फॉलो में बच्चे समान रंग आकृति या हिस्सों को पहचान कर उन्हें जोड़ते हुए पूरा चित्र बनाते थे. तो पहले जो भूल करते थे तो वो देखने लगे कि समान रंग देखने लगे, उसका आकार देखने लगे और सभी का वो अवलोकन करने लगे और उसके मुताबिक वह चित्र को पहचानने लगे. एब्स्ट्रक्शन में बच्चे केवल जो पार्ट्स है उस पर फोकस करने लगे और जो ज्यादातर पार्ट्स है जो बिन जरूरी है वो स्वयं ही उसे इग्नोर करने लगे. और लास्ट में अल्गोरिदम थिंकिंग, तो पजल के टुकड़ों को चरणबद्ध तरीके से लगाकर वह चित्र पूर्ण करने लगे. नेक्स्ट. हाँ, यहाँ जो चैलेंजेस थी तो मैंने पहले भी कहा कि बाल वाटिका और कक्षा 1-2 के छात्र जो छोटे होते और उनकी समझ में ध्यान में रख कर शुरुआत में थोड़ी दिक्कत होती थी, समय भी ज़्यादा लगता था उनको उस करने में। तो धीरे धीरे वह आगे बढ़ने लगे। नेक्स्ट। उसी तरह बच्चों को जैसे जैसे वह यह गेम खेलने लगे, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़ने लगा, वैसे वैसे वो बच्चों के सामने जो चुनौतियाँ थी, जो कठिनाई थी, वो कम होने लगी। जो इसका प्रभाव है, तो इसका प्रभाव ऐसा हुआ कि बच्चे आसपास के पर्यावरण के पशु पक्षी और जो फल सब्जी जो उनके सिलेबस में आते हैं, तो उनको पहचानने लगे, टीचर उनकी जानकारी देने लगे और बच्चे भी वह जानकारी के अनुसंधान में कुछ वाक्य खुद बोलने भी लगे। तो उनका श्रवण और कथन कौशल्य भी उसमें विकसित हुआ। उसी तरह बच्चे इस डिजिटल उपकरण के माध्यम से वो भी टेक्नोलॉजी का ज्ञान उसी के साथ कक्षा से लेने लगे, वह जानने लगे, जो टेक्नोलॉजी के संसाधन है उसके बारे में भी वह जानने लगे। एक हाँ, वो जस्ट वीडियो जस्ट ओपन कर दो। तो 1 मिनट का ये वीडियो। डिजिटल निर्माण
Questions? Thank you. Okay, the next one is Mohan Patel, Pankaj Kumar Lakshmichand from Bahecharpura Primary School, Gujarat.
दोनों हैं, दोनों। चलो। नमस्कार दोस्तों, मेरा नाम मोट पटेल पंकज कुमार, गुजरात से आया हूं मैं। मेरे स्कूल का नाम है बेचरपुरा प्राइमरी स्कूल, जो शामलाजी में है। वो एक बड़ा तीर्थ धाम स्थान है। तो मेरा मैं साइंस सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाता हूँ। तो मेरा सब्जेक्ट है सेव वाटर, पानी बचाओ। तो मेरे स्कूल में मैंने देखा कि बहुत बच्चे पानी का वेस्ट बहुत कर रहे थे। तो हम देखते हैं कि जहाँ पानी की कमी है वहां दिक्कत क्या है, और जहां पानी मिल रहा है वहां बच्चों को ज्यादातर पता नहीं चलता है कि पानी की क्या वैल्यू है। तो मुझे बच्चों को यह समझाना था कि आप पानी का सेव करोगे तो अगली पीढ़ी को कैसे फायदा होगा, ये मुझे समझाना था। अब मैं गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में पढ़ाता हूँ और हमारी 1 से 8 तक स्कूल है। तो मैंने सोचा कि कोई एक क्लास का बच्चे को ये प्रोजेक्ट लेते हैं तो इसमें क्या रिजल्ट मिलता है। तो कॉम्पिटिशनल थिंकिंग अंतर्गत मैंने देखा, तो सबसे पहले मैंने स्टैंडर्ड 7 के बच्चों को एक ग्रुप बनाया, और ग्रुप बनाने के बाद मैंने बच्चों को बोला कि भाई तुम अपने मुताबिक आपके घर में पर डे कितना पानी यूज करते हो। तो सभी बच्चों ने अलग अलग अपने कागज में लिखा। तो मैंने देखा तो बहुत बच्चे ऐसे थे कि जहां मेंबर कम थे और पानी का यूज ज्यादा था, और बहुत बच्चे ऐसे थे कि जो पानी कम यूज कर रहे थे और उनके सभ्य ज्यादा थे। तो इसके बाद मैंने देखा कि अभी पता चल गया कि कहाँ दिक्कत है। तो हमने सोचा कि हमारी जो स्कूल थी, स्कूल के आजू बाजू में जो बच्चे आते थे उसके घर पे जाके हमने मुलाकात ली। हमारे दूसरे भी टीचर, प्रिंसिपल वगैरह, हम सब साथ में गए और वाले पेरेंट्स को हमने सब चर्चा की। पेरेंट्स को बताया कि आप पानी कैसे यूज करते हो, क्या सब कुछ समझाया, पानी बचाने से क्या फायदा होता है, सब कुछ टॉपिक्स समझाया उनको कि जहाँ पानी नहीं है वहाँ कितनी दिक्कत है। तो पहले दिन तो हमको कुछ रिजल्ट मिला नहीं। सब समझाया हमने कि पानी आप जितना जरूरत है, जैसे कि गाड़ी धोना है तो एक बाल्टी की जरूरत है तो 10 बाल्टी क्यों यूज कर रहे हो। नल चालू है, अगर बाल्टी भर गई है तो नल बंद करो। ऐसा कुछ थोड़ा समझाया जैसे पानी सेव होता है। तो फिर हम क्या किया, तो 15 दिन के बाद फिर से हम मुलाकात की पेरेंट्स की। तो हमने देखा तो जो हमने पहले दिन जो हमको समझाने में दिक्कत हुई, वो जब हम 15 दिन के बाद गए तो बहुत इंप्रूवमेंट मिला हमको। तो जो हमको रिजल्ट चाहिए था वो रिजल्ट मिल गया। अब हमने हमारे स्कूल में देखा बच्चों को, तो हम वीक में 1 बार 2 बार लेक्चर लेते थे। तो बच्चों ने जो हमको बोलना पड़ता था कि बच्चों काम पूरा हो गया है, आप नल बंद कर दीजिए, ये वगैरह बोलना पड़ता था। तो नहीं, वो अपने आप समझ जाते थे। तो ये एक तो बेनिफिट मिला हमको। इसके बाद हमने फिर से उन लोगों को, बच्चों को बोला कि आपको क्या फायदा हुआ, तो आपने पानी जो हमने बोला था इसके मुताबिक आपने क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट किया। तो सबने बच्चों ने देखा। तो बच्चों ने बताया कि सर हम जो पानी का, जहाँ हमारी जरूरत थी इतना हम पानी यूज करते थे, जहाँ जरूरत नहीं तो हम नल बंद कर वगैरह, जो हमको इम्प्रूवमेंट करना था इसे इम्प्रूवमेंट किया। तो वो तो हमारा मकसद क्लियर हो गया। इसके बाद हमने देखा हमें फायदा कहाँ हुआ। हमारा मेन मकसद था कि सेव वाटर, के पानी को कैसे बचाना है। कि हमें खुद पता है, अभी हमें बहुत कंट्री में देखते हैं कि जहां पानी नहीं है वहां कितनी दिक्कत होती है। अभी हमारे गुजरात में यानी अपने इंडिया में इतना इश्यू नहीं है पानी का, पर हमें बच्चों को समझाना था कि आप पानी, आज की पीढ़ी अगर पानी का बचाव करेगी तो अगली पीढ़ी को फायदा ही फायदा है। तो ये मकसद तो हमारा क्लियर हो गया। इसके बाद हमने क्या देखा, तो हमारे स्कूल में अभी देखो जैसे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में क्या होता है कि सब गवर्नमेंट बिल वगैरह भरते हैं, इसलिए कोई खास ध्यान रखता नहीं है। तो हमें बोलना पड़ता था कि भाई रिसेस हुआ है, लाइट बंद कर दो, पंखा बंद कर दो, ये बोलना पड़ता। पर जैसे मैंने पानी वाला प्रोजेक्ट किया, इससे फायदा मुझे कहाँ हुआ, स्कूल में वो वर्ग में जैसे रिसेस हुआ तुरंत बटन बंद कर दे, स्विच, तो बेनिफिट वहां मिला हमको, सिर्फ लाइट बंद। तो उससे फायदा क्या हुआ कि जो हमारा 2 महीने का बिल जो 4,000 आता था, इसके अगले डायरेक्ट 25% लेस हो गया। वो पूरे पूरा बेनिफिट हुआ। अब हुआ क्या कि हमारा क्या है, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में 3-4 महीने हम पेरेंट्स मीटिंग करते हैं। तो हम पेरेंट्स मीटिंग में जो हमने डोर टू डोर कांटेक्ट किया था, उनको पेरेंट्स को हमने बताया कि भाई हमें, तुम्हें कुछ फायदा हुआ हमें जो मिले। तो पेरेंट्स ने बोला कि सर आपने जो पानी का प्रोजेक्ट तो हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा, वैसे हम जो पानी वेस्ट कर रहे थे वो तो हमने बहुत बेनिफिट हुआ। पर हमारे बच्चों ने कि हमें जो कुछ ऐसी चीज सीखी कि जिन्हें हमें मकसद वो नहीं था कि ये बच्चे ऐसे कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि मैंने लाइट वाला बताया कि भाई लाइट काम नहीं है, तो ये बच्चों को जहां लगता था कि ये काम गलत है तो इम्प्रूवमेंट करने लगे। तो इससे मेरा जो मकसद था भाई सेव वाटर, पानी बचाओ, इससे हमारा मकसद क्लियर हो गया। थैंक यू। एनी क्वेश्चन?
हेलो सर, आप किस आधार पे कहता है कि भारत में पानी की कमी या किल्लत नहीं है?
नहीं बात सही है सर, पर मुझे तो लग रहा है कि जैसे दूसरे कंट्री में प्रॉब्लम, ऐसा प्रॉब्लम तो हमारे देश में तो नहीं है। अदर वो नहीं भाई, होगा ऐसा नहीं है भाई, अपना देश बहुत बड़ा है, होगा। पर जैसे अभी कहाँ कोई स्टेट कंट्री ने बोला था कि भाई हम पानी नहीं दे सकते, आप पानी को बचाओ, तो ऐसा हमारे इंडिया में तो नहीं है। मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि भाई अपने इंडिया में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है प्रॉब्लम, पर इतना भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है खतरनाक कि वो कि हम पानी देना ही बंद कर दे। अपनी गवर्नमेंट ये नहीं बोले कि भाई नहीं, कल से आपको पानी नहीं मिलेगा, कल से आपको नहाना नहीं है। ऐसा कोई कभी गवर्नमेंट में बोला अपने को पेपर में था अभी 1 साल के पहले किसी को? मैं वो बोल रहा हूँ, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि भाई नहीं, पानी अपने देश में दिक्कत है, वो मैं गारंटी के साथ नहीं बोलता। मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ, सिर्फ एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ कि भाई ऐसा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। भाई 1 से 8 बच्चों को समझाना है तो वो ऐसे ही समझाएंगे, ऐसे थोड़े बोलेंगे यार वहां, वो तो बच्चा बोलेगा सर वहां तो दिक्कत है, आप क्यों हमें समझा रहे हो। मुझे बाकी आपकी बात सही है, आपके लेवल से आप सीख बोल रहे हो, पर मैं तो 1 से 8 तो बच्चे को समझाना है, तो इस लेवल से तो मैं ऐसा ही हूँ।
Sir, actually I just want to ask you कि sir it is actually CTiS, तो यहाँ पे CT क्या यूज हुआ है? ये एक्चुअली सेविंग ऑफ वाटर था, तो बच्चों ने क्या किया इसमें?
कॉम्पिटेशनल थिंकिंग में मैम क्यों क्या नहीं किया? जैसे कि पानी का समस्या था, वो समस्या का समाधान किया। इसके अलावा जो भाई लाइट बिल का भी उन्होंने सोचा। भाई भाई मेरे हिसाब से तो मैं तो यही बोलूंगा कि भाई नहीं, हमने उनको एग्जाम्पल दिया ना सभी, उनको एग्जाम्पल दिया भाई पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम ये भाई, आप ऐसे करोगे तो ऐसे फायदा होगा। हमने ग्रुप भाई बच्चों का ग्रुप बनाया, ग्रुप बनाने के बाद समझाए उनको, भाई फायदा भी समझाए ना। फायदा समझाने के बाद हमने जो हमको भाई जो दिक्कत थी, अलग अलग एग्जाम्पल देके हमने किया। इसके बाद भाई भाई हमारा जो मेन मकसद था वो सेव वाटर का, वो सेव वाटर का जो प्रॉब्लम था वो क्लियर हो गया। इससे मतलब फायदा में जो बच्चों ने भाई सेव वाटर से फायदा हुआ, इससे भाई बिजली कैसे बचाया जाता है वो इससे एक टॉपिक को हमें क्लियर किया। इससे फायदा उसमें हुआ कि बिजली का भी बचत हुआ हमारा।
सर एक्चुअली मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे आपने कहा कि वो सेव फ्यूल और सेव इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए वो कैसे कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग को यूज किए। जैसे कि मैंने भी अपने क्लास में वैसे बिना एज ए एक्सपेरिमेंट या कोई सीटी यूज किए हुए एज ए जनरल हम लोग उनको बोलते हैं ना कि आप इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सेव करो, वाटर सेव करो। तो कई बार बोलने के बाद भी वो चीज ये नहीं करते हैं, तो मुझे ये जानना है कि कैसे ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो
हाँ
जाएगी।
मैडम, हाँ सही बात है आपकी, पर मुझे भी यही प्रॉब्लम था, इसलिए मैंने ये सेव वाटर वाला प्रोजेक्ट लिया। तो सेव वाटर वाला प्रोजेक्ट लेने से मैंने तो बोला नहीं था बच्चों को कि भाई तुम ये करो, वो तो अपने आप, जैसे मैंने सेव वाटर का हमने समझा कि पानी कैसे बचाव करते हैं। तो
मेरा ये क्वेश्चन है कि आपने ऐसा उनको क्या किया या मतलब क्या बताया कि जैसे वो आपकी बात मानने लगे? मेरा ये क्वेश्चन है। क्योंकि मैं बहुत बार ये करके देख चुकी हूँ, वो एज़ इट इज़ रहता है, फैन ऑन रहता है, लाइट ऑन रहती है, वो मतलब अपना वो काम करते रहते हैं बट वो ऑफ नहीं करते।
हाँ नहीं सही है, और वो तो मैंने इसके बाद मैंने मेहनत भी किया ना भाई, सेव पानी बचत करने के लिए मैंने जो क्लास ली है, तो क्लास में बच्चों को अच्छा लगा होगा भाई कि सर इतना मेहनत कर रहे हैं, तो पानी का बचत के साथ भाई और क्यों भाई क्या कर सकते हैं। तो जैसे
सही
बच्चों को पता चला कि सर ने बोला कि भाई पानी की जरूरत है, नल बंद कर दो, तो पानी जो नल के डोल की बाहर जाता है वो वेस्ट बन, इससे बच्चों को लगा कि भाई आज अभी जो बच्चा बाहर निकला क्लासरूम से, तो उसको लगा कि भाई अभी पंखे की जरूरत नहीं है तो स्विच बंद करेगा, वो तो अपने आप।
छोटी छोटी बातों से आपने बताया।
हाँ,
ठीक
अरे
है, तो बड़ा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए आपने
भाई
छोटी छोटी
हम
चीजें बताई।
हाँ
प्रॉब्लम बड़ा था पर आपने छोटी छोटी चीजों से
भाई
बताया कि
एक से आठ की स्कूल में और क्या कर सकते हैं हम।
सही है।
हाँ,
करेक्ट। तो द थर्ड वन इज Brinda Patel from Salujina Muada Primary School, Daboda.
गुड आफ्टरनून, माय नेम इज पटेल वृंदा। मैं गांधीनगर गुजरात से हूँ। मेरी स्कूल का नाम है सालुचीना मुआडा प्राइमरी स्कूल। मेरा टॉपिक है कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग फॉर बैलेंस डाइट, अ सिस्टमेटिक अप्रोच टू हेल्थ ईटिंग। नेक्स्ट। आज मैं आप सबको बैलेंस के डाइट के बारे में कुछ बात करना चाहूंगी। वैसे तो हमें पता है कि अक्सर बच्चे ब्रांड नेम और टेस्ट के हिसाब से खाना खाना पसंद करते हैं। अ, उन्हें पता नहीं है कि वो खा रहे हैं वो उनके लिए कितना अच्छा है। वैसे तो हम ये मानते हैं कि ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी पेरेंट्स की है, बट एज अ टीचर हमें पता है कि बच्चे का फिजिकल और मेंटल ग्रोथ खाने के ऊपर डिपेंड रहता है, तो हमें इसे इग्नोर नहीं करना चाहिए। प्रॉब्लम ये है कि मैं मेरी स्कूल में देख रही थी, मेरी गवर्नमेंट स्कूल है, तो वहाँ एमडीएम का खाना आता है, मिड डे मील का। तो बच्चे खाना नहीं खा रहे थे और घर का खाना खाते थे या बाहर फूड स्टॉल से खाना लेके खाना खाते थे। तो ये सोचा मैंने कि मैं सीटी की हेल्प से कैसे ये प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन मतलब हेल्प से कैसे इसका सॉल्यूशन करूं। तो मैंने 3 एक्टिविटीज की है। नेक्स्ट। एक्टिविटी 1 है, इसमें सीटी की डेटा कलेक्शन एंड डेटा एनालिसिस स्ट्रेटेजीज के बेस पे है। इसमें वीकली फूड लॉग मतलब बच्चे को मैंने बोला स्टूडेंट को कि आप जब सुबह में उठते हो तब क्या ब्रेकफास्ट में क्या लेते हो, तो वो उनको लिखना था। फिर लंच है, इवनिंग ब्रेकफास्ट है और डिनर है। और इसके अलावा दिन भर में बच्चे कुछ ना कुछ खाना खाते रहते हैं, बिस्किट्स है, फ्रूट्स है, कुछ भी। तो एक एक्स्ट्रा कॉलम भी उनको बनाना था। ऐसा करके मैंने 1 वीक का डेटा कलेक्ट किया। ये गुजराती लैंग्वेज है, लोकल लैंग्वेज। नेक्स्ट। ये बच्चों ने 1 वीक का डेटा कलेक्ट किया था, ये फोटोग्राफ से। नेक्स्ट। इसके बाद सेकेंड एक्टिविटी है, डिकम्पोजिशन स्ट्रेटेजी के बेस पे है। इसमें मैंने सारे फूड आइटम्स के पिक्चर्स, कलरिंग पिक्चर्स लिए थे। वेज फूड आइटम्स है इसमें, गुजराती डिशेस है, साउथ इंडियन है, मतलब सब कुछ है इसमें। शेक है, फिर आइसक्रीम है, फ्रूट्स है, वेजिटेबल्स है, सारे कलरिंग फोटोग्राफ्स मैंने निकाले थे। फिर एक टेबल पे प्लेट रखी थी। मैंने बच्चों को बोला कि आपको 1 बाय 1 करके आना है और आपको आपकी मनपसंद डिश क्रिएट बनानी है, मतलब थाली क्रिएट करनी है। आप जो खाना पसंद करते हो आपको वो डिश बनानी है। फिर बच्चों ने बड़े मजे से इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया और अपनी मनपसंद डिश बनाई, क्रिएट की। नेक्स्ट। आप देख सकते हैं। तो एक पैटर्न फॉलो होती है इसमें। थर्ड नेक्स्ट। इसके बाद थर्ड एक्टिविटी है क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ अ न्यूट्रिएंट। ये एब्स्ट्रैक्शन बेस पे है। फिर इसमें क्या करना है कि आप एक्टिविटी 2 में जो डिश क्रिएट की थी वो बच्चों को लेके आनी है 1 बाय 1, और इसके हिसाब से उनको न्यूट्रिएंट के बेस पे उनको क्लासिफाई करना है। उसमें आप डिश में से एक फूड आइटम्स फूड के पिक्चर्स को लेना है, और उसमें से उनको कौन सा न्यूट्रिएंट मिलता है उसके ऊपर उसको टिक मार्क लगाना है। ऐसे करके सारे बच्चों ने ऐसा कर दिया। फिर मैंने इस सारे बच्चों का हो गया। फिर उसके बाद मैंने बताया बच्चों को कि आप देखो कि कौन से बच्चे का सारे न्यूट्रिएंट में टिक मार्क लगा है। तो हार्डली एक या दो बच्चे का ही था। तो फिर मैंने समझाया कि अगर आप दिन भर में मतलब हर रोज ऐसा खाना खाओगे तो आपके बॉडी को सारे न्यूट्रिएंट नहीं मिलेंगे। तो इसकी वजह नेक्स्ट, ये सीटी के स्ट्रेटेजीज का नेक्स्ट। हाँ, आपकी बॉडी को सारे न्यूट्रिएंट नहीं मिलेंगे, उससे क्या होगा कि एक या दो दिन में कोई प्रॉब्लम या ऐसा नहीं होता है। अगर आप हर रोज इसी तरह का खाना खाते हो तो थोड़े दिनों के बाद आपकी बॉडी में उसके साइड इफेक्ट होंगे, मतलब कुछ डिसीज होगा या कोई प्रॉब्लम तब आपको क्रिएट होगी। तो फिर मैंने बोला तो बच्चों को समझ में आया बात कि नहीं, हमें ऐसा खाना नहीं खाना चाहिए, मतलब कि फूड हमारी थाली बैलेंस होनी चाहिए। उसके बाद जब एक्टिविटी 1 में 1 वीक का डेटा बच्चों ने बनाया था, उसमें भी मैंने बच्चों को बोला कि आप अब देखो आप दिन भर में कैसा खाना खाते हो। मैं गांव में पढ़ाती हूँ, तो वहां बच्चे पूरे दिन कैसा खाना खाते हैं, सुबह में भी सब्जी रोटी, शाम को भी सब्जी रोटी। वो मैंने एनालिसिस किया था। फिर दूसरे दिन भी वही रिपीट होता है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि बच्चे जंक फूड ही खाते हैं, पर उसकी ईटिंग हैबिट्स में थोड़ा सुधार लाना है। मतलब हमें बताना है कि आप हर रोज एक ही तरह का खाना खाओगे तो सारे न्यूट्रिएंट आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। फिर उसके बाद बच्चे गांव में फ्रूट नहीं खाते हैं, वो मैंने पर्सनली देखा है। और उसके अलावा वो क्या करते हैं, बाहर का फूड पैकेट्स उसमें पैसा खर्च करते हैं। तो मैंने बोला कि उससे तो अच्छा है कि आप वो 20-30 रुपए का जो मतलब खर्च करते हो, उससे तो अच्छा है कि आप कोई एक फ्रूट लेके आओ, तो आपका पूरा फैमिली उसको खा सकता है। तो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके थोड़ा चेंजेस किया, तो बच्चों को तब समझ में आया कि हर रोज एक ही तरह का नहीं खाना चाहिए, इससे हमारी बॉडी को सभी न्यूट्रिएंट नहीं मिलते हैं। मतलब ईटिंग हैबिट्स में थोड़ा चेंजेस लाना है। नेक्स्ट, चैलेंजेस। चैलेंजेस तो शुरुआत में ओके बहुत सारे होते हैं। बच्चे जंक फूड पसंद करते हैं, पर ये सीटी की हेल्प से पर्सनली मुझे बहुत ही बेनिफिट हुआ है। ये सीटी की हेल्प से बच्चों को जंक फूड और हेल्दी फूड के बारे में पता था। और अब पहले न्यूट्रिएंट के बारे में बच्चों को कम पता था, पर अब कैसा हुआ है कि अब जब बच्चा कोई भी चीज खाने के लिए उठाता है तो वो पहले सोचता है कि इसमें से मुझे कौन सा न्यूट्रिएंट मिलेगा। तो ये इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है उसमें। पहले हम ऐसे ही न्यूट्रिएंट को समझा देते थे और वो 1 या 2 दिन में हमारा टॉपिक खत्म हो जाता था। पर अब क्या है, अब हर रोज बच्चा ये करता ही रहता है और वो पूछता है कि टीचर इसमें से मुझे कौन सा न्यूट्रिएंट मिलेगा। तो उसकी ईटिंग हैबिट्स में बहुत ही चेंजेस मुझे देखने को मिले। नेक्स्ट, इम्पैक्ट। लास्ट में बच्चों ने अपनी मनपसंद थाली, मतलब मनपसंद थाली बैलेंस थाली क्रिएट की कि जिसमें 100% तो नहीं था, पर 90 to 95% बच्चे ने उनकी परफेक्ट थाली क्रिएट की है। और पेरेंट्स का फीडबैक मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा मिला था, क्योंकि जो काम वो नहीं कर सकते थे एज हम भी पेरेंट्स है, हमें पता है कि बच्चे नहीं, हम कहते हैं पर फिर भी नहीं सुनते हैं। तो अब बच्चे को पेरेंट्स ने पर्सनली मुझे बोला कि नहीं, अब हमें कुछ ज़्यादा एफर्ट्स डालने की ज़रूरत नहीं रहती है, और हमारे स्कूल में जो एमडीएम का मिड डे मील का खाना खाता आता है, वो बच्चे बड़े आराम से और अच्छे से खाते हैं। और ब्रेकफास्ट भी आता है हमारा वहाँ पे, 2 ब्रेकफास्ट आते हैं। तो बच्चे को मैंने बोला है कि आप घर से खाली डिब्बा लेके आओ। वैसे हम हमारे बच्चों को क्या करते हैं कि लंच देते हैं, पर मैंने ऐसा बोला है कि खाली डिब्बा लेके आओ और यहाँ से ब्रेकफास्ट लेके घर जाओ, आप भी खाओ, आपके फैमिली, आप अपने पेरेंट्स को भी इसका टेस्ट करवाओ, क्योंकि बहुत ही बढ़िया क्वालिटी का खाना आता है। तो मुझे इसमें बहुत ही अच्छा रिजल्ट मिला था सिटी की हेल्प से। थैंक यू एवरीवन। एनी क्वेश्चन?
होता है वो स्वादिष्ट क्यों नहीं होता है?
हाँ,
किसी बच्चे ने ये पूछा था कभी कि जो फूड है, आप बोलते हो हेल्दी फूड है, वो
हाँ,
क्यों स्वादिष्ट नहीं होता है? क्योंकि सारा खेल तो
हाँ,
उसका
हाँ,
ही है। जो
हाँ।
पिज्जा बर्गर है वो हेल्दी नहीं है, लेकिन वो स्वादिष्ट होते हैं, इसके लिए बच्चे उस तरफ जाते हैं।
हम्म।
तो ये दोनों मिक्स क्यों नहीं हो रहे हैं गोले बेसिकली?
हाँ, नहीं, बच्चों ने बोला था, पर हमने जब ये डिसीज के बारे में या प्रॉब्लम के बारे में, न्यूट्रिएंट्स की डेफिशिएंसी के बारे में पढ़ाया, तो उनको लगा कि नहीं, टेस्ट भी जरूरी है, पर हमारी बॉडी के लिए और हेल्थ के लिए अच्छा और हेल्दी खाना खाना चाहिए।
Thank you. The fourth one, Yogesh Sharma from PM Shri Base Center School.
हेलो, नमस्कार। मैं योगेश शर्मा, पीएमसी स्कूल थर्मल से, गुजरात से। मेरा स्कूल ग्राम्य क्षेत्र में आया हुआ है और उसमें टोटल 420 स्टूडेंट पढ़ते हैं। 1 to 8 स्टैंडर्ड है। नेक्स्ट, सॉरी, गुजराती में लिखा हुआ है, थोड़ा लैंग्वेज चेंज हुआ है। 2022 दिसंबर में हमारा टीसीएस के द्वारा ट्रेनिंग हुआ था सिटी के बारे में। तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सिटी के बारे में जब उसका लेटर हुआ तो ऐसा ही लगा था कि कंप्यूटर का कोई कोर्स है, वो करने जाना है। लेकिन वहाँ जाके पता चला कि सिटी क्या है, कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग क्या है। तो वहाँ से हमारी जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई और धीरे धीरे हम इस सिटी के क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए लोगों के साथ मिले, इसके बारे में जाना। और टीसीएस के द्वारा 2023, 24 और ये 25 कंसिक्यूटिवली 3 टाइम्स मैं यहाँ पर प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। सो आई एम वेरी फॉर्चुनेट फॉर दैट। सिटी हमारे सब्जेक्ट में अलग अलग क्षेत्र में कहाँ पर कैसे यूज होता है, वो हमने सिटी की ट्रेनिंग के द्वारा जाना। दिस टाइम मैंने इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ सिटी इन साइंस के सब्जेक्ट के बारे में लिया हुआ है। कक्षा है स्टैंडर्ड 6 और चैप्टर है गेटिंग टू नो द प्लांट्स। और उसमें सब टॉपिक मैंने लिया हुआ है कि रूट्स, देन सीड्स एंड लीव्स। नेक्स्ट मैडम प्लीज। सब टॉपिक जो है रूट, टाइप्स ऑफ रूट, देन टाइप्स ऑफ सीड एंड देन टाइप्स ऑफ लीव्स वेनेशन। सो सबसे पहले बच्चों को इसके बारे में थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज दिया गया। बाद में बच्चों को इसका सिटी के द्वारा एक वर्कशीट बनाई गई जिसमें सिटी के कंपोनेंट्स यूज किए गए थे। तो सिटी के कंपोनेंट्स जैसे कि डेटा कलेक्शन, डेटा एनालिसिस, पैटर्न और डिकम्पोजिशन, इन सब पैरामीटर को ध्यान में रखते हुए एक वर्कशीट बनाई गई थी। तो सबसे पहले बच्चों को छोटे छोटे ग्रुप में डिवाइड किया गया था और बच्चों को एक हमने देखा है कि एनईपी 2020 में डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ पेडागोजी को यूज करने का कहा गया है, जैसे कि स्टोरी टेलिंग और एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग, प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड, इंक्वायरी बेस्ड, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ। सो मुझे लगता है कि एक्सपीरियंस लर्निंग जो है वो उसमें पूरा आप सिटी का कंपोनेंट्स यूज कर सकते हैं। सो इसमें क्या किया कि बच्चों को एक वर्कशीट दी गई और बच्चों को बाहर भेजा गया। गांव का स्कूल है तो अम, हमारे मैदान में और आज आसपास में बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे प्लांट्स होते हैं। तो बच्चों ने बाहर गए और जो वर्कशीट में दिया हुआ था वो सब कि छोटा प्लान निकालना है और उसका रूट का एनालिसिस करना है कि वो रूट्स किस टाइप का है। मैं इंग्लिश वर्ड्स देख लेता हूँ। यस, टैप रूट मीन्स का सोटीमय मूल तंत्र गुजराती में बोलते हैं, और तंतुमय मूड में फाइब्रस रूट्स। सो वो निकालते और देखते हुए एनालिसिस करते हैं। नेक्स्ट मैडम प्लीज। देख सकते हैं आप बच्चों ने ऐसा ड्रॉ भी किया था कि रूट्स जो है उसका जो फाइब्रस रूट्स होता है तो उसका लेटरल रूट्स भी होता है, और जो टैप रूट होता है तो उसका मेन रूट होता है। तो इस तरह से बच्चों ने उसका डिफरेंशिएट किया था। फिर बच्चों ने वो लीव्स जो होते हैं लीव्स का भी एनालिसिस किया था कि लीव्स जो होते हैं तो उसमें जो वेनेशन होता है तो उस एक मिनट जस्ट, यस, पैरेलल वेनेशन एंड रेटिकुलेट वेनेशन। तो उसको उन्होंने डिफरेंशिएट किया कि किस प्लांट में किस तरह के वेनेशन होते हैं और उसका रूट का कैसा होता है। बाद में सेम अभी बच्चों को तो क्या है कि नेक्स्ट मैडम प्लीज। चैलेंजेस इसमें क्या आते कि बच्चों को बाहर तो सीट नहीं मिल सकते, तो फिर मैंने क्या किया थी कुछ सैंपल बच्चों को किया था कि आप घर से लेके आए, कुछ मैं लेके आया। तो इस तरह बच्चों को सीड्स भी दिए, और सीड्स के भी जो टाइप्स होता है कि मोनोकोट और डाइकोट। यस, मोनोकोट और डाइकोट। तो उसको में क्या डिफरेंशिएट है ना। और बाद में लास्ट में कि पैटर्न क्या फाइंड आउट किया बच्चों ने कि जो सीड्स है और लीव्स है और रूट्स है, तीनों में क्या पैटर्न होती है। तो बच्चों ने ये देखा कि जस्ट लाइक मेज का है सीड्स, तो हम मेज में देखते हैं कि बच्चों को कि उसका सीड्स है वो मोनोकोट है, और लीफ वेनिएशन है वो पैरेलल वेनिएशन है, और रूट टाइप वो फाइब्रस रूट है। जैसे कि वो दाल है बीन्स होते हैं तो उसमें डाइकोट होता है, रेटिकुलेट वेनिएशन होता है और टैप रूट होता है। तो इस तरह से बच्चों ने पैटर्न सीक्वेंस को फॉलो करते हुए वो सब फाइंड आउट किया, और इस तरह से बच्चों ने ये टॉपिक बहुत अच्छी तरह से सीखा। नेक्स्ट मैडम प्लीज। बच्चों ने बहुत ही अच्छी तरह सीखा। हमने उनका रिजल्ट भी यहाँ देख सकते हैं। सॉरी, गुजराती में थोड़ा है मिक्स हो गया है। लेकिन यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं पहले जो टेस्ट लिया गया तो बच्चों में 36% ऑफ द स्टूडेंट उन्होंने 50% से ज़्यादा स्कोर किया था, लेकिन 24% ऑफ स्टूडेंट है उन्होंने लेस पासिंग मार्क्स से भी लेस किया हुआ था। लेकिन बाद में पोस्ट टेस्ट लिया गया तो उसमें 65% ऑफ द स्टूडेंट गेटिंग मोर देन 60%, एंड जो 20 उसमें 11.5% का इंक्रीज किया हुआ और बच्चों ने अच्छे मार्क्स गेटिंग किए। नेक्स्ट मैडम प्लीज। तो कंक्लूजन में ये कह सकते हैं कि बच्चों ने सीटी के द्वारा बहुत ही अच्छा अपने सब्जेक्ट में इम्प्रूव किया, अपना रिटेंशन बहुत अच्छा किया ताकि वो अपने मार्क्स भी अच्छे कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, और बच्चों ने ग्रुप में काम किया तो उनका जो कोऑपरेटिव है लर्निंग वो भी बहुत अच्छी तरह उन्होंने किया। नेक्स्ट मैडम प्लीज। सो थैंक यू सो मच TCS, IICR Pune and ACM and CS Pathshala. Please, any questions would you like to share with us? Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Thank you so much.
So the next one, Shipra Singh from ATS Chauri Chora.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। मेरा नाम शिप्रा सिंह है। मैं राजकीय आश्रम पद्धति चौरी चौरा गोरखपुर से हूँ। मैं एक शिक्षक हूँ और शिक्षक होने के नाते सबसे पहले मैं आप लोगों से कुछ प्रश्न पूछना चाहूंगी। मैं क्या आप लोगों ने कभी किसी कठिन पहेली को सॉल्व करने की कोशिश की है? क्या आप लोगों ने कभी अपने प्रोजेक्ट को सॉल्व करने के लिए कोई रास्ता अपनाया है? या आप अभी कभी स्कूल में होंगे, आपको कोई होमवर्क मिला होगा, तो आप उनको छोटे-छोटे टुकड़ों में कर हल करने की कोशिश की है? यदि हाँ, तो इससे ये सिद्ध होता है कि हम सभी कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग का प्रयोग करते हैं। अ, अ, अब मैं अपने बच्चों अब मैं अपने बच्चों के बैकग्राउंड के बारे में बताना चाहूँगी। वैसे तो हमारे बच्चे रूरल एरिया के हैं और उनको कहा भी जा सकता है कि वो ईवीएस बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं। मैं एक इंसिडेंट बच्चों का इंसिडेंट आपके सामने शेयर करना चाहूँगी। हमारे यहाँ एक बार मैं क्लास ले रही थी, साइंस का क्लास चल रहा था और मैं प्रेशर के बारे में बच्चों को समझा रही थी। मैंने सोचा कि क्यों नहीं उनको विजुअली समझाया जाए। तो मैंने पूछा कि क्या आप लोग प्रेशर कुकर के बारे में जानते हैं? बच्चों ने कहा कुछ बच्चों ने कहा कुछ क्या सभी बच्चों ने मैक्सिमम बच्चों ने कहा यस मैम प्रेशर कुकर के बारे में जानते हैं। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ के कुछ ऐसे बच्चे थे, जो बहुत ही रूरल एरिया से आते थे, वो लोग आज तक प्रेशर कुकर के बारे में नहीं जानते हैं। तो इससे आपको पता ही चल गया होगा कि हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे कैसे बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं। ये चीज़ें हम भी समझ सकते हैं कि आज की डेट में कोई ऐसा नहीं होगा जो प्रेशर कुकर के बारे में ना जानता हो। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ के कुछ ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो प्रेशर कुकर के बारे में भी नहीं जानते हैं। तो ऐसे बच्चों को मुझे गर्व है कि मैं ऐसे बच्चों को पढ़ाती हूँ और उनको कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग के बारे में बताती हूँ। नेक्स्ट टॉपिक मैम, आप देख लीजिए। मेरा टॉपिक है मैजिक स्क्वायर, मैजिक ट्रायंगल और मैजिक सर्कल। मैंने बच्चों को पहले मैजिक ट्रायंगल के बारे में समझाया और वो होता है सम होता है 9 का सम होता है 10 का सम होता है 11 और 12 का सम होता है और 1 टू 6 की ग्रेड होती है। तो मैंने उनको 9 का सम बताया, बच्चों ने 9 किया, 10 किया, 11 किया और सारे सारे सम को अच्छे से हल करके हमको खुद वो लोग उनके पास वो खुद हमारे पास आए कि मैम ये मुझे समझ में आ गया। फिर हम लोगों ने मैजिक स्क्वायर पे किया तो मैजिक स्क्वायर में बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छे से किया। मैजिक सर्कल के बारे में बच्चों ने खुद इनोवेट किया। आप लगा दीजिए मैजिक सर्कल की स्लाइड, आगे आगे वाली। बच्चों ने खुद इनोवेट करके मुझे दिखाया। तो हमारे बच्चे इसके माध्यम से कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग के माध्यम से यहाँ पे बच्चे पैटर्न सीखे, मैथमेटिक्स को अंडरस्टैंड किए, समझे और अंडरस्टैंडिंग हुई उनकी मैथमेटिक्स और बहुत सारी चीज़ें यहाँ पे आया जो सीटी के माध्यम से। और मैं थैंक कहना चाहूँगी टीचर्स टीम को जिन्होंने हम लोगों को इतना आगे बढ़ाया और हमारी टीचर्स टीम ने हम लोगों को बहुत सारी नई-नई एक्टिविटीज़ करने को दिया। यहाँ तक कि पहेलियाँ भी करवाया, हम लोगों से सुडोकू भी करवाया, बहुत सारे किया। अब मैं टीचर्स टीम से शुरू से जुड़ी आ रही हूँ और टीचर्स टीम ने हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छी-अच्छी चीज़ें सिखाई। इसलिए मैं टीचर्स टीम को बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी। अगला हाँ, बच्चों की यहाँ पे हमारा इम्पैक्ट हुआ, बच्चों की थिंकिंग डीपर हुई, बच्चों का स्किल एनहांस्ड हुआ और बच्चे पैटर्न को रिकॉग्नाइज करने में सक्षम हुए। बच्चों का बौद्धिक, तार्किक और जितनी भी क्षमताएँ होती हैं सब आगे बढ़ गई, कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग के माध्यम से। अ, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट हुआ। नेक्स्ट मैम। कंक्लूजन चीटी के माध्यम से सिर्फ हम साइंस या मैथ्स को ही या फिर कंप्यूटर को ही नहीं बाकी सभी सब्जेक्टों को हम बहुत अच्छे से लर्न करके और समझ सकते हैं। अ, मैं बस लास्ट में इतना कहना चाहूंगी कि अगर हम बच्चों को सही मार्गदर्शन और दिशा दें तो हमारे बच्चे एक्सीलेंस को भी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू एवरीवन। एनी क्वेश्चन?
Thank you, madam. Next is Pallavi Shirode.
नमस्कार. मी पल्लवी रमेश शिरोडे, जिल्हा परिषद प्राथमिक शाळा पासली, तालुका वेल्हे, जिल्हा पुणे. माझा विषय आहे फ्रॉम ऑर्बिट्स टू अल्गोरिदम, व्हिज्युअलायझिंग द युनिव्हर्स विथ कॉम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग. सुरुवातीला मी माझी शाळा ही अतिशय दुर्गम भागात आहे. पुण्यातील वेल्हे तालुका, जिथं कुठलंही वाहन जात नाही, जिथं एकही दुकान नाही अजूनपर्यंत, अशा दुर्गम भागातील विद्यार्थ्यांना कॉम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग द्वारे खगोलशास्त्रीय संकल्पना रुजवण्याचा प्रयत्न मी केलेला आहे. नेक्स्ट. तर आपण खगोलशास्त्र किंवा आकाशात घडणाऱ्या ज्या घटना आहे, चंद्र, सूर्य, पृथ्वी, ग्रह, तारे, चांद्रयान मोहीम, ज्या आता घटना सुरू आहेत, त्यातून विद्यार्थ्यांना अवकाशातल्या घटनांविषयी खूप कुतूहल वाटतं आणि लहानांपासून मोठ्यांपर्यंत सर्वांनाच हे कुतूहल आहे. परंतु विज्ञानामध्ये केवळ खगोलशास्त्राचा एक धडा इयत्ता 5वी, 6वी, 7वीला समाविष्ट असतो आणि केवळ तो वाचनाने किंवा फळ्यावर शिकवून मुलांना समजत नाही. तर या अमूर्त संकल्पना विद्यार्थ्यांना काही DIY किट्स किंवा मॉडेल्सद्वारे समजून सांगण्याचा मी प्रयत्न केला. आता विश्व ही अतिशय मोठी संकल्पना आहे, तर त्यातून आपण फक्त सूर्यमालेवर लक्ष केंद्रित करून इयत्ता 5वीच्या वर्गावर हा प्रयोग करण्यात आला आहे. तर सूर्यमालेमध्ये अनेक ग्रह, उपग्रह, धूमकेतू, लघुग्रह, बटुग्रह आहेत. परंतु ग्रहण ही नेक्स्ट घ्या मॅडम. ग्रहण ही संकल्पना समजून घेण्यासाठी सुरुवातीला डिकॉम्पोजिशन ह्या काही DIY किट्सद्वारे आम्ही सुरुवातीला विद्यार्थ्यांना सूर्यमाला, त्यातील ग्रहांचा क्रम कसा असतो, हे एक किटद्वारे विद्यार्थी स्वतः बनवून ज्यावेळी शिकतात, कारण कुठलीही गोष्ट प्रत्यक्ष केल्याने लक्षात राहते, ती पाठ केल्याने किंवा वाचून लक्षात राहत नाही. म्हणून त्या मॉडेल्सवर मी जास्तीत जास्त भर दिला आणि मॉडेल्स तयार करताना सिटी डेव्हलप करण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. मॅडम नेक्स्ट घ्या. तर यामध्ये डिकॉम्पोजिशन असं केलं की सूर्यमालेमध्ये जे अनेक घटक आहेत, सूर्य, ग्रह, उपग्रह, धूमकेतू, चंद्र, लघुग्रह, हे विद्यार्थ्यांना परिचय करून दिला वेगवेगळ्या भागांचा. त्यानंतर पॅटर्न रिकॉग्निशन म्हणजे काय, की प्रत्येक सूर्यमालेतील ग्रहाला एक विशिष्ट कक्षा आहे आणि ग्रहाची गती आहे, कारण प्रत्येक ग्रह हा सूर्याभोवती फिरतो आहे आणि त्याचा फिरण्याचा कालावधी हा वेगवेगळा आहे. तसेच तो स्वतःभोवती पण फिरत आहे आणि यातून एक वेगळा पॅटर्न प्रत्येक ग्रहाचा तयार होतो आणि त्या पॅटर्न मधूनच आपल्याला ज्या विविध घटना म्हणजे ग्रहण असेल, पौर्णिमा, अमावस्या, दिवस रात्र हे कसे घडून येतात हे विद्यार्थ्यांना मी समजून सांगितलं आहे. त्यामध्ये स्लाइड मध्ये जरा चेंज दिसतोय फॉन्ट. ऍब्स्ट्रॅक्शन जे केलं आहे की अनेक ग्रह आहेत, पण मी फक्त सूर्य, पृथ्वी आणि चंद्र तिघांवरच फोकस केले आहे आणि त्यातून पौर्णिमा, अमावस्या आणि ग्रहण या संकल्पना समजून सांगितल्या. नेक्स्ट. तर यामध्ये सुरुवातीला सूर्यग्रहण आणि चंद्रग्रहण हे समजावून सांगताना पॅटर्न असा असतो की कुठलेही प्रकाश स्रोत आणि निरीक्षक यांच्यामध्ये ज्यावेळी एखादी वस्तू येते, त्यावेळी तिच्या सावलीमुळे एखाद्या वस्तूचा प्रकाश हा अडवला जातो किंवा त्यामध्ये अडथळा निर्माण होतो आणि त्यामुळे ग्रहण घडून येतं. मग हा जो पॅटर्न आहे, हा विद्यार्थ्यांनी स्वतः ज्यावेळी मॉडेल तयार केलं, स्वतः निरीक्षण केलं की ग्रह कसे फिरतात, ते एका रेषेत कसे येतात आणि त्यामुळे कशा पद्धतीने ग्रहण घडून येतं. जसं जेव्हा चंद्र हा सूर्य आणि पृथ्वीच्या मध्ये येतो, त्यावेळी सूर्यग्रहण होतं. ते अमावस्येलाच का घडून येतं? चंद्रग्रहण हे पृथ्वी ज्यावेळी सूर्य आणि चंद्राच्या मध्ये येते त्यावेळी कसं होतं, हे स्वतः किट्स मधून हे स्टेप बाय स्टेप ज्यावेळी एक पॅटर्न त्यांच्या लक्षात आला की ग्रहांची जी कक्षा आहे किंवा गती आहे, फिरण्याचा कालावधी आहे, यामुळे हे घडून येतं आणि त्यामुळे त्यांना ते सूर्यग्रहण, चंद्रग्रहण ही संकल्पना खूप छान समजली. आणि या प्रक्रियेत मी विद्यार्थ्यांना हे नाही सांगितलं की हे अरे इथं तू पॅटर्न रिकॉग्निशन केलं, इथं डिकॉम्पोजिशन केलं. हे त्यांची एक थिंकिंग प्रोसेस आहे, त्यातून हे आपोआपच डेव्हलप होत आहे या चारही गोष्टी. नेक्स्ट घ्या मॅडम. तर इथं काही फोटोज आहेत की विद्यार्थी स्वतः बघतायत की कशा पद्धतीने ग्रहण घडून येतं आणि त्यांनी ते स्वतः किट्स तयार पण केलेलं आहे. मॅडम नेक्स्ट. त्यानंतर आता फक्त ग्रहणच नाही तर चांद्रयान जी मोहीम झाली त्यामध्ये जे रोव्हर आपल्याला लँड करण्यात आलं चंद्राच्या दक्षिण ध्रुवावर, तर ते रोव्हर मेकिंगचं मॉडेल तयार करून घेण्यात आलं. आता कुठलंही अनेक मॉडेल तयार केले, कॉन्स्टिलेशन असेल, PSLV रॉकेट असेल. तर या प्रत्येक मॉडेल तयार करताना या चारही स्टेप जे आहे की कुठलेही त्यांना मॉडेल DIY किट दिलं तर त्याचे आवश्यक पार्ट वेगवेगळे करणं, त्याचं विभाजन करणं म्हणजे तिथं डिकॉम्पोजिशन झालं, अनावश्यक भाग काढून टाकणे, कारण एखादा पार्ट जोडताना सर्किट वायरिंग योग्य प्रकारे जोडणं आणि त्यातल्या चुका सुधारून पुन्हा पुन्हा प्रयत्न करणं, यातून या सर्व स्टेप बाय स्टेप मग ज्यावेळी योग्य कृती होतं तेव्हाच ते मॉडेल तयार होतं. एक जरी स्टेप तुमची चुकली तरी ते प्रॉपर मॉडेल वर्क करत नाही, म्हणजेच एक अल्गोरिदमिक थिंकिंग त्यांच्यात डेव्हलप होतं. तर अशा पद्धतीने अनेक जे मॉडेल्स तयार करून घेतले त्यामधून या चारही सिटी स्किलचा आपोआपच त्यामध्ये विकास झालेला आहे. मॅडम नेक्स्ट घ्या. हे रोव्हर मेकिंगचे काही चित्र आहेत. नेक्स्ट घ्या मॅडम. त्यानंतर कॉन्स्टिलेशन, PSLV रॉकेट, अनेक कॉन्स्टिलेशन मध्ये किती पॅटर्न्स आहेत ते पण मुलांच्या लक्षात येतं. मॅडम नेक्स्ट घ्या. काही सन डायल तयार करून घेतलं होतं की पूर्वीच्या काळी घड्याळ नव्हतं, परंतु सन डायलच्या साहाय्याने विद्यार्थी कशा पद्धतीने विद्यार्थी म्हणण्यापेक्षा पूर्वीचे लोक वेळ कसे बघत होते त्यामध्ये सुद्धा सिटी स्किल सगळे डेव्हलप होतात. मॅडम नेक्स्ट घ्या. हे मग खगोलशास्त्राची आवड निर्माण झाल्यानंतर आम्ही आकाश निरीक्षण कार्यशाळा रात्री ठेवली होती. याची सुरुवात सुडोकू पझल्स पासून केली होती, कारण यातून हळूहळू त्यांचं थिंकिंग डेव्हलप झालं. नेक्स्ट घ्या. तर फक्त शेवटचं सांगते की इम्पॅक्ट असा झाला की विज्ञानाविषयीची भीती कमी झाली, खगोलशास्त्राची आवड निर्माण झाली आणि कुठलीही समस्या विद्यार्थी सोडवण्यास त्यांच्या पुढे दिली तर कशा पद्धतीने विचार केला पाहिजे हे त्यांना लक्षात आलं. आणि नवीन राष्ट्रीय शैक्षणिक धोरण 2020 यामध्ये जे 6C डेव्हलप करणं आवश्यक आहे मुलांमध्ये, की सहकार्य, स्वावलंबन, क्रिएटिव्हिटी, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, कॉन्फिडन्स, कंपॅशन, हे सगळे या ऍक्टिव्हिटीतून आपोआपच डेव्हलप होतात. आणि नवीन राष्ट्रीय शैक्षणिक धोरणाला जे कौशल्याधिष्ठित शिक्षण अपेक्षित आहे आणि प्लस सिटी स्किल हे सर्वच या ऍक्टिव्हिटीतून डेव्हलप झालं. धन्यवाद.
So next is Seema Bhange from School of Scholars, Atre Layout.
Yeah, you can. This side से पूरी PPT. सीमा बांगे.
A very good afternoon to all dignitaries, dear teachers and dear students also. मैं देख रही हूँ कि वो कल से बहुत मेहनत से काम कर रहे हैं. मैं आभार प्रकट करना चाहूँगी CTiS टीम का, जिन्होंने हमें मौका दिया कि हम इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पर अपने विचारों को व्यक्त कर सके या एक विषय को लेके सबके सामने प्रस्तुत कर सके. विशेष आभार गीता पांडे मैडम का, जो इस पेपर के प्रेरक हैं. उन्होंने मुझे प्रेरणा दी और मैं यहाँ पे आज खड़ी हूँ. मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन का विषय है, मैम प्लीज फर्स्ट स्लाइड, मुहावरे की भूलभुलैया सुलझाइए सिटी अप्रोच से. तो भाषा को देखे तो NEP कहता है कि 3 भाषा सूत्र जो अभी लागू किए गए हैं, इसमें राजभाषा हिंदी का भी बहुत अधिक महत्व है. तो उसी विषय को लेकर मैंने यहाँ पे अपना एक विषय चुना है, मुहावरे. अब मुहावरों में सिटी अप्रोच कैसे प्रयोग किया गया है वो यहाँ पर मैं दर्शाना चाहूंगी. मैम नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सिटी अप्रोच का उपयोग क्यों किया गया है? सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये है कि हम भाषा में कैसे सिटी ला सकते हैं. तो समस्या क्या थी कि जो बच्चे हैं जब कक्षा में मुहावरे पढ़ाए जाते हैं तो देखा गया है कि वो मुहावरों का सही अर्थ नहीं बता पाते हैं, और जब वो मुहावरे प्रयोग करते हैं वाक्य में तो उसमें कई त्रुटियां होती है, अशुद्धियां होती है. साथ में ही जब वाक्य संरचना यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन करते हैं तभी भी उसमें गलतियां पाई गई है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। तो सीटी अप्रोच का जो पहला पड़ाव है डिकम्पोजिशन, इसका प्रयोग मुहावरे के लिए कैसे किया गया है वो यहाँ पे दर्शाया गया है। जैसे एक मुहावरा आपको दिया गया है नाक में दम करना, तो इसमें इस मुहावरे को इसके अलग अलग चरणों में बांटा गया है। अगर हम देखें तो इसमें पहला मुख्य शब्द है नाक और दूसरा जो टर्म है वो है दम करना। तो शाब्दिक अर्थ है नाक, यानी अगर हम नाक को बंद करते हैं तो हमें सांस लेने में तकलीफ होती है। इसी तरह से इसका अगर हम लाक्षणिक अर्थ देखें तो अर्थ निकलता है कि बहुत परेशान करना। तो सीटी के जो डिकम्पोजिशन के माध्यम से छात्रों को एक शब्दांश, यानी जो मुहावरा एक वाक्यांश होता है, केवल एक सिंगल वर्ड नहीं होता है, तो प्रत्येक शब्दों के अर्थ जो है सरलता से समझाए जाते हैं, उसका जो है फिर कोरिलेट किया जाता है। उसके उपरांत जो बच्चा जो है इन सब स्टेप्स के बाद में उसका वाक्य में प्रयोग करता है तो वो कुछ हद तक सही मायने तक पहुंचता है। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि जो एक और उदाहरण के माध्यम से समझाने की कोशिश की गई है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। एक मुहावरे को हर एक शब्द को ब्रेक डाउन करना, ये भी एक डिकम्पोजिशन या विघटन का पार्ट है। अर्थ का विश्लेषण करना यानी एनालाइज करता है, बच्चा समझता है कि उसका सही मुहावरा का शाब्दिक अर्थ नहीं बल्कि एक लाक्षणिक अर्थ भी होता है, उसका एक भावार्थ भी होता है, वो वहां पर हमने बताने की कोशिश की है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। यहाँ पे एक एक्टिविटी ली गई थी बच्चों को, एक मुहावरा दिया गया था और बच्चों को कहा था कि तुम एक मुहावरे के 4 वाक्य में प्रयोग कीजिए। तो यदि हम यहाँ पे देखें तो मुहावरे के कई वाक्य में प्रयोग हो सकते हैं। तो जब बच्चों ने यहाँ पे 4 वाक्य बनाए तो उनसे ये कहा गया है कि आप जो वाक्य में शब्द आए हैं उन शब्दों को छोड़ दीजिए और जो मूल भाव यहाँ पे बताया गया है, जो मुहावरा है, उसको समझने की कोशिश कीजिए। तो एक कंक्लूजन पर बच्चे पहुंचते हैं कि वास्तव में मुहावरे का सही अर्थ क्या निकल सकता है, यानी बाकी के जो अर्थ है वो निष्क्रिय है और हमें वहां से क्या ग्रहण करना है, तो ये होता है एब्स्ट्रैक्शन। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। यहाँ पे हमने कुछ एक्टिविटी ली थी क्लास में। तो चित्रों के माध्यम से, जैसे मुहावरे जो है एक पैटर्न में भी होते हैं, जैसे किसी भाव को लेकर या किसी समस्या को लेकर, तो यहाँ पर कुछ चित्रों के माध्यम से बच्चों ने मुहावरे बनाए हैं और वो भी बहुत अच्छे मुहावरे का यहाँ पे निर्माण हुआ है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। कक्षा में एक वर्कशीट दी गई थी जिसमें भावों को लेकर मुहावरे हैं और उन्हें ये बोला गया था कि आप लोग भावों के अनुसार जो है इस मुहावरे को अपने इस आंसर शीट में लिखेंगे। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। सेम है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। मुहावरे में जैसे डिजिटल पैनल है हमारे यहाँ पे, तो हम लोग गेमिफिकेशन भी करते हैं और बच्चे उसको बड़े शौक से खेलते हैं क्योंकि उन्हें डिजिटल पैनल में अपने गेम को खेलना बड़ा अच्छा लगता है। नेक्स्ट। आज ऐसी स्थिति है कि बच्चे मुझे खुद सजेस्ट करते हैं कि मैडम आज हम डबशराज खेलेंगे मुहावरों को लेकर, या फिर बच्चे जो हैं ये बोलते हैं कि मैडम आज हम जो है मुहावरे की अंताक्षरी खेलेंगे। नेक्स्ट। कुछ चैलेंजेस आए थे हमें जब इस एक्टिविटी को क्लास में लिया गया। ये देखा गया है कि कक्षा में सभी भाषाओं के बच्चे रहते हैं, तो वहाँ पे जो मराठी भाषी स्टूडेंट्स हैं उन्हें हिंदी भाषा का थोड़ा सा कम ज्ञान होता है, तो उन्हें एक सही शब्द को चुनना थोड़ी परेशानी होती है। इसी तरह से मात्रा की अशुद्धियां प्लस वाक्य रचना में थोड़ी तकलीफ पाई गई थी। नेक्स्ट। इम्पैक्ट, यानी इस पद्धति से जब कक्षा में मुहावरे बताए गए बच्चों को तो ऐसा हुआ कि बच्चे खुद क्रिएटिविटी करने लगे, साथ में ही मुहावरों की संरचना को तोड़कर वो अब खुद ही जो है एक मुहावरे का अर्थ खुद समझने की कोशिश करते हैं। नेक्स्ट। एक और मैंने यहाँ पे सैंपल बच्चों को एक एक्टिविटी दी थी कक्षा में जिसमें बच्चों ने मुहावरे का प्रयोग करके खुद कहानी निर्माण की। ये बच्चों ने खुद कहानी बनाई है, यू कैन सी, और ये कहानी बहुत ही सुंदर है, अगर आप पढ़ सकते हो तो जरूर पढ़िए। थैंक यू। एनी क्वेश्चन?
Thank you. The next one is Seema Bedarkar, Nidhi Parashar, Roshni Dhoni from School of Scholars, Wardha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are here to share a fun and meaningful grammar activity which we conducted in our school. It's known as if else grammar game. So if we talk about grammar, if we conduct any activity regarding grammar, we just do usually making sentences, fill ups, or match the column. So sometimes it becomes monotonous for the children. So we thought, why should we not go with something interesting? So we thought that computational skill can be used in that. So we included CT skills in understanding conditional sentences. We also use Scratch, a coding platform, to let students turn grammar into stories and interactive games. Through this activity, if you talk about, students understood grammar as well as they started thinking in grammar. They started creating their own stories. They started making their own interactive games. So we can know, fine. So we started with the activity. We conducted a pre-test and we gave some few simple questions to the students about the conditional clauses or if clauses. And we give simple sentences like, if you study, you will pass. If you were a bird, what would you do? So this way we introduce some kind of conditional sentences and then we move to real life scenarios. Like if it rains tomorrow, then what will you do? Or else if you forgot your homework, then what could happen? We do not jump to the grammar rules. We just bring them to the natural conversation so that they would understand that conditional clauses is about something which is happening with everyday thinking. Next, we gave them, no, ma'am. Gave them short sentences, which was the task which was given to them is to find out type 1, type 2, and type 3 clauses. So, and they worked in pair and they started noticing the pattern in all these sentences. So, type 1 uses will, type 2 uses would, and type 3 uses would have and had. So, this sorting helped them using CT skills. So, when we talk about CT skills here, we came to first one, the decomposition, breaking each sentence into parts, that is, if clauses and result. Then we came to pattern recognition, finding what is common in each group. And then we moved to third one, that is logic, that asking, is this real, imagined, or about the past? So instead of memorizing the rules, children came to know or else understood why this is type 1, type 2, or else type 3.
Then we moved on to the next step, that was grammar to logic. Here in this particular step, first of all, we introduced the structure of if and else in Scratch. We told the students that in if statement is like a conditional sentence. The way we use conditionals, in the same way, computer also requires certain set of rules. We took simple examples like if you press the green flag, the cat would dance. And now the next challenge was to ask the students to convert these natural sentences into code language of computers. So after giving ample of practice, the students started building mini stories using this logic. They generally use real life scenarios. They use sequencing, that is deciding the order of action, abstraction, focusing on what is important, and algorithmic thinking, like step by step instructions. After that, we moved on to the third step, that was testing and debugging. In this particular step, we asked the children to check each other's scratch codes. So in pairs or in groups. So they ran each other's codes and gave feedbacks. Even they asked questions to each other that what would happen if your code doesn't work, which block needs to be fixed. So here what they have done is they tried to find out the errors and they tried to fix them. This is what was debugging. After that, next slide please. Then, once they completed all their stories, we asked them to share their projects in front of the class. They explained their projects with the help of grammar terms over here, that which kind of conditional clause they have used, what is type 1, which one is type 2. Apart from that, they talked about their characters, that when they are going to do and what action is going to be performed based on the conditional clauses. After that, we took peer feedback. Even the children who were struggling to take interest in grammar, they also were happy because they have done at least something. After that, we conducted a poster feedback test or small quiz, which just to check that how much the students have learned. And we saw that near about 40% students have shown improvement in their conditional clauses. Most importantly, instead of teaching grammar in a rule based method, this was the way of teaching grammar in logical and fun way method. Just a recap of the CT skills that were used over here. First one was decomposition, breaking down conditional sentences. Then sorting sentences into types, that is pattern recognition. Abstraction, focusing on important words like if and what would happen had. Algorithmic thinking, designing logic and flow in Scratch.
Now, when we talk about challenges, we found out that new users found Scratch difficult. It was usually a visual one, but then to make it connect, it was difficult for the students. Then connecting grammar rules to coding logic, the children were knowing what are the grammar rules, children were knowing what is coding, but to bridging the gap, what some was difficult for them. And then mixed space of learners, there are some students who understand very easily in our class, there are certain learners they need hand holding, and there are certain mediocres we just push them, learn very easily. So some these were the challenges. And the variations, if we talk about, we shifted from textbook drill to story based coding. We use visual tools to explain grammar rules. We introduce guided sentences mapping. And the impact which we observed is increased engagement in both English and ICT, peer collaboration encouraged, applied grammar in real world and coding tech context. CT schools support language comprehension. 70 plus percent students showed better grasp of conditionals, better understanding of conditionals, enhanced logical thinking, creativity, and collaboration. And the last, we should say we can say that it empowers students with transferable skills like problem solving, reasoning, and abstraction, all while making learning joyful and meaningful. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, madam. The next one is Madhura Kedar Deshpande from Kalmadi Shamrao High School, Ganesh Nagar, Pune.
I'm audible? Yes. So first of all, I'm honored to share my abstract with this. Um, my topic is exploring wirely art through computational thinking. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Madhura Deshpande. I'm from Dr. Kalmadi Shamrao High School, secondary section. Next slide, please. So the this things I'm going to talk about in my presentation today: introduction of Wali painting, decomposition of a picture, pattern and algorithm in Wali art, impact and conclusion. So over here you can see the objectives. The main objective which I want to focus on, this activity I have done with grade 5 students, wherein I want to teach them the fundamentals of computational thinking through the creative lens of Wali painting, and to explore Warli patterns and design, loops and conditionals, and to write algorithm to create Warli art. Yeah. So, as you all know, Warli art is a traditional art from, it's from Maharashtra. It's a tribal art. So, if you see this, he's the person whose dedication and hard work make this art reach to local to global level. So, he is Jivya Soma Mashe. And if you see, there are certain artworks, I have put it over here. In this, it's a simple and what you can say, simple basic shapes are used in this particular art form. Ma'am, can I have that slides? Okay. So if you see over here, this is the basic shapes. This is the decomposition. I have done it over here. So this is a symbolic art form. So each shape has a meaning. So circle represents the sun or a moon in the picture. The triangle, mountains and trees. The square is four direction, fertility, and even the piece of land. And the circle of life indicates with the spiral. So next to that, you can see it's a human figure. So as you all know, the human figure is done always in this particular style, two triangles. So these are the people, those who stay in jungles. So they believe that the nature is the god. So that one triangle indicates the human and the next one is indicates the nature. So they want to maintain the very delicate balance between the human and the nature. Though this image looks same, male and female, but there is a difference. The difference is when they draw the male figure, the top triangle is big and the bottom triangle is small. And when they draw the female figure, the top triangle is small and the bottom triangle is big. So this is the way they make the differentiate between the male and female figure. Can I have next slide, please? So Warli art has specific patterns. So first image you can see, it's a pattern circle, and this pattern they have composed this and they have created a tree. It's all symbolic. The second one is the linear pattern. Third one is the pattern which they begin from the center. So these are the specific patterns they have used in the Wali painting. And over here you can see it's geometrical, floral, and animals. Everything is done by using only basic shapes. And next. Okay, now this activity I have done with grade 5 students. So this is the way I have used the algorithm. So they have to define the rules for creating the pattern, whether they want to use the circular pattern or the linear pattern. Then we use the strategy called KWL. That is what we know, what we want to know, and what they have learned. So over here, I have used them a lot of questions, a lot of brainstorming was done before I have conducted this activity. So which shapes will you see? So they have to actually, they have to really dig the picture. What colors will you see? Because even in the traditional style of Varli painting, very few colors are being used because the colors which they get from the nature, only those colors they have used in the Varli painting. How to draw human figures? So as I've said it before, only by using triangles, they have to create the human figures. How will you arrange the shapes? Repeat the pattern to complete the drawing. So these are the city skills I want to incorporate in my teaching of Wali painting. So in traditional style of teaching, what we usually do is just to get the reference picture and just to copy it. But while using this activity in city style, I want them to do a lot of brainstorming and they have to come up with certain patterns and they have to come up with the different form of art. Next slide, please. So over here, you can see this work is done by grade 5 students. Over here, if you even see, the base of the paper, they have colored by using their fingers. They did not use the color. They did not use the brush. They used their palm to color the picture base, because I want them to get the real feel of how the Warli people actually cover the walls by using their hands. So this is the way the students have come up with these ideas. Next slide, please. Yes, and these are the city skills I have used in my drawing. Algorithm, so they have to identify shapes, steps, and to create pattern. The pattern recognition, basic shapes they have to recognize. Loops, the patterns are repeated. The shapes are repeated. The conditional, the use of appropriate shapes, keeping balance of human and nature, and abstraction. So they have to simplify the drawing and they have to create a new type of art on their own. Next slide, please. And this is the impact of the students. Actually, I was not very well versed with the technology, but students said that, ma'am, instead of now we have done this activity on the paper, now we will try this activity even by using Scratch programming, logo programming, and pen commands. And over here, you can see they are engrossed in doing this activity, because I think by using the city skill, they have actually, they are able to think this simple art form in a very divergent way. Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Art subject. I'm an art teacher, so I've tried to do this activity, art and city.
So it's amazing. Great
Thank
job.
you. Any more questions? Thank you.
So the last presentation for this session, Priya Mishra from School of Scholars, Atre Layout.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And first of all, I would like to thank organizing committee of CTiS and of course my mentor who is Geeta ma'am. And after then, yes, I am Priya Mishra from School of Scholars, Atre Layout, Nagpur. And my topic is CT-based unplugged activities in the classroom. Actually, our school provide some my school book for each subject, and in those worksheets we are having some worksheets, and those worksheets are based on different topics. So from that worksheet of standard 2, which is of math subject, I have taken two puzzles, and here I am going to share that how my children used computational thinking while solving those puzzles. So my first puzzle is, please change the slide. Yes, my first puzzle is the mystery multiplication grid. Here, children had to find out the value of each food icon, and every food icon is hiding number. So, first of all, I allowed children to solve find out the values of each food icon by their own. After then, I asked some questions to children, that from where they begin, and what was the first icon they find the value of that food icon. And after then, children means different answers they were giving. Some children tried with first row first column. There they saw that uh, that pancake is there, and when pancake is multiplying with 0, so they are getting 0. So there they were saying ki first they tried with 1, then 2, then 3. So it means they were not getting clear picture what number they should take. So they got this clear understanding that they are not able to fix the value of that pancake, so they moved to another food icon. After then, they tried with all the food icons, and at last they reached at second row third column. There they saw that 2 multiplied by banana is equal to 12. It means from there they got that banana's value is 6. Wherever banana appeared, they put the value of banana as a 6. And after then they found out that in row 2, column 1, banana multiplied by 0 is equal to coffee mugs value. It means from there they got that coffee mugs value must be 0, as they know the property rule for 0. And if 0 multiply by any number, they'll be getting the 0 only. So from there, they got the value of coffee mugs and bananas value they already get. After then, they came to again second row. From there, they got the value of banana and they saw a second column. So there they saw that when banana is going to be multiplied with avocados, so then they are getting the value, means banana again they are getting. It means all the outside columns food icons are repeated in second column. So they got to know that avocados value must be 1, because they know the identity rule for multiplication as well. So from there they got the value of pancake, value of banana, then coffee mugs, then this avocado coffee mug. They faced a difficulty when they moved to next one, which is uh, pancake, donut, and French fries, because they were supposed to use trial and error. They were supposed to fix the value. They were supposed to take the value for each food icon. So there they started using trial and error method. So some children first fixed the value of that pancake and they took 1 only. They tried with 1. When they took 1, so they got the value of donut as 2, because 1 multiplied by 2 is 2. So from there they got value 2. And after then, as they got the value of donut as 2, so they multiplied donut's value, and which 2, which is written in third column outside grid. So 2 multiplied by 2 is 4. It means they got the value of each food icon. But for finding out the last 3 food icons, I was getting different answers. Some children, what they found out, ki in third column 2 is written in outside of the grid, which is in even number. So whatever food icons are coming in third column, all the food icons value must be an even number. So they tried with uh, donuts value as 2. So different answers they were getting. So this was my first puzzle. These were some key guiding questions. What I used while solving puzzles for making them engaged and active, so that, and they were getting some clues also, and they were not going out of track. So they were able to find out the values of food icons, means normally and accurately. Ma'am, please next slide. Yes, here I have used some materials. Like for visual learners, I use this table grid, because some children struggle with tables. So for them I provided this table grid and some number cards also, because some tactile learners are there, which students felt more attentive, and if they get something in their hands, so for them I have provided some colorful cards. They were putting number cards on the over the food icons, and they were just manipulating and here and there, and they were getting the values of each food icon. Some shy learners are also there, so for them I told to write whatever they solved and whatever strategy they have used. So they written their idea on the paper, and then they uh, shared with us. Ma'am, please next slide. This was my second puzzle. In this puzzle, children had 5 bags of coins, 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. And children were supposed to arrange the bags of coins in such a way so that in larger bags, as much exactly twice as much coins as whichever are coming in smaller chest. So for them, children have tried a lot, and I provided paper cutouts to children. So children were doing just where they have to put small coin, in which chest they have to put the which number of coin, which bags of coins, and in which bags of coins. But they were taking a lot of time. So I asked them to find out the total first. They found out the total as 150. Then I asked, just split that number into parts, so that one part must be just twice of one part. So they were telling different combinations, and at last they told me 50 and 100, which where 100 is just twice of 50. So after then they got clear picture of it, that in smaller chest every time they have to make 50, and in larger chest they have to make 100. So in that way they solved this puzzle easily. Yes, ma'am. Next. Impact was like My children are more excited when they solve puzzles, and they take less time than usual when they solve the puzzle, because they know how and in which way they have to solve the puzzle. Like whatever CT modules are there, they use them, and after then they solve. So they solve questions in less time and accurately. I have seen the impact in results also. Earlier my children were in our exam, CT based questions also come, but earlier children were not solving. Means most of the children were solving, but some of children were like, it's okay if we will not solve, what happened. But now children are trying and they love at solving. So these are some impacts what I found. Next one. And these are learning outcomes. So CT really helped a lot, and now my uh, children feel very happy and very enjoyable when they solve questions from those booklet. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question?
Distribute the certificate. Just wait. Will this hello? Video. Certificate.
Madhura Deshpande. Roshni Dhoni. Nidhi Parashar and Seema. Seema Bhange. Miss Pallavi Shirode. Miss Shipra Singh. Mr. Yogesh Sharma. Miss Brinda Patel. Mr. Mehul Kumar Prajapati.
Mr. Mut Patel, Lakshmi Chand, Pankaj Kumar Lakshmi Chand.
So, Sonia, anything to say?
Hello, everyone. The next session will be a poster and demo session about CT and inclusive education. So first, we will have a short presentation by Jyoti Bisht and Rishi Vedana from Vision Empire Trust about the journey of CT and inclusive education for the students with visual impairments. Rishi and Jyoti.
ये प्रेजेंटेशन है टाइमर लगाना है
Choose the time to 10 minutes.
just let me know
Good evening, everyone. Sorry for the throat. We have a very bad throat today. Bear with us for next 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So good evening, everyone. I'm Rishi and
Jyoti.
yes, we are from Vision Empower. So we are here to present a paper titled Computational Thinking in Special Schools for the Blind, a Vision Empower Journey with CTiS 2021 to 2025. So we would like to share a bit about how the collaboration actually happened between Vision Empower and the CSpathshala. So as many of you all know that CSpathshala mission is to teach computing as a science to every child, right? At Vision Empower, we focus on ensuring equal access to computational thinking for children with visual impairment through inclusive education. So this shared purpose actually, brought us together, and thus the collaboration happened between us. And yeah, and I think we all will agree that computational thinking is an essential skill for all the children, isn't it? Right. So what we have done is that by combining CS Pathshala's CT curriculum with inclusive innovations from Vision Empower, we have developed around 70 plus accessible games to develop computational thinking skills for children with visual impairment. And since 2021, we have been participating in CTIS, and Jyoti will take you through the details of the journey.
Yeah, so looking at the journey, we in Vision Empire we work with schools for the blind, and there's a project that run across 150 schools that we work with. The project is called VICT, Computational Thinking for Visually Impaired. So in 2021, we did for introduction of Project VICT at CTIS conference, where we showcased ludic design for accessibility. So it's a play-based method where we play games with the children and they learn CT skills. So that was the first introduction to CTIS. In 2022, we did again another presentation which was based on how you can play online CT games with children with visual impairment. And there was also tactile tagged grand challenge where 70 tactile games entries were received. In 2023, that was the first time when teachers submitted their abstracts and we got entries from the teachers of special schools for the blind. In 2024, we saw that there's increase in numbers, so from 6 to 23. And this time, the teachers were presenting mostly vision empowered CT play plans in the conference and during the demo session.
This year, we saw that there's 95 submissions in total. So there were 67 from the teachers and also from pre-service teachers, B.Ed and D.Ed students. We also saw that there's shift in the understanding of the teachers. So earlier they used to present Vision Empower CT games, but this year they came up with their own activities of how they can teach CT in their schools and how they can integrate it to different subjects. These are a few pictures of the journey. As we were talking about the Tag Grant Challenge, so we are still continuing some of the games from the Tag Grant Challenge. And one of the space that Tag Grant Challenge gave us is to tell everybody about what tactiles are. And even in special schools where we have regular children or children with special needs, teachers there also they are using tactiles, which is one way to make classes and activities more interactive. Yeah, so a few of the games we have mentioned here, such as Vedic Square, Linear Search, Polyminos, we are still continuing and playing in the schools. We would also like to mention about the engagement journey, how we are working with the teachers. So we have a series and a sequence that we follow. We first start by orienting the teachers about what is CT, what is CTIS conference. Then we work with them, helping them in understanding the basic of the CT pillars. And then we do workshop and training sessions as well with them. Then we sit with them and we also help them in writing the abstract. Sometimes we get, so the teacher, they write and they send us pictures like a handwritten thing. And then our team helps in transferring it to a Word document. There's also practice and mentorship. And we also do internal review for the teachers. They also present it to us because for them, it's like a first time when they are presenting something in such a platform. We also provide support and community building as well to the teachers. As we said that this time we received more than 60 plus entries, and this was one of the highlight where this year we organized regional CTIS conference in Bangalore, where there were 35 presentations from 11 states, and Rishi will brief about the regional CTIS conference.
Thank you, Jyoti. Yeah, so 2025 is a special year for Vision Empower. So this was the first regional conference that we have conducted in collaboration with CSpathshala. So like Jyoti told, we had 35 presentations across 11 states. And the conference actually featured paper presentations by the special educators. And we had demo sessions by the special educators, followed by which we also had, we conducted a pilot of Bebra's India Computational Thinking Challenge activity with the special educators in an accessible way. And also we had an interactive workshop which was conducted by Sonia and Kritika for the special educators, and which actually helped them to deepen their understanding of computational thinking pillars. So to mention a few key, highlights of VE regional CTIS. There was diverse stakeholders participation, and then teachers are very creative, and they came up with innovative, ideas to make CT inclusive, and also. There was a deep commitment that we could see in each teacher to make, to integrate CT into their classrooms. So these are a few highlights that we had. Yeah. So it's a glimpse of VE regional CTIS. Possible can have otherwise. Just click one more. Sure. Okay. So having said that, so when we talk about accessibility and inclusion, I think tactiles play a major role to make it suitable for children with visual impairment. So tactiles are nothing but we create it using easily available materials, which is cost effective, and we make it. Using varied textures, different materials, so that the children can touch, understand the concepts very easily, right? And we create tactiles extensively to make both STEM education and CT concepts accessible and enjoyable. Yeah, yeah. We have a couple of examples here. Sure. So this is a shape puzzle basically, which we have made it accessible. It's a simple handmade tactile board, which was taken from a math textbook. So we have made it accessible using just board and the thread. So the students has to find out how many triangles are there. So these are mapped with CT pillars. So these boards will be kept in the demo sessions as well. You can come and explore the shape puzzles as well. So these are some of the tactiles that we have made. Yeah, Jyoti.
Then one more example is for algorithmic thinking, where we have the roadmap. This is the image that we have taken it from the textbook and we have made it tactile. As Rishi was saying, that we use different textures and shapes for it. We'll be keeping these outside and you can have a look at it. Yeah, coming to the conclusion part of it, as we said, coming together, we have made this journey more accessible for students with visual impairment, coming up with different ideas. We have also seen teachers from where we had one entry and then five, and then finally we had 60 plus entries from the teachers, and teachers finally coming up with their own activities of how they can make CT more accessible and how they can integrate it to their subjects as well. And a growing community of inclusive CT educators empowering more children to be a part of future inclusive CT innovator community. We will also have a demo session after the tea break. Our teachers are there. So we have 16 demos where the teachers will be demonstrating their activities this time. Yeah, and we have Vision Empire team as well who will also be demonstrating their games. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rishi and Jyoti. So the next, there's a short presentation about a human code sequencer, a sample presentation apart from the demos that have been lined up in the first floor. It will be presented by Rajesh from Vision Empire and Nagaratna ma'am as well. Sorry? You have a question. Do we have time or do we? Okay. Yeah, you can pass. Sure. By the time they get ready, just one question. Jyoti, want to take them?
Yeah.
Your impact. So are we approaching it in that way?
Yeah, we have seen that thing as well. As I said, that we are working in 150 schools. In some of these states, we have the collaboration with the government as well, where the government support us in doing. So we have one CT period in a week in these schools, wherever we have the government collaboration. In other states where we don't have the government collaboration, we have support from the schools. That's how we are doing it. But in some of the schools, we do. In some of the states, we do have collaboration with the government. The department in which the special schools for the blind comes under.
Thank you very much. Do you expect anything else from the government and something which we can push from here as educators over here? A vision or an expectation?
Okay, I think we'll schedule a 2 hour meeting if we have to. But one thing that which we really need is the fact that the curricular materials are not accessible by default. So we spend a lot of time converting the existing curricular material. They are not at source accessible. So we spend a lot of time, money, and effort making them accessible and then taking it to the students. So the biggest help that a policy wise or the any of the governments can do is to make all curricular materials born accessible, such that NGOs like us can focus actively on taking the materials to the students and empowering them. That's probably the top one I can think of. But there are really lot more that we can take help from the government. Yeah, but this probably is top one. Thank you. Over to Rajesh and Nagaratna ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Nagaratna Arbat from Vision Empower. My co-author is Rajesh.
I'm Rajesh Espali from Mysore, Karnataka.
The game Human Code is a game without the any tactile board. We are not using here a tactile board or anything. This is mainly to make the students to understand the programming in the computer. We have okay, basically we have not used any tactile board or anything over here. Using the human and their action, we have made the students to learn about the computer programming, and just this is a hint given to them to learn what is a computer programming by making themselves to perform certain activities. So the activities implemented in 4 steps. First, we made the children to one to step-by-step instruction. That is, one should act as a programmer and one is a robot here. So the programmer will write some instructions one by one after the other. He keeps which has been written in the braille, and the robot will follow the same instruction one after the other, which is being kept by the programmer. For example, the programmer has kept like one is move forward or turn right or turn left and clap once. So according to the programmer's instruction which has been given, will be should be acted by the robot. So step 2, it is learning loops. See, loops means what? Repetition. See, if the programmer has written like jump, so it jump 3 times. So one thing should be repeated 3 times, like jump 3 times, clap 3 times, turn left 3 times. What? How many times he has written? So that has to be done.
Learning condition. Learning does making decision. Making decision. Making decision. Learning everybody making decision.
So if condition. No? So this is again learning condition. That is if condition. If something is before you, turn to left, or if I clap, you should stand still. So, something like that. The if condition should be known to the children. By this, the students will learn the condition. Step 4 is debugging. So here the debugger will come and check. The teacher will keep the order of somewhere. The teacher will miss the order of instruction kept by the programmer to make the debugger to check what is the mistake has been done and correct it. So next is the computational thinkings which is being used in this. One is decomposition, algorithm skills and patterning skills, and debugging and the abstract solutions.
Online.
So the challenges faced, because this was taught to the teachers online to teach the students in their schools. This was not in the one school. We didn't play it in one school. This was played in the different 5 schools, and the teachers, uh, some teachers were also visually challenged to, and when I was also a visually challenged, to teach them in online was a challenging for me, but I made it, and it was successfully. Teachers carried the game successfully and made the children to perform the game and actively participate and learn what is about the programming. See, impact. The students actually learned what is about the programming by making the activities themselves, and this made them to learn very much easily, and they started doing it day by in their daily activities also. They started telling that, giving instructions like this is the this thing, example, one example actually, how to serve food. So the step by step, students only gave the instructions and created a program like. So in the same way, like not only one just example I am giving, that like go to this thing, ask the students to go to dining hall and then go to kitchen and bring whatever the food has been cooked today, and then serve one by one curry, then again rice, and then chapati, and then again whatever. How usually in a pattern, how do they serve in an algorithmic way? So, and this helped the students to learn how to work in a team and develop the programs in a computer. Conclusion: this is an hands-on activities and very helpful to VI children. Without any tactile board, among themselves doing the performing the activities, they learned what is the programming. Thank you for giving an opportunity to present the paper.
Thank you, Nagaratna ma'am and Rajesh. Any questions for them? Thank you. Thank you. So just to give a context, we have different models of engagement with the different special schools for the blind. There are some places where it happens with a resource person who is a teacher working daily with the school. There are some places where the school coordinators visit once a week, and there are places where it happens in a hybrid mode, like the one which Nagaratna ma'am talked about. So thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about Vision Empower's efforts in computational thinking. And please do visit the demo stalls in the first floor. Thank you. Over to you, Sonia.
Okay. Can we have a big round of applause for all the presenters today? Okay, we have something more lined for you. So we will go upstairs, have chai, and then you see the posters and play the games, and come downstairs at 5:15, because there is a cultural program that the PICT students have arranged for you. So they are going to sing. And where is Sana? खड़े हो जाओ यार. Okay, so yesterday we were asking that, what should we do? So Sana suggested that we will play Antakshri, and the Antakshri can be in the language of your choice. So Jam said if somebody wants to sing in Tamil, then what? So it's left to you. And Sana suggested that so we have a short performance, but then it's over to all of you to play Antakshri. Does that sound like a plan? Yeah, and after that there is dinner at 7, and we will come back again tomorrow morning. So Okay with everybody? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
लैपटॉप का काम हो गया लैपटॉप का काम
advisory and consulting and community transformation.